right. We're going live. It's early. I know, but we're going live. Let me know when you can see this. I'm looking at chat just to make sure that everything's working. Go ahead and say hi in chat so we can get started here on this Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. It is the 301st day of the year, and we've got ourselves a major hurricane making a beeline towards Jamaica. We're losing cameras. Okay, I figured I'd go live while we still have cameras. These things are going down. Do you guys, if you remember, we were looking at this flat bridge or last night, and the water was several feet below the bridge. Now it's completely overtaken the bridge. It is this is a flash flood that's happening in the island. And, this is happening all across the island. And now we're also starting to hear reports of storm surge and more significant wind impacts along the southern shore of Jamaica. So we're going to be here for landfall. We do expect that landfall will occur at some point between the next 3 to 6 hours. Hello. Welcome in. Once again, feel free to share our stream. Get the word out there, let people know what we're doing. A lot of people don't know. Gosh, I hope that camera holds on. It's going to be our only camera that we have. We've lost most of them. Most of the cameras are gone. Most of the cameras are gone. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering Hurricane Melissa with an imminent landfall. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa with sustained winds of 173 miles per hour. It is the strongest Atlantic storm of 2025. It's the third Category 5 of 2025, and it's set to slam Jamaica's south coast within hours. Potentially the most powerful hurricane to ever hit the island. You heard that right. The most powerful hurricane to ever hit Jamaica is currently on Jamaica's doorstep. So that's what we are dealing with today. We are tracking this with the WEATHERWISE app, and I encourage y'all to follow along. All these cameras, while we have them, are going to be available to you in the WEATHERWISE app. And once again, the cameras are very graciously coming from Jamaica. Jamaica. Man, the water is getting plumb high. Yes, good morning. It's early, I know. Yeah, it still looks insane. It still looks absolutely insane. Yeah, we're going to get more recon. There's going to be 2 more planes, I believe, that take off here soon, and we'll track them as they get the data. Winds are really starting to pick up. Even in Kingston, which is on the eastern side of the island, our camera in New London, or Little London, is down. It's completely down, and I would say that the conditions over there are really, really bad. Oh, that's my alarm to wake up. Yeah, the water is really high now. This is a live view of the historic flat bridge in Jamaica. Yesterday, or just a couple hours ago, really, when we were looking at this, the water wasn't even over the bridge. Dude, change your alarm sound? What's wrong with my alarm sound? Y'all, where can I find some cameras for Jamaica? Oh, my mic's muted. Y'all, where can I find some cameras for Jamaica?
Right now, a lot of folks are trying to find live cams in Jamaica with Hurricane Melissa approaching. I've heard the flatbridge cam is a popular one, though it might be going offline due to the storm's intensity. You can search for Jamaican traffic cams or live webcams on YouTube or some weather streaming sites. Just keep in mind the conditions are pretty severe right now, so many feeds might cut out. Stay safe tracking that storm.
How long do you think these feeds will last? The ones that we have from Sea Jamaica right now.
Honestly, with a Category 5 hurricane pushing 175 miles per hour winds right toward Jamaica, those feeds likely won't last very long. Storms like this can knock out power and internet pretty quickly. So I'd say maybe a few more hours at best before we start losing more of them. Let's hope folks in those areas are staying safe.
All right, any other insight about the hurricane we might not already know that you know?
One thing that's super important, but easy to overlook, is just how much slower a storm moves as it approaches land. Melissa is only moving around 5 miles per hour right now, which means those catastrophic winds, storm surge, and rain are going to linger a lot longer than a faster-moving hurricane would. That can really compound the damage and flooding. Also, with the storm crawling along that slowly, you've got less time between conditions going downhill and the worst of it arriving. That's a nightmare scenario for anyone who hasn't evacuated yet. So if there's any last-minute prep to do, now is the time.
Thanks, y'all bot. Yeah, the winds are looking very, very intense now. And honestly, I'm surprised that we still have the cameras that we have. Yep, we're down to 901 millibars. Which is by far the strongest storm of the year on Earth so far this year. There have already been at least 3 confirmed fatalities in Jamaica as a result of this storm. Well, not in Jamaica, but in Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So we've already had some pretty significant impacts from this. And unfortunately, it's not even like the biggest part of the storm isn't even close to making landfall. Like, it's still well on the way. It'll be several hours before the worst of the storm gets there, and then it's going to hang out for several hours. This will be the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica, while anybody alive today has been living. Maybe in the, before recorded history, there was a stronger storm that hit Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? But like, as far as we know, this will be the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica. After this hits Jamaica, there's going to be a continued threat for Cuba and then the Bahamas with a weakened storm, but still significant. Oh man, what's going on down here on the bottom right of this? You guys seeing that flashing light? Oh, there's people down there with like a flashlight or something. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Once again, help us get the word out there. Go to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. Let people know that we're live. God, this is rising fast. Holy smokes, you could see this road not too long ago. Yeah, that's a significant flash flood developing there. Do you guys, if you remember us looking at this yesterday, the water was way down here underneath the bridge. It has not made landfall. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no planes in the air right now. So we've got no recon. It's definitely at the peak. I would guess that it's probably at 898, maybe even 895 millibars right now. That bridge was made in the 1700s. Yep. It'll be interesting to see if it holds up. I mean, it's crazy that it's been there since the 1700s, but like I just said, as far as we know, this will be the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica. Probably since the 1700s, at least. You know what I'm saying? So, and definitely this is going to bring about much more rain than, what we're used to seeing. But the thing about the flat bridge is the reason it's flat is specifically for this, right? Like this area floods. The water has definitely been over the bridge before, but I don't know if water has been over the bridge as much as it's about to be, with as much flow as what we're going to have. So there's an unfortunate reality here where that bridge is gone tomorrow. Yeah, if we take a look at this thing on satellite, it looks just as crazy as it did yesterday. In fact, it's more crazy. It broke several records last night with the driest eye ever recorded for a hurricane. It broke the all-time global record, and then it broke its own record 4 times after that. So once again, it's really unfortunate that we didn't have planes in the air for that. Last night, I think that we got most of our data during probably the weakest point of this hurricane's life over the past 36 hours. So it's very possible that at some point over the past 6 hours or so, this thing bottomed out to 895, maybe even lower than that, certainly with winds above 190 miles per hour. Now, it could be up to 4 hours before we get another plane in there. And by that point, there's probably going to be some weakening happening. So we may never know truly how strong this storm actually was at its peak. But here's the thing. There's no doubt now that this is going to be an absolute catastrophe in Jamaica. There was some hope yesterday that, maybe it'll weaken a little bit. Maybe it'll go west of the island. No, this is going to be bad. This is going to be worse than what a lot of people are thinking. This will be something that is remembered for a long time, like Katrina. And I just hope that the people there are prepared for it. I don't know. There's a lot of different stuff, floating around online about how maybe people there believe that the threat has been overstated. But no, this is going to change that island for the rest of our lives. No doubt about it. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching major Category 5 Hurricane Melissa make a beeline towards Jamaica with catastrophic impacts expected of unprecedented proportions. We have never seen anything like this in Jamaica in our lifetimes. So we really don't know what it's going to look like after. Right now, we've got some live feeds that we're watching. And the most impressive one here is this flooding that we can see from the flat bridge. But we've got several all around Jamaica. Unfortunately, the one that's closest to where landfall is actually going to occur is already down. The power's out there. We don't know what's going on over there, to be honest. And a lot of these are old. Like this right here, this is from 3 hours ago. So a lot of these cameras are down. The only one that I know for sure is still that's still with us is this one. And this one's a little bit more inland, so it'll take longer for this one to lose power. So there's that. Okay, actually, this is fine. This is with us. I just had to skip up to the current moment with the live. But most of these cameras are around Kingston on the eastern side of the island. The western side of the island is what's getting hit the hardest right now. And yeah, you can follow along with these cameras in the WeatherWise app. All right, I think that one of the planes is taken off now, so we'll see it appear. We'll see it appear on our map here soon. We're honestly, like, if they can get there in a couple hours, we might get a record-breaking measurement. But the closer that the storm gets to Jamaica, the more it's going to weaken. And, you know, it's going to weaken, but we're talking about going from an 890 or an 895 millibar storm to a 900. And a 900 millibar landfall in Jamaica is going to be crazy. I mean, I can't even contemplate like what that's going to be like, because we've never seen it before. Like, we don't know what that is going to look like, and it is just unfortunate that this is the reality that we're facing here today, as this monster hurricane with a perfect eye is marching towards the island. Up to 13-foot life-threatening storm surge is also going to be possible. And it's already starting more than likely in the southern portion of the island down here around Alligator Pond. That's going to get a lot worse, though, over the next couple of hours. We do expect landfall will occur in about 3 hours, give or take an hour. Some mountainous areas in Jamaica could see 20 to 40 inches of rain, y'all. That's going to pose an incredible flash flooding and mudslide risk. And we're already seeing some of that flash flooding via the flat bridge camera here. Water is rising very quickly here. Very quickly. And we're starting to see some pretty large debris float by. Some of it's getting caught up on the bridge. I went to sleep and you were live. Did you sleep? Yeah, I slept for about 3 hours. I'm good. I'm fresh. Went to sleep. Got a great 3 hours of sleep. Took a shower. Now we're back. Yes, it is moving. Sometimes those 3 hour sleeps hit good and you feel great. Honestly, yeah. I planned on sleeping a little bit longer, but I just naturally kind of woke up. We have a 3-month-old, so waking up every 3 hours is kind of like a common thing in my life right now. So I woke up and I didn't feel terrible, so I was like, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm just going to go ahead and get ready, and we'll go ahead and start the live stream. Because I think if I would have tried to go back to sleep and tried to get another 2 hours in or whatever, I would have felt terrible. You know what I mean? Is this camera working? This is my favorite view here. It looks like it is. 5:15, yeah. So you can see the winds are really cranking out there. And this is way on the eastern side of Cuba. So, I mean, just imagine that's what it looks like over there. What's it look like right now over here? A devastating situation is likely unfolding in the western side of Jamaica right now. The strongest winds are going to be right in here, so those are still several hours away, but they're coming. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have the I don't have the recon yet. Is it in the air for sure? It's not transmitting anything yet though. What is today? October 28th. Is it NOAA 2? It is transmitting then. Oh yeah, it's got enough forward momentum now to where it's not going to weaken enough to make a difference before it makes landfall. It will weaken in like, as a weather nerd analyzing the storm, looking at it millibar by millibar, it is technically going to weaken before it makes landfall, but it is not going to weaken in any meaningful way for the residents of the island. You know what I mean? It is going to absolutely wreak havoc across Jamaica. Okay, here we go. We got the recon plane. We got it. So here we go. I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. I wonder if Y'allbot knows. Let's ask. Y'allbot, Hurricane Recon Mission AF 303-2413A just took off north of Venezuela. It's going towards Hurricane Melissa. It's flying at about 300 to 400 miles per hour. How long is it going to take to get there?
All right, so if that recon plane just took off north of Venezuela, it's got roughly 700 to 800 miles to cover to reach Hurricane Melissa, depending on the exact location. If it's flying at about 300 to 400 miles per hour, that's going to take roughly 2 to 3 hours to get on location. So we should have some fresh reconnaissance data not too long after that.
Yeah, that checks out. Thanks.
No problem. We'll keep an eye on that data as it comes in. Once they start sending back measurements, we'll get a much clearer picture of what's going on inside that storm. Should give us some real-time info on intensity and structure.
Is the volume not high enough on that? Torque. I miss the Y'allbot roasts. One day, whenever it's slower, we'll do Y'allbot roast. I just feel like it's a bad taste, I guess, in the middle of such a serious situation like this. Y'allbot is definitely roasting people, though. I'm just choosing not to play it. And don't worry, we still, every time we use Y'allbot, everybody's like, did you replace Andy? Did you replace Elijah? The answer is no, but they are asleep. And you know who never sleeps? Y'allbot. So whenever everybody's asleep, sometimes we just got to talk to Y'allbot. Yeah, the winds are really starting to pick up there. On most of these cameras, the water continues to rise. I'm honestly surprised we still have power on the eastern side of Jamaica. Hopefully we can keep it for quite some time. Why is there someone driving? Man, I saw somebody riding a scooter, like not even an electric one, just a metal one, a razor. You know what I'm saying? They was just riding a scooter in this, not right before I started the stream. Like not just a foot propelled scooter. Oh man, look at here. We're starting to see some flooding on this camera. Let me pull it up full. Gosh, there's so many things to keep up here. All right, let's just focus on the, no, okay. Let me pull up this camera. What am I looking for here? That camera's down. Maypen's down. It's this one right here. So this water line right here is like increasing very quickly. It was way down here. Now it's up here. I don't know the source of that. I don't think that could, I mean, it could be storm surge for all we know. It's close enough to the ocean, but it also could be rainfall induced like street flooding there. So that's something that we'll watch. We'll keep an eye on. But honestly, the water level there is nothing compared to what we're seeing on Flatbridge. So if you're just now tuning in, Category 5, Melissa is making a beeline towards Jamaica. We are watching this airplane in real time as it's trying its best to get there. It's trying to get to Melissa before it starts to weaken so we can record some of the historic pressure drops that are happening in there right now. I don't know if it'll get there in time, though. Let me just pull up all of these individually. So there's some pretty significant street flooding happening here at Devon House. Is the harbor cam still working? That's pretty impressive. How come every time I switch tabs, I have to re-hit live? That's annoying. But we should be good now. I can just kind of cycle through them like this. So this is the flat bridge out there in Jamaica. We've seen this water rise several feet just since we started the live stream. This is Devon House, closer to Kingston. What we're watching for here is water inundation. We're seeing some of that. We're watching for winds here at the HWT Transport Center. The Kingston Harbor, this is going to be an incredibly useful camera if it still works during the light of day. Don't know if that'll be the case, but we're going to watch it just in case. Here's another view that'll help us gauge the wind speeds. And then, of course, here's a 4-panel view. Do any of these have sound? Probably don't want the sound, but... Oh, yeah, this one does. Is that annoying? Personally, I like the sound. The background noise. We don't have scanners or anything. I don't know. Not everybody's like me. I like the buzz and like the quietness. I don't like it. But it could be distracting, I guess, in the live stream setting. The ambience. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I enjoy the ambience. And also, like, if we hear the wind get louder, it's kind of like a cue to, like, okay, go check on that camera. The little London camera is back, really? There's no way. That's not real. I don't think that what we're seeing there is real. This is far too calm. I know it says, the timestamp up here says 5, like it looks like it's up to date, but I promise you this is not what it looks like right now in Little London. They are getting plumb smacked. So I think that there's just some sort of bug or something there. So if you're just now tuning in, this is Category 5, Hurricane Melissa. We do have a hurricane reconnaissance mission on the way. We're tracking it live here. And hopefully it's going to get there soon, but it probably will take 2 or 3 hours. But the thing is, the storm is really starting to pick up some speed. It could be making landfall in 2 to 3 hours. It's very possible. Sorry, I know I'm zooming in and out a bunch. I'm just trying to get situated here. Oh yeah, the wind. I like having the wind cue. That actually helps. Is it too loud though? I could duck that volume to mine. Let me go to filters, audio filters. How do you do that? Compressor? Side chain to mic aux. Hello, hello. Oh, I need to increase the ratio. Sorry, hold on. Bear with me here. Audio test, audio test. Okay, now when I start talking, that volume will go down. And when I'm not talking, it'll go up. theoretically, that's how it should work. Yeah, it's early, but I appreciate you all for tuning in. We're already up to about 16,000 people watching. If you don't care, share us out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. Try to get us out there in front of people so people know that we're doing this. We'll be live on the air, free and commercial free for the entire duration of this. Even if we lose the cameras and all we've got is satellite and plane data and y'all bot, and eventually Andy's going to be here. Elijah, the whole crew. We'll do this with just satellite if we need to. Yeah, this is the camera that wind sound is coming from. Somebody in chat said, can you explain the eye wall replacement cycle? So when a storm gets too strong for its own good, essentially, the inner eye wall, the tight, angry ring of convection around the eye, starts to choke itself off. All right, so hurricanes, honestly, it's a wonder that they exist, because there's so many things working against them. Like, it is actually crazy that they exist at all. But one of the things that works against a hurricane is its own strength. So a hurricane can get so strong that the inner eye wall starts to choke itself off. All right. And what happens is a new eye wall starts forming outside of that, an outer eye wall. It's like a donut eating another donut. And this only happens in strong hurricanes, but you'll get that inner eye wall really solid, and it starts to choke itself off, and then it starts to fall apart. A new outer eye wall will form out around that, and then that outer eye wall essentially becomes the new inner eye wall, and we call this process the eye wall replacement cycle. The outer rain bands start organizing into a secondary ring, and that usually happens only when the storm's inner core becomes so powerful that it begins redistributing the momentum. So yeah, hopefully that's a good enough explanation. So some more details about that is, it's a process that every hurricane goes through. The hurricane overall does kind of weaken during an eye wall replacement cycle. So what happens is, because the inner eye wall starts to destabilize, the maximum winds around the eye wall decrease, but the overall wind field increases. So you've got a larger area of strong winds, but they are overall less strong than they were when we just had the inner eye wall. And it's actually kind of hard to tell if Melissa is going through an eye wall replacement cycle without radar. And we don't have really good radar data from this perspective. We've got good satellite, but it's harder to depict when an eye wall replacement cycle is happening just from satellite. I watched a bunch of people in Port Royal say they were not leaving. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are not leaving, not taking shelter, and it's just really unfortunate. I don't see a reality where that's a good thing. I don't see a reality where we come out of this without significant loss of life at this point, because the storm is as strong as it could possibly be, literally, and it's hitting an area where people may be underprepared. I hope I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Obviously, stuff down here in Jamaica was built with hurricanes in mind. A lot of stuff in America is made out of cardboard and wooden splinters, and it's glued together. You know what I'm saying? Like, even some really nice houses are not very well built. A lot of the structures in Jamaica, you might look at them and say, oh, that doesn't look as good. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen you guys do it already. We've showed some stuff on this camera. And it's like, oh, well, that doesn't look great, but it's made out of concrete. So, you know, I'm just hoping for the best. Regardless of the structure, regardless of its integrity, it's going to have a hard time surviving 200 mile per hour wind gusts and 13-foot storm surge. So that's why we've been encouraging everybody up here to take this seriously, because it's going to be bad, y'all. It is going to be bad. Hurricane reconnaissance plane is getting it and digging it. I don't know if it'll get there in time. Ground speed's currently 364 miles away. I wonder if Y'allbot... Let me try out something else with Y'allbot here. Y'allbot, Hurricane Reconnaissance Mission AF303 is currently at position 13.02 degrees north, 70.85 degrees west. It's moving 364 miles per hour ground speed at an altitude of 14,000 feet towards Hurricane Melissa. How long before it gets there?
All right. So Hurricane Melissa is currently centered near Jamaica. The recon plane's position and ground speed would put it roughly 300 miles out from the center of the storm. At 364 miles per hour, it's going to take about 50 minutes to reach the storm. So they should be entering the storm environment pretty soon. The next,
I think you're a little bit off there. Maybe you misheard me. Position's 13.06 degrees north, 70.95 degrees west. It's just north of Venezuela, near Coro and Rio Hacha.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying the coordinates. If the plane's around 13.06 degrees north, 70.95 west, then yeah, it's closer to northern Colombia. That definitely means they've got a longer flight to reach Hurricane Melissa. With those updated coordinates, they're probably about 500 miles out.
That sounds right.
Awesome. Glad we're on the same page. Once they get closer, we'll start seeing those recon dropsonde readings and pressure data. It's going to be really interesting to see exactly how strong Melissa...
So would you say about an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark, about an hour and a half to 2 hours until they reach the storm. It depends a bit on their exact flight path and speed, but that's a good estimate. Once they're in the storm environment, we'll start getting those important measurements. Should be exciting.
So I think that there's a chance that we are close to landfall by the time the plane gets there, to be honest with you. Yeah, I can separate Yalbot, its audio, I think. I'm not going to worry about it. Yalbot's not going to spend much time talking. But if Yalbot's too quiet for the next stream, I will work on making it. I'll put it on its separate audio source and duck it to the background noise. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, this is really bad situation for Jamaica. Still Category 5. I believe personally, now this is not official because we don't have any planes in there, right? But I believe personally that this is likely at this point, an 895 millibar low pressure with winds of 190 miles per hour. The official stuff from the National Hurricane Center is 902 or 901 millibars with winds of around 175 miles per hour. When we got those readings, the storm was much weaker than it is right now, and you can tell just by looking at satellite. Now, as the storm approaches Jamaica, as it gets closer, it is going to weaken a little bit. So it's possible that it makes landfall as a 901 millibar, 175 mile per hour storm. But I do think that it definitely exceeded that strength recently, but the world may never know because we're not going to get the plane in there in time, I don't think. It's definitely booking it, though. It's trying to get there. I've been watching it all night on the Yalbot Live. Awesome stuff. Yeah, it did a good job, but last night when we ended our stream and I said we was going to send you to the Yalbot stream, it didn't work. We had the wrong link in there. So there was like 25,000 people that was like, wait, what? So sorry about that. In the future, when we say we're going to send you to Yalbot, it will work, but if we ever say we're going to send you to Yalbot and then you don't get teleported, just search it up. You'll find it. Why did they go so long without an aircraft entering? Because they've been out there for the past several days constantly. There's always going to be like a 6-hour window where we don't have a plane in the air. And unfortunately, sometimes that just happens to be whenever the storm is the strongest. There's nothing you can do about it. It's honestly a miracle. And we're very lucky to have crazy people that are willing to go into the hurricanes at all. So we're kind of working on their schedule. Yeah, there's a chance that the recon plane won't even make it before landfall. Flooding at the Flat Bridge continues to look impressive. Water levels continue to rise, and the flow of water continues to be more intense. We still got some strong winds visible here from the stoplight cam in Kingston. Halfway Tree, this is where the audio is coming from. Honestly, winds have decreased here over the past little bit, but that's, the core of the storm isn't in Kingston. The core of the storm may not reach Kingston. You can see here that the strongest winds are going to be right in here, and the storm's kind of moving this way. So, it'll be close. There will definitely be stronger winds that hit Kingston. But, like, right now, the strongest winds are going to be moving up towards Alligator Pond, Malvern, Santa Cruz, Pepper, Spur Tree, Black River. Those places are places that are getting absolutely decimated over the next couple of hours. Kingston, thankfully, may not have to deal with the incredibly strong winds But the storm surge, the heavy rain, all that stuff's going to be a big problem. So, once again, I do think that the storm overall is weakening at this point. It's not going to weaken enough to matter. It's still going to be like really bad. But as soon as the core of the storm starts interacting with land like this, especially land like Jamaica, where there's really tall hills and mountains and stuff, there's frictional effects that are taking place that are going to enhance that weakening. So from this point on, the storm is going to be weakening. Let's just hope that it weakens a lot before actual landfall. But I think that I don't think it's going to weaken enough to where it matters. Like if it makes landfall as an 895 or a 905 millibar storm, the people who get hit are not going to know the difference. It's going to be catastrophic either way you go there. Jamaicans legit think they'll be fine from this. Well, hopefully most of them are. You know what I mean? Like I said, they've got stuff figured out. They've got they build their buildings better than we do here. Out of concrete and cement, and they've got that going for them. The problem is that I think what's happening is a lot of people down there are thinking about past experience, right? So a lot of times when you say a hurricane's coming, the first thing that'll happen is somebody will be like, oh, well, yeah, I've had a hurricane before. Like back in 1993, we had a Category 3 hurricane or a Category 5 hurricane, and it did this, this, and this. And I talked to my grandpa, and he said that in 1897, there was a hurricane, and it did this, this, and this. So I know exactly what's going to happen this time. That is like the wrong thing to do. All hurricanes are different. And also, I don't care who your grandpa is or how old they are. In Jamaica, there's nobody alive that has ever seen a storm hit this hard in Jamaica. So regardless of what the last big storm did, this one's going to be worse. And also, let's say that there was a Category 5 that hit Jamaica just a couple of years ago. This one's going to be different. So I think that that's one of the big problems. And it doesn't matter where you are, Jamaica, Cuba, America. This happens everywhere you go. Somebody will be like, we live here. We live next to the ocean. We live and breathe the ocean. We know what we need to do with the ocean. And like, no, you don't. The people who are most confident usually are the ones who end up getting in trouble. What websites are you using? This is WeatherWise. You can get this app for free on your phone or in your web browser. Just search WeatherWise or click the link in the description. It's free. But if you get the Plus version or the Pro version, you get extra goodies. All right. They're not necessary. You can get all the stuff that you need for free. But you can see here, I've got WeatherWise Pro, and it is worth every penny. One of the things is you get more satellite frames. So if you want to look at, let's say, for example, here, 100 frames of Hurricane Melissa, which is actually pretty fascinating, you can do that with the Plus plan. So let me load up 100 frames here, and then we will animate that. But the cameras are in there for free. The satellites for free. Most things are free. You can pay for quality of life stuff and stuff like that. Radar's free, obviously. And normally we have storm chasers out there. Storm chaser Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Brad Arnold, and Jaden Pappenheim now, and several other storm chasers are all in there and for free. But none of them are in Jamaica right now, thankfully. Very unsafe to be down there for storm chasing, I think. I wouldn't recommend it, that's for sure. Yeah, it's wobbling a little east now, isn't it? Let's put the cone on it. Yeah, so it's pretty much right on the line. Yesterday, all day, it was going west. Which, you know, if with the westward trend, honestly, we were kind of hoping that it would continue to go west, maybe miss the island. But now there's no doubt that this is going to slam right in to the area between Alligator Pond and Savanna-la-Mar. This area right here is going to be devastated. The worst impacts will certainly be in Alligator Pond, Junction, Malvern, Spur Tree, Mandeville, Pepper, Santa Cruz, up towards Alberttown. And yeah, this is going to keep going after it gets past Jamaica. It'll still be a Category 4 as it makes landfall again in Cuba with devastating impacts, 138 mile per hour winds. And then, yeah, it's going to go up towards the Bahamas as a Category 2 after that. And then a Category 1 up there near Bermuda. So this is our live hurricane recon plane. It's heading up towards the storm. I don't know if it'll make it before landfall, but it's going to try. Yeah, we're starting to get some daylight. Which that'll be a good way to track which storms or which cameras are truly online and which ones aren't. So this one is obviously online here. You can see that we're starting to get some daylight. Unfortunately, the water's still rising. This is all from rainfall. And yeah, we're starting to see some daylight on this camera as well. This is our halfway tree camera. The harbor camera is working, and once again, this is going to be an incredible view here if we can keep it live while the storm surge comes in. Here's another view from the halfway tree clock. And then here's a multi-view. Melissa is currently a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of about 175 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure was recorded at 901 millibars. We think it dropped lower than that last night, but we just don't know. It's likely will make landfall as 900 millibar storm. But it's very possible that it got lower than that. It's moving very slowly, about 2 to 3 miles per hour. I think, though, it's starting to speed up, though. It might be moving 6, maybe even 7 miles per hour at this point. As it crawls up towards Jamaica, dropping up to 20 to 40 inches of rain. A devastating, even without the winds, a catastrophic flood that will lead to a lot of loss of life is going to happen just from the rain. Add on top of that 13-foot storm surge and 200 mile per hour wind gusts, and you have a generational disaster in Jamaica. Did I even say 6, 7? What are you guys going on about? Oh man, I think we lost some of the cameras. I think we lost several of the cameras in Kingston. Oh man, we might have even lost all the cameras, I think. Is this one still with us? Maybe. That one's down. That one's down. That one's down. They're all down. They're all down. We're blind. Wait, I think the flat bridge came back. Technically, this one should hold on the longest because it's not, the winds won't be as bad here as they are going to be in other places. Okay, we're getting some stuff back. So it might be intermittent losses. I mean, it's inevitable. At some point, we are going to lose all these cameras, but we're just hoping to keep them as long as we can. All right, there's another one of these cameras that I want to pull up. Oh yeah, you can see debris on this one. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching the outer bands of Hurricane Melissa move into eastern Jamaica. We don't have any live cameras on the western side of Jamaica, just simply because it's crazy over there. There's no way of seeing what's going on because all of the power is out on western Jamaica. That's where the brunt of the storm is hitting. That's where the worst of it is hitting. Yeah, the bridge is really covered now. The water continues to rise very quickly. Winds are increasing across Kingston. There's the Kingston Harbor. So yeah, we'll keep going back and forth to all these cameras. We also will continue to track this flight. We've got a Hurricane Hunter, an Air Force plane, on its way to Hurricane Melissa to try to get one final reconnaissance mission in before landfall. I don't know if it's going to make it. The storm is awfully daggone close to making landfall. We are likely 2 hours away from official landfall here, maybe a little bit longer than that. We lost the cameras again. Still got this one, though. Yeah, it's See Jamaica on YouTube. Is she still a Cat 5? Oh, yeah. It's a high-end Cat 5. No doubt that it's like there's no chance on Earth that this is going to go below Cat 5 before landfall. With 175 mile per hour winds and gusts up to 215 miles per hour. That's going to be a common thing that we're having to deal with over here around Alligator Pond soon. Now, let me just show you the geography. So here's where I think we are going to have significant tornado-style damage just from the winds over the next little bit. So right in here, Alligator Pond, this community, I think it's safe to say, will be, devastated, to say the least. Storm surge is likely already inundating a lot of these homes, and then you're going to have very strong tornado level winds hitting this area for a significant period of time. And then beyond that, you've got to think about these higher elevations where some of these strong winds will be hitting as well. All the way back up in here into Junction. That's where I think the strongest impacts will happen. Right now, the strongest winds are likely happening around Flagman down to Southfield. And on some of these higher peaks right along the shore there. So yeah, Alligator Pond, right along the coast. Honestly, this is the worst place you could possibly be for this whole storm. Most of the coastline where the storm's going to hit is empty. It's either just, big cliffs or just nothing. But there just happens to be Alligator Pond here, this community that's right on the coast that's just in the worst possible spot. So yeah, the hurricane's here, and it's moving up this way. So another place that could be a pretty bad place to be would be Treasure Beach. There's a chance that this ends up right under the eye or maybe on the western side. Either way, it's still going to be bad. Maybe just a little bit less on the storm surge side over there. Yeah, and the fact that it's moving slow is just going to make it worse. Even if the winds weren't gusting to 215 miles per hour, even if they were only 100 miles per hour, if you've got several hours of that anywhere, you're going to be dealing with tons of extreme damage. And it looks like meteorologist Andy Hill is with us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, good morning guys. I'm here to answer the questions in chat. Right now I'll just start by answering one of the most common ones, which is how long till landfall, and is directly below Ryan. At any point you can always reference that. So take a peek around all of the outside. Basically the only thing I don't see that we have on the outside ring is what the central pressure is, which we did dip down all the way to 901 millibars, and we'll reference the latest National Hurricane Center discussion whenever those come out for the latest pressure reading. So that number will be pretty static until we start to feel the effects of friction, not just when the eye is directly over the land, but once it starts approaching it too, we'll already start to reach that frictional component, meaning to rip apart to that perfect heat engine, which is what the hurricane really is in general. So I'll start documenting some chat questions that are particularly useful for me to answer, and I'll check back in.
Thank you so much. Meteorologist Andy Hill is with us now at the desk, and we'll be checking in with him very often as we approach landfall. Once again, you'll be able to see that at all times down here. This is when we estimate landfall will happen. As we get really close, especially whenever it's down to the minute, I wouldn't pay too much attention to this number, but this is a good estimate as to where we are. About 2 hours away from landfall is what it seems like. Also, if we get an update from the National Hurricane Center and they update the winds, that will change down there as well. You can see C5, 175 miles per hour. That's the official advisory numbers from the National Hurricane Center. So right now we're waiting on this plane to get in there. It's moving fast. I mean, it's definitely making it's covered some ground since we last checked in on it, but it's probably going to make it to the hurricane's eye right around the time it makes landfall. Well, when you say landfall, is that when the eye hits or what? Yeah, so landfall is when the middle of the eye, well, crosses over onto land. So really the outer core of the storm has already made landfall in western portions of Cuba. The storm is definitely hitting, Jamaica. The storm is definitely hitting Jamaica right now, but we don't document landfall until the eye has crossed over. Still a perfectly circular eye, by the way, which is incredible. The fact that it's still this organized and it's still this strong and it's been interacting with the island for as long as it has is pretty impressive. A lot of times storms will fall apart even with just this much interaction with land. And while I do believe the storm is weakening to a degree, it's certainly not falling apart. How do you make the satellite image animate? If you're in the WeatherWise app, go down to the bottom left. If you're on like a computer, it'll be on the bottom left. If you're on the phone, it'll just be at the bottom, and you'll have controls down here. And you just hit the play button, and it'll animate. You can also select different things. I think you might start off with something that looks like this. If you want the infrared, go to shortwave window band, infrared long wave window band 13. 13 or 14. And then that'll make it look like what I've got here. And then you just hit that play button and it'll animate. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, you explained landfall, so I've got someone asking what eyewall replacement plus what a merger eyewall replacement would be. There is a study on the most upper echelon hurricanes that involves the merging of eye walls. And this simply, you can think of it as when Ryan explained earlier, if you were here, said the secondary eye wall forms and encloses and chokes off the first one and then becomes the new one. As a result, we have a much larger eye after that process is completed, which expands the storm surge outward and the wind field outward quite a large amount. When we get a merge eye wall event, then what we see is the second eye wall does not end up completely connecting like an entire ring. It's broken at some point, and that allows the inner eye wall at its strength to essentially suck in the outer eye wall, not all at the same time, which means it doesn't get choked off and broken down. So it's kind of like not an eye wall replacement, essentially, when it merges that secondary outer eye wall with the inner one. I know, I'm speaking jargon right now, but that's just something the storm has done, possibly has done, according to some research that has begun into this since Hurricane Irma in 2017. So that's a look into that. Someone asked about the width of the eye. It's currently 10 nautical miles. I know we're just throwing out units everywhere just to make it more confusing, right? Well, a nautical mile is 1.15 miles, so it's roughly 11.5 miles wide per the latest National Hurricane Center outlook. So that is that answer.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, keep those questions coming. Andy's going to do his best to answer as many as possible. Andy is incredibly knowledgeable here, so take advantage of this. Seriously. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a significant situation unfolding here. We're about to experience landfall from Hurricane Melissa, Category 5. You can keep up with when we think it's going to make landfall down here with this live countdown. Also, since I'm already pointing down here, this right here, WeatherWise, that's the app that I'm using to view satellite and view these cameras. If you want to do that yourself, you can download the app for free. What else here? So we're about 2 hours away from landfall. Hurricane Melissa's packing 175 mile per hour sustained winds and gusts over 200 miles per hour. It's about 90 or 80 miles or so south and west of Kingston right now. Most of our cameras that we're watching are in Kingston. All right, so I've got a bunch of cameras pulled up here, and we're going to try to keep up with all of them. But most of these are in Kingston. This one's not in Kingston. It's a little bit close to Kingston, though. And something to note about this is that while the winds will get stronger, and let's say that for whatever reason we keep power today and we can watch these cameras all day, the winds are probably not going to be as strong in Kingston as they are going to be in the western side of Jamaica. So what's happening right now in western Jamaica is likely way more intense than what we're seeing in Kingston. And even as things get more intense in Kingston, that's not going to be the true core of the storm. So thankfully, one of the more populated areas of Jamaica is going to get missed by the strongest winds. But we still think there's a significant storm surge risk in the Kingston area, and also obviously a significant rainfall and flash flooding risk, which we can see unfolding here at the historic Flat Bridge, which is completely covered now. I don't know if you guys were watching yesterday, but this was a small little stream with several feet below the bridge visible. Now it's completely covered up, and we've got significant debris flowing down this waterway now too, which continues to increase as the water gets higher and as more rainfall comes. So if we can keep this through the duration of the storm, it's honestly incredible what this is going to look like at the peak flow rate. I don't know what it's going to look like, but the heaviest rain certainly hasn't fallen yet in the tributaries of this stream. So that'll be interesting to see as we get closer. But yeah, we're still rocking several live feeds. If you hear wind in the background, that's just the cameras. So I'm leaving that on just as like a cue to go back and check on these cameras, because sometimes we get locked in to the satellite imagery. Which is, it makes sense because the satellite imagery is plumb wild. We don't it's not very common that you see satellite imagery like this anywhere on Earth. We talked yesterday about how the strongest cyclones usually are in the Pacific Ocean. 9 times out of 10, the strongest storm of the year is a typhoon. But honestly, some of the storms this year in the Atlantic Ocean have resembled Pacific storms, and this storm right here is going to be likely the strongest storm of the year. And it does look like, especially at its peak, it looked like on satellite what we would normally see in a significant super typhoon in the Pacific Ocean, which is crazy. The Atlantic Ocean, we get plenty of hurricanes out here, but they usually don't get as strong as this one. So it's very rare storm that we're dealing with here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I've got a couple more questions here. First one is, will it stall? Answer is no. It's accelerating right now, so it'll continue to move faster and faster, and that's because it's finally feeling the influence of the trough that's over the southeast states right now and right into the Gulf there. So that has begun to impart its influence on the storm and is bringing it up north. There's a very high confidence on the track it takes due to that trough being such a large-scale feature. It's, no doubt got this wind field that's very well predictable. It's hard to mess up that large of a feature with the models that we have. So it's got a very clear path forward, essentially. The cone of uncertainty is very likely to be followed from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the case on will it stall. I might be coming through on feedback on your mic, Ryan. Just we'll see if chat picks up on that, but I'll keep going for now. The next question was, do the tides matter? And they do, because I looked it up, in Kingston Bay, the difference between low and high tide is about 3 feet. Yeah, it is funky. I knew it. All right, I'll fix that before I go on.
Okay. Well, is that on? So it's come through my mic? Gotcha. All right. Audio. Open threshold. Try now.
All right, how does this sound, guys? Looks like I'm lighting you up a little bit, so I'm not sure.
I think we're good now. On OBS I've changed the threshold, so.
Okay, it sounds like, yeah, I see the chat responding now. I love the delay, but give me a little bit of a second to collect myself. Yeah, thank you guys, by the way, thank you. So the next question is, do the tides matter? A lot of the case is that we're actually going to be at a low tide, relatively low tide, and when Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica. So some cases on the Jamaican coast, tides will vary only by a foot, such as on the northern side of Montego Bay. And on the southern side in Kingston Bay, we could have a variance in the tide of about 3 feet between low and high tide. So when you have a Category 5 hurricane, you can get storm surge above 15 feet easily. So you can think of the tide as being 10 to 20% of the difference, and that can make a significant difference depending on how far inland those tide waters would go in the form of storm surge. So low tide may be a little bit of a blessing here, but again, it doesn't solve anything that we could possibly ascertain from our positions here. So that's the way to think about tides in this case. A lot of people ask the more basic question, what is the darker red to black colors on the radar here? This is actually the satellite, so not quite radar. And those are the cloud top temperatures that you're looking at. The darker the color is on our scale, which is underneath the words IR satellite in the top right, you can see it go all the way to the right. Once we get into those white colors at the end, we have very, very, very tall clouds where that's occurring. So those are the strongest storms that are punching updrafts the highest, and the tops of those storms will be overshooting tops. They look like the popcorn shape. So that's the case on the black on satellite. That's what that is. It's referring to infrared readings of our cloud tops. The last thing I want to talk about is the Kingston winds. Somebody asked how bad the winds will be in Kingston. You guys are going to be probably outside of the hurricane force wind field for just about the entire time that this passes over Jamaica, according to the National Hurricane Center, because the hurricane force winds are still compact. They're about 50 or 60 miles wide in diameter. So if it makes landfall on the west end of the island nation, Kingston will be on the east end, and it's over a couple 100 miles long. Thus, you will see maybe some hurricane force wind gusts that only happen over 2, 3, 5 second period, but not necessarily the sustained winds, and that's a problem. That's specifically a problem, and we talked about this yesterday a couple times, because people in Jamaica who don't necessarily stare at hurricanes for a living like we do, and for a hobbyist's sake, or for information's sake, no matter what you guys are here for, they're going to think the winds are the bad thing. You guys probably think the winds are the bad thing. All of you probably think the winds are worse than the flooding, even though we've told you repeatedly it's the flooding that is the concern. So the problem with Kingston getting, not as much of those winds, not seeing the roofs rip off their houses, the neighbors' houses at any given moment, right? They're going to be like, oh, well, this is nowhere as bad as social media has been saying it would be, right? And they might put themselves back in a vulnerable spot, because they're like, okay, the winds aren't going to be that bad, therefore I can go back. And going back might mean going back to a place that would be, much more impacted than wherever the shelter was they were staying. And I don't know if we can reach that mentality of those people. Definitely not in this case where we only have a few hours left, right? And the island is losing power to some places. It'll be harder to reach these people, right? But before, we definitely said the same thing, and now it is a lesson to learn from. If these people do go back, the flooding will accumulate passively, and that is the problem, because they've put themselves back in a vulnerable spot potentially. And once the flooding happens over time, the decision is, do we go, do we not go? And a lot of people want to defend their home ground. So it's a bad case that they have been prepped so much with social media. The storm has meandered so slowly in the absence of steering winds for so long that they have gathered this intel and think that it's going to be a catastrophic 150-mile-hour winds in Kingston, which is just not going to be the case necessarily. So I am worried about that, and that's why I bring that up. Thanks for asking about the Kingston winds.
Thank you, Andy. And I think I figured out the problem there. Andy is on the same audio source as the wind sound, and we're ducking that to my voice. So whenever I made a sound, it was ducking Andy to where you couldn't hear him. So I've just got to move him onto a different source. For this stream, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute my mic whenever he's talking. Simple fix. All right. So, sorry I change everything between every stream. Like at one of these days, I promise that we're going to have everything figured out, and we'll just keep it the same forever. So one of these days. I don't know which day, but it'll be one of them. All right, so if you are just now tuning in, once again, we're doing hurricane coverage here with Hurricane Melissa. Here is our recon flight. Air Force flight is getting ready to go into the hurricane. It's going to try to get in there before landfall. And the reason why it's kind of important that it gets in there before landfall for data purposes is because, it will, so it's already weakening. It's already, having a lot of friction with Jamaica, and that's causing the storm to weaken. But especially once it makes landfall, it's going to weaken much faster. We would like to know how strong it is right before landfall, just simply for documentation purposes. I think we missed out on the storm's peak, but even right now, I think that it would be really nice to know what's going on in the middle of that storm as far as the central pressure and the wind speeds and the eye wall and stuff, because as soon as it makes landfall, that stuff's going to start rocketing down in the weaker sense as time goes on. But even though we are talking about it weakening, it's still going to be a Category 4 by the time it gets to Cuba, Category 2 by the time it gets to the Bahamas. So we're going to continue to track this past Jamaica, but just know that Jamaica is definitely going to be the place that receives the worst of this storm. Yeah, Prism, I figured that out. So, I'm just going to mute myself while he talks, and I think that'll fix it for this stream. And the next stream, I'm going to have everything on its own audio source. Y'all buy the wind sounds, scanners, Andy, and then we won't have that problem anymore. Are y'all doing anything for recovery efforts, Ryan? As of right now, we don't know. So that's going to be something that we meet about after the damage is assessed and after we're able to talk to people who might need our help. So we don't deploy, we don't go do things without talking to emergency managers or local officials first. We have that down to a science in the United States. We know all the emergency managers. We are friends with a lot of other organizations that respond similarly in the United States, and we know how that works. We've never done anything outside of the United States, so this might be an opportunity for us to kind of observe and learn so that we can do it next time, or we might try to jump right in there and do something. Either way, we're not fundraising right now because I don't know for sure, and I don't want to raise a bunch of money here and us not go. So probably something that we should do is figure out a nice way to funnel donations in there, because I know a lot of you want to donate and you want to help, and it's easy to just go to the Y'all Squad and do that. So just give me some time and I'll give you some solid information there about what to do for that. Right now, let's just focus on landfall and the information that's coming from these planes and the cameras and stuff. Let's go cycle through the cameras once again. Flatbridge is completely covered up. I'm kind of keeping an eye on this sign, right? So to gauge how much deeper, I guess, the water's getting, I'm watching the sign. So if the water level starts approaching the bottom of that sign, we'll know that it's gone up another foot or two. There's also a person down here observing the water. You see them on the bottom right? 2 people. Here's another view of the stoplight cam. Things in downtown Kingston, once again, don't look too bad right now. The one area where things are probably pretty bad right now is going to be the hold on. The western side of Jamaica, and we have got no cameras over there. No cameras. Power's definitely off over there around Alligator Pond. We did have a camera down here in Little London, and the power's off there. Right now, they're getting hit by some very strong winds, some very heavy rain. Power's out likely on the entire western side. Montego Bay, Alligator Pond, Mandeville. All these places are likely without power right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, a couple questions. First one is, what side of the eye wall will be the most intense? And that actually just depends on where the most rigorous precipitation is, just where it's heaviest. If the eastern side of the eye wall actually has a lot of heavy precipitation upon landfall, which has not been the case for a few times, like Ian is one of the reminiscent ones. If the eastern one does, though, then we have the rotating part of the cyclone, which is rotating counterclockwise, and thus the translational speed forward as it moves into the island, which is 6 or 7 miles per hour, as you said, with the rotational speed. Those things are added together; they're combined on the eastern side. So, in a perfect vacuum, technically, the eastern side would would have the potential to be about 5 miles per hour stronger in terms of winds and wind gusts, just due to that factor. But the west side of the eye wall can appear to be stronger than the east if all of the heavier rain is concentrated over there, or even the back side of the eye wall versus the front. All sorts of different things here can lead to the eye wall, some part of the eye wall seeming the strongest. And that's particularly because the wind speeds in a hurricane they drop off just a little bit as you get right to the surface. So basically, right as you go above the surface, the winds increase sometimes pretty dramatically. 10 or 20% is something I've seen with Melissa in this case. And thus, when you have a bunch of heavy rain, all of that heavy rain falling at once is going to tug those winds toward the surface. So you get that mixing of those stronger winds down to the ground. And that can lead to the stronger eye wall circumstances you've seen storm chasers have in the past. And that's why, the west side of Ian was stronger than the east. And maybe we've seen the back side of the eye be stronger than the front side for some of those chases as well, that they've gone through the eye itself. It's just due to where the heaviest precipitation is dragging some of those winds down. Now, that's not going to be the case in the highlands of Jamaica and the hills where they go up 1,000 or 2,000 feet in the center of the country, because, you're basically slicing off that portion near the surface where those winds do decrease a bit. And the strongest winds are just slamming into the windward side of those hills as the hurricane approaches, as the eye wall comes on shore. We'll see that in a couple of hours, unfortunately. So that's the answer for what part of the eye wall is the strongest. You're muted for now, Ryan.
That's going to be something that will happen a couple times. Just to give you guys a heads up, for some reason I never remember to unmute myself. Anyways, what I was saying is the Little London camera is working, okay? And it's actually kind of deceiving looking at satellite to try to gauge how intense the weather might be there. Because we don't have radar, right? We don't have the actual radar to gauge what's going on here, at least not high quality radar. And what's going on with the satellite, the cool cloud tops here, is not necessarily exactly the same thing as what's going on the surface in terms of the rate of precipitation and stuff like that. So what this tells me is that the fact that this is what it looks like in Little London right now, the hurricane force winds are even tighter, more tightly packed around the eye than I initially thought. And everything is happening right inside of this area. Not everything, but the vast majority of the strongest winds are happening inside of that area, especially on this side. And that's where we're going to have the biggest impact, specifically around Alligator Pond. Within the next hour and 47 minutes, that's when we think landfall is going to happen. But the winds are definitely going to pick up here in Little London and areas in western Jamaica over the next couple of hours. And it's actually remarkable that it's not more intense than it is yet, but it's going to happen very quickly whenever these winds do pick up. And then I say very quickly, but it's not because the storm's moving quickly. It's because the gradient of not very strong winds to very strong winds is just very sharp. And what's unfortunate is because the storm isn't moving very quickly, once those really strong winds start, they're not going to go away anytime soon. So that is going to be an unfortunate situation for our friends in the western side of Jamaica. The storm is getting very close now. Once again, the countdown here, about an hour and 47 minutes out from landfall. It could even be sooner than that. It just depends on if this thing keeps moving about as fast as it is right now. We got a second plane in the air now. Okay, so we've got two hurricane reconnaissance missions going on. This one right here is closest. I'd say it's about an hour away from getting in there. So, it's possible. I guess it's possible that this could make a pass before official landfall. So we'll keep tracking it as it gets closer. No sign of significant weakening, that's for sure. Technically, on a millibar by millibar, standpoint, it is likely weakening. But as far as the people are concerned in Jamaica, no, it's not weakening at all by any meaningful metric. Yeah, Renee, it will. Category 5. Still Category 5, and it will be a Category 5 when it makes landfall. Should get an updated advisory from the National Hurricane Center in about 30 minutes. Is he going to hit Florida? Nope, not going to hit Florida. This is a very unique and rare storm. Like one of the first things that I see a lot of people say when they enter the chat, I get a glimpse of the chat here every once in a while. And it is a very common sentiment that, like, hey, doesn't Jamaica get this stuff all the time? And while tropical systems and hurricanes are certainly not uncommon in Jamaica, tropical systems of this caliber are. Tropical systems of this caliber are uncommon anywhere on Earth. Okay? So, this is definitely going to be the strongest storm that has hit Jamaica in our lifetimes in recorded history. Yeah, I'll keep the Little London camera up now that I know that it's there. I'll pull it up here, and you guys just remind me, and I'll cycle through them. Little London, Little London. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's what it looks like right now. And the center of the storm is honestly not too far away from this right now. So I'll keep that there. Here's the flat bridge. Water continues to rise. It's getting closer to that sign over there. Here's Kingston. Another view from Kingston. There's Little London. Did I already have it pulled up? Okay, yeah, Little London. This is on the western side of Jamaica. This is the harbor at Kingston. This is another one from near Kingston, and then here's another one from Kingston. And here's a multi-view. When will the worst of the storm be? So it's honestly between right now and, over the next 12 hours or so. It's going to be moving pretty slow. So all day today, it's going to be bad in Jamaica. How big is Jamaica? It's about the size of Connecticut. If you know how big Connecticut is, it's about half. I don't know. It's not very big. About 4,000 square miles. I don't know how else to explain how big it is. It's about as big as Connecticut. Yep, it's moving. It is officially moving up towards Jamaica now. Once again, guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're going to be here for doing wall-to-wall coverage on this landfall for a significant period of time, however long it's needed, really. So if you want to help us get the word out there, share us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all that good stuff. Let it get the link out there. And also, if you want to, click the like button here on YouTube, and that'll put us out there in the algorithm. And YouTube will do the hard work for us and hopefully put us in front of the right people. There are people out there that would benefit from the information that we're relaying for free here and may not have an otherwise suitable source to get it from. That's why we do what we do. Plane is getting closer. And yeah, there is another plane in the air. One just took off from Florida too. So we've got 2 hurricane recon missions going on. Again, back to back here. I do think that the Air Force plane will make it to the storm first, and then this NOAA plane will get there right afterwards. It's going to go over Cuba. The one that just took off is Kermit. So how's the hurricane looking? I mean, it kind of speaks for itself here on satellite. It looks pretty intense. This is the latest satellite imagery from the WeatherWise app. It's getting very close to land. No signs of weakening. It's going to make landfall here very soon as a devastating Category 5 hurricane with 175 mile per hour winds, 13-foot storm surge, 215 mile per hour gusts. Once again, there's the countdown. 1 hour, 37 minutes approximately when we think it's going to make landfall. It is a small storm. And we talked yesterday, a lot of people think that bigger storms are automatically stronger, and that's not always true. Very compact. Will the Florida plane get there in time? Probably not. I mean, we'll see. This one's the Air Force plane is getting pretty close. But the storm also it's getting faster. So even though it's still slow, it is accelerating as it approaches Jamaica. So the Air Force plane's kind of chasing it. The NOAA plane is going towards it as it approaches it. So it's a race against the clock here, but we'll see. One thing that we haven't done, share this. Give me just a second. Good morning, Donna. Yeah, we started early. We've been on the air already for 2 hours. I was here at 6 a.m. We're a little bit before 6 a.m. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. This is one of the most interesting questions to me because a lot of people ask about storm surge. And when you look this up for information about storm surge on Melissa, you can't find really anything, which is kind of alarming. I don't understand why that is. So I've compiled some stuff to, essentially model what would happen here from the National Hurricane Center's Beta Storm Surge Scenarios viewer. Assuming everything is the worst from a Category 5 hurricane, which is not going to be the case for every single part of the island, nor will it necessarily account for the east versus west side of the eye wall. But the areas the good news is that I think part of the reason why we don't see this emphasis on storm surge as much is that there's only a few areas that are going to experience very bad storm surge due to the way the island is along much of the coast. It raises up immediately. There might even be some cliff sides, but it does. We do have elevation along the coastline pretty consistently. So the worst of the storm surge areas that could happen here are where the wastewater treatment plant is to the west of most of the residential area of Kingston. So we have that area. There's also a part on the west side of Ridley's Bay near Hunter's Village, Mitchelltown, Freetown, all the way down there, isolated to the coast, all along Ridley's Bay. Basically, just a little bit of the coast, maybe about a mile inland, would see the worst storm surge effects. And then another area near Black River. We have the low-lying river as it comes inland from the ocean there, and or the Caribbean Sea rather, and a lot of the areas surrounding the river and its little outlets and streams will experience storm surge in the worst case. And that one is one of the more likely circumstances, since Black River, Jamaica, is pretty close to where we expect landfall to occur. So I think that the surrounding communities of Black River and where the river is lowest will see a lot of storm surge in this case, and those are pretty much the worst impacts we can expect, with some more of the mid-range to lower-range impacts near the wastewater treatment plant of Kingston and along the coast of Ridley's Bay.
Right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, who is watching.
Unmute.
I got it this time. I got it.
Good.
He's watching the chat and watching the satellite and everything here with us today. Once again, we've been on the air for about 2 hours now. It's currently 7:48 local here on the east coast of the United States. It's October 25th. And we are about 1 hour and 30 minutes away from landfall. And it looks like the vast majority of the really bad impacts from the storm are going to be happening at landfall. A lot of times the wind field around such a strong hurricane will be much larger than this one, but it's very compact with this, which means that there's going to be specifically with the winds, there's going to be a very sharp corridor here on the western side of Jamaica that gets those potentially over 200 mile per hour wind gusts, and it's going to be unfortunate to hear what that means for the people down there and what kind of reports start coming in. We're already seeing some pretty bad flooding as a result of the rain. Once again, we do believe that it is possible that we could see up to 40 inches of rain in some places. And we've already seen 10 inches of rain in several parts of the island. And that's already led to some significant flooding. I don't even think that the tributaries for this particular stream, river, whatever you want to call it, have seen that much rain yet. And the fact that we could double that means that things are going to get pretty serious here in Jamaica. This is the Flat Bridge. Once again, if you were watching yesterday, you saw us, look at this, and it was a bridge. It was a little stream with a bridge, several feet of clearance between the water and the bridge. Now it's completely covered up, and we've got large pieces of debris floating over it as the storm continues to dump an intense amount of rain over Jamaica. And once again, it's currently not even raining, I don't think, at this specific location. So as the storm goes over Jamaica, and even after it gets past Jamaica, once the center of the storm is north of Jamaica on the southeastern side, it's going to continue to pull up those rain bands and train downpours over this area and lead to more significant flooding problems and landslide problems as we go through tonight. Yeah, all this flows to the ocean, and the ocean is pushing back and with storm surge, so unfortunate combination of events there. Yeah, we had a big blockage with the debris here. That's been pushed out. So the water's definitely still rising, and it's flowing with more intensity. Oh, did I say October 25th? I saw 25 because it's 2025. And I got a great amount of sleep last night, 3 full hours, so I don't think it's fair to say that I'm tired. The bridge is working as intended. That's right. Yeah, the flat bridge is flat for this very reason, and it's low to the ground for this very reason. They want the water to go over it. I don't think there's a good chance that this waterway will exceed the level that it's ever been before while the bridge has been there during this storm. So we'll see how it handles that. The second plane is hauling. How fast is it going? Yeah, 433 miles per hour. So NOAA 2, Kermit, is going 433 miles per hour ground speed to try to get to the storm in time. It's just now coming off the coast of Florida. It's going to cross over Cuba. The other plane, the Air Force plane, is getting awfully close. We don't have a live position on it right now, but it's getting close. It's already recorded a 1,003 millibar pressure, a wind speed of 40 miles per hour. So we'll see what it gets as it gets closer to the core of the storm there. The storm is getting awfully close to Jamaica. We are, once again, just under an hour and a half from landfall, approximately. Yeah, we'll just keep both planes in view here as we await the next data points. Y'allbot needs to get on them trolls. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm looking at Y'allbot, what Y'allbot wants to say right now, and I've got 27 roasts. We're not going to play them because we could sit here all day and listen to Y'allbot yap, but apparently Y'allbot is not happy with what's going on in the chat right now, whatever it is. There is, you know what? I've got to get a Diet Coke. There is one just traditional question that it wants to answer. So I'm going to let that roll while I go get another beverage.
Great question from chat about the eye wall getting bigger. Super observant. You're likely seeing what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. Intense hurricanes do this sometimes. A new outer eye wall forms and basically strangles the old inner one. The storm can weaken for a bit during the process, but once that new, bigger eye wall tightens up, the storm often comes back with a vengeance and with a much larger wind field. Kinda like a snake shedding its skin to get bigger. Wild stuff. Okay, Ryan, the situation is serious. My weather intensity score is a very high 83, and it's staying right there. The entire board is dominated by catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, which is making landfall on Jamaica as we speak with 175 mile-per-hour winds. It's an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Back in the U.S., we have a marginal severe risk for southeast Texas, a brand new flash flood warning in Haskell County, Oklahoma, and widespread freeze warnings across the plains as a major cold front dives south. It's an intensely active map this morning.
Sweet. Thank you, Y'allbot. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm looking at a question about the storm surge expected on the northern side of the island, something that not many people are talking about or thinking about. What will that be like? What will the timeline be like for the northern side? And point being is it's actually sort of difficult, and I'll have to redo a few models here using the National Hurricane Center's storm surge model. But the way that the storm surge will happen to any vulnerable areas of the coastline that are more flat and come out to a beach rather than sort of a cliffside on that north side of the island would be basically right now would be minor storm surge on the northeastern and north central part of Jamaica because winds flow into the low pressure. So right now they're coming onshore on the north side of the island, meaning they're kind of bringing the mass of water toward the shore. That will be relatively minor since the hurricane is, kind of close or far away from the north side of the island for the time being. So the winds aren't quite as strong, but they are the tropical force storm winds. As the hurricane goes over the island, the north side, from basically the eastern half of the island, the north side will always have offshore winds. The winds are blowing toward the ocean and keeping all of that water from piling up against the coast. But specifically on the northwest side of the island, such as Montego Bay, or is it Montego Bay? Let me check that real quick. Montego Bay. That area will have onshore flow because winds will be flowing counterclockwise into the center of the hurricane. And at that point, near Montego Bay, we will have those northerly winds, northwesterly winds that will funnel into the bay potentially for a little while the hurricane passes over and then goes offshore on the north side of the island. So storm surge will be a problem on the north side of the island, especially the northwest side of the island, as the hurricane passes over the island. To any low-lying areas, any exposed areas that are known about on that side of the island. And I can get some specifics there if it is a little bit more widespread than I think.
Awesome. Unmuted. Thank you, Andy. There's lots of questions coming into the chat. Keep them coming. We're monitoring the chat, and we'll try to answer as many as possible. We've got lots of people pouring in, new people. Just want to start it off with all the basics. Category 5, Hurricane Melissa, still Category 5. It has not made landfall yet. This countdown right here is an estimate. It's probably a little bit too fast, but it's based off of the National Hurricane Center's advisory, which we're about to get a new one. So if as they update their forecast, that'll update too. So if it needs to be a little bit longer, it'll get pushed back automatically here in the next little bit. But in about an hour and a half, maybe 2.5 hours, somewhere in there, we're going to have landfall. And that's when we expect to see catastrophic impacts in Jamaica. 175 mile per hour winds, and it is the strongest storm to hit the island in its recorded history. In fact, speaking of recorded history, we're looking at this camera right here where there's a historic bridge, the flat bridge. It's been there since the 1700s. That's covered with water right now. Since that bridge was built, it's likely that a storm of this magnitude has never hit the area. So it's pretty crazy what we're experiencing. Landfall is expected today. It's going to cross from the southwest side up through the northwest side of Jamaica, specifically hitting Alligator Pond, Montego Bay, and places like that. Savanna-la-Mar, Albertown, Falmouth, all these places are in the direct path of some of the strongest impacts. We've got 2 hurricane reconnaissance planes in the air right now. You can track them in real time here. I'm going to keep them on the screen. This is a NOAA plane right here, nicknamed Kermit, and this is an Air Force plane. The Air Force plane, the green one's going to make it into the storm first. It's literally going to fly into the hurricane, and it's going to tell us exactly how low the pressure is and how strong the winds are at flight level and around the center of the storm. A couple hours ago, we probably had one of the top 5 strongest storms in Atlantic history as far as central pressure goes. But I don't think that there's a chance that when the plane finally makes it to the storm that we don't have that low of a central pressure anymore because the storm is technically weakening a little bit as it approaches Jamaica. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, the storm certainly still looks very healthy. The eye still looks very well dry. So we'll see. And the plane's going to tell us what we need to know. Regardless of the numbers that come in, the millibars, the miles per hour, if it's 180, 190 miles per hour, it doesn't matter to the people down there on the ground. It's going to be just as devastating, right? So the fact of the matter is the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica, as far as we know, is about to hit. We just got an update on the positions of our planes there. They are getting closer. So rainfall could be up to 30 to 40 inches in some of these areas. We're already seeing some flooding. You can see that on the camera that we've got pulled up there. and more rain's going to continue to fall even after landfall, especially on the eastern side of Jamaica, which is actually where we have the biggest problems with landslides. The eastern side of Jamaica, right around Kingston, that's where most of the susceptible areas for landslides are, and that's where rain's going to continue to fall throughout the day today, even after landfall. So we're going to have big time problems with that around Kingston. That's probably going to be the biggest problems that we have in Kingston, because the winds around the eye are actually pretty compact. We're not seeing these hurricane force winds spread very far away from the center of the storm. So it's possible that Kingston sees not too much in the way of damaging winds today, but still has significant flooding problems, especially once you get towards the edges of the area where those larger mountainous places are, and we start having water flow down these tributaries into eventually the ocean, which it'll get backed up against, because we're expecting a 9 to 13 foot storm surge as well. So it is going to be an interesting situation over the next several hours in Jamaica. Slow storms are always bad storms. They're always worse than the fast-moving ones. It's got more time for destructive conditions to build, more time for damaging winds to cause damage, more time for flooding, landslides, the whole nine. This is a very slow-moving storm. It's moving probably at this point still less than 10 miles per hour. At one point, it was moving 0 miles per hour and to 2 miles per hour, and now it's speeding up a little bit. So one of the things that we're going to look for as well after the storm hits is a significant loss of utilities across the island that will. Who knows how long it'll take for them to come back. So that's something else that we'll try to report on. Once we learn about the extent of the damage, we'll start making estimates about how long it'll take to recover, which it could be a long time. Like, one of the things that all of the discussions mention is communities being isolated after the storm. It's very possible that there are groups of people that live out here that will not have contact with emergency officials or the outside world at all for an extended period of time after the storm hits. Let's cycle through the cameras. Here's Flatbridge. Water's still rising out there. The heaviest rain is still on the way. Here's Jamaica, or Kingston. Honestly, doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that bad in Kingston right now. Thankfully, the streets are empty. I mean, it's a ghost town out there. People are definitely hunkered down, except for this guy. This guy looks like he's prepared, though. This is Little London, which it looks like this one might have went down. Like I said, this one's going to be intermittent, and this will be the first place that takes on significant damage, at least that we can see, at least that we have a camera for. I'm surprised that it is working. There we go. We just got another update from it. So we'll see how long this camera holds on, but this is where some of the really strong winds will hit first, at least in the areas where we have cameras. Here's the harbor at Kingston. And here's another view of Kingston. And here's another view. And here's a nice multi-view that we'll try to keep up as much as possible. And let's see here. Let's go back to the WeatherWise app. All of these cameras, by the way, if you want to view them yourselves and you want to look at the satellite on your own phone, on your own computer, you can get the WeatherWise app. There's a link in the description, and it's free. Just click the little cameras here, and they'll pop up for you. After the storm hits Jamaica, it is going to continue up towards Cuba, and it is going to hit Cuba near Guantanamo as a Category 4. Beyond that, it'll weaken some more. It'll hit the Bahamas, specifically Crooked Island, as about a Category 2. And then it'll go up towards Bermuda about 3 days from now as a Category 1. So it's going to weaken pretty quickly after it gets past Cuba, which means that the impacts to the east coast of the United States will probably be less than some of these other very strong storms that we've had out in the Atlantic, but it'll still cause some rip currents and some swells. So that's pretty much the gist. The plane that we're waiting on getting data from is getting much closer. So that's kind of like the next thing that we're going to be waiting for here. Let me pull up the cone. Yeah, so the way that our landfall countdown works is it takes the current speed of the storm and this track point, and it estimates the landfall of like based off of that. So if we get a new, is this the new one? Is this the 8 a.m. cone here? If we get a new one, that calculation should update if it needs to be updated. But the thing is like just know that this is an estimate, right? That could be fast. We might be closer to 2 hours away from landfall. Kat says, thanks so much to you and Andy for this impressive and professional international coverage. Well, Kat, thank you for the very kind words. This is our first time doing anything outside of the United States, covering anything like this. So, a little different, but we're glad to be here for y'all. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're getting up there. We've got about 35,000 people watching. If you want to slap that like button here on YouTube, you might help us get in front of some people who need the information and don't know about us. So consider hitting the like button or sharing us out there on social media. Any storm chasers there? Hardly any. There's a couple. I'm in contact with all of them. None of them are transmitting a live stream. For the most part, at least as far as I know. Some of them are sending video clips, and we'll try to show some of those as they come in. Thank you, Jackson. And thanks, Anders, for being a member for 44 months from Stockholm, Sweden. Huge shout out to Anders. Buto says, I sent this to my coworker. She has family in nursing homes over there. I pray for the health and safety of everyone. Buto, thanks for the support, and hopefully everybody's okay over there. Once again, we're doing everything we can to relay information as it comes in. So far, not a lot of news out of Jamaica. It's kind of just like the very eerie calm before the storm in most of these areas. I think we're probably starting to see some significant impacts in extreme southwestern portions of Jamaica, but we're not hearing anything out of there just yet. Melissa is likely to be the strongest hurricane ever recorded and make landfall in Jamaica. The camera in Maypen keeps cutting out. Yeah, that one's been out for a while. The plane is getting closer. Yep, we are probably less than an hour now from the plane getting in there. Maybe even less time than that. It's very close now. It did just record a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust way out here outside of the storm. The next reading that we get will probably be something a little bit more intense, probably 70, 80 miles per hour, and then we'll get something from the eye, which the eye still looks so good, by the way. Like there's no sign of weakening here. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is not weakening on her final approach to Jamaica, y'all. We've got extreme winds of 175 miles per hour and just a absolutely astonishing low pressure of 901 millibars. It's the strongest. It's one of the strongest storms in Atlantic history. Certainly, if it makes landfall around 900 millibars, it'll be one of the strongest landfalling storms ever. After Jamaica, this is going to go towards Cuba. Yep, we expect it to make landfall west of Guantanamo as a Category 4. Is this the first flight of the morning? Yeah, so after the flights last night, we ended the stream. There haven't been any more flights through the eye until now. This is brand new. Latest information. Nikki, thanks for becoming a member. $800s. It's possible that it's in the 800s. Definitely. How big is the eye? About 10, 15 miles. 11, 12, somewhere in there. In diameter. I've seen this guy in several of these cameras. I don't know what he's doing, but he's making his way around Kingston. It looks like the little London camera might be down now, maybe. It might come back again here. Harbor camera still going, still good. And yeah, I mean, you still got people walking around out here, and in Kingston, once again, I don't think we'll see as many problems with wind, but it's still going to be a very, very impactful storm over here. The worst of the storm is probably a couple hours away. Marky, thanks for becoming a member. And Anthony, shout out to you for the 5 gifted. Ryan, can you explain yesterday why the pilots had to abort their flights through the hurricane, but now they're able to fly through it? So it's really up to the pilot, right? There's not like a certain level of intensity that the storm has to be. It's not like they turned around because the storm was too strong specifically. It was something about their approach and the specific part of the storm that they were going in, and just something happened that made the pilot want to abort the mission. Sometimes they'll go through a very, very strong storm and that doesn't happen. Sometimes it's not as strong and it does happen. It's a case by case thing. The pilots can handle a lot. So whatever it was, the turbulence level, whatever it was obviously pretty bad. Looks like Jamaica is still there. Yes, Jamaica is definitely still there. The strongest part of the storm has not made it to Jamaica yet. It's getting there. It's getting there, especially right here where it's going to make landfall. Conditions are definitely deteriorating there. The strongest winds are locked in to a tight area right around the core. So it is a special plane, but it's not like it's just it is a plane. All right, we just got an update from the plane. The live location here now puts it right at the edge of the storm, so we'll start getting some interesting readings now from the sensors as far as the winds go. We're probably still 15 to 30 minutes away from having anything from the eye. Yeah, the planes they're rugged planes, but they're not invulnerable. They're not anything. It's not like they're using some sort of special technology that allows them to be hurricane proof. You know what I mean? Like, it's a dangerous thing. Stuff could go wrong. The planes get flung up and down hundreds of feet. You got to have a great stomach to be in there. But there's just some really brave people who love doing it that allow us to get the data that we need. Is Y'allbot going to show up today? Yeah, Y'allbot's here right now.
All right, Ryan, quick update from the chat. Folks are really focused.
I guess not, actually. Oh, there we go.
All right, Ryan, quick update from the chat for you. Everyone is absolutely buzzing about that Hurricane Hunter plane, with tons of questions about why it had to abort its mission and how intense the turbulence must be. Folks are also getting really specific, asking for impact details in towns like Negril, Ocho Rios, and Kingston, with a lot of people pointing to the Black River area as the likely landfall spot.
Yeah, so I think we've touched on all of that. Black River is likely the landfall spot, Alligator Pond, somewhere in there. Kingston, the strongest part of the storm for Kingston will be working in within the next hour or so. And it will be happening for several hours after that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on the surge levels again for the western tip of Jamaica and also the northern side of the island, since storm surge is seemingly difficult to access and may not be the main topic for areas that aren't the Black River, low-lying areas and the wastewater treatment plant in Kingston. And the west side and around Ridley Bay. So on the north side, in particular in Montego Bay, which is how you pronounce that, the storm surge will impact all the low areas there, especially once the hurricane is over the island itself. The winds will start to shift pretty dramatically from the northwest and from the north, thus entering the Montego Bay area. So we have the seaside Seawind Beach. Seawind Beach is on the western tip there in the bay, and then there is a low-lying area with a bunch of businesses and one residential area that will probably experience some considerable storm surge. It's called Catherine Hall on Google Maps there. In addition to that, we have the international airport in Montego Bay that will also take on some storm surge. So there's some residences right on the outside of the airport there that will likely deal with some storm surge flooding, saltwater flooding due to this. And then for the rest of the north side coast, on the west side of whatever track Hurricane Melissa takes over the island, so perhaps Salt Marsh and St. Brandsburg, these areas, anywhere that is right along the immediate coast, will probably experience storm surge with the northerly winds on the west side of the hurricane as it passes over the island. So those are the areas I'm concerned about. A lot of the residential areas near like St. Brandsburg are quite elevated, so it's really going to be confined just to the immediate coastline. But there are still some concerns like that one residential area in Montego Bay. And then also on the west side of the island near Negril, we have a really large area of mangroves, I believe, that is quite low level just to the north of the town. And then the elevation increases on the southern side of the town for almost all of the residential areas here. So I think that'll be just outside of that hurricane force wind field as it passes over the island. And thus we'll probably see moderate storm surge there, maybe 9 to 12 feet at most, which will cause some saltwater flooding here in parts of Hanover Parish. But I think the higher elevations, as long as you're not immediately on a low level beach, that would be relatively fine. Your main concern there is where we swap over to landslides and mudslides due to extreme precipitation and the winds that dislodge, and rocks and so forth that cause a cascading effect. The landslides will cut off communities from the National Hurricane Center's wording and messaging. We will likely have communities be cut off just due to that. So where you're not seeing the storm surge immediately on the coast, your main concern pivots to the flooding, which is landslides and mudslides are a part of the flooding concern just due to how they unsettle our natural terrain there. So we have to be thinking of that inland as it passes over, and we have to think of a little bit about the storm surge in those low-lying areas on both the south and the north side of the island. And
all right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are entering the worst zone of the storm. Okay, this right now, the worst part of the storm is coming into Jamaica. We're going to start to hear reports that are pretty unfortunate from the western side of Jamaica. This is happening now. We are within an hour of landfall, potentially an hour from now, hour and a half, somewhere in there. We're going to have official landfall, and we will update our graphic to represent that whenever that happens. But just so you know, if you are just now tuning in, we are entering the worst zone of the storm. The storm is currently testing infrastructure on the western side of Jamaica. We're losing some of our cameras. Power outages are being reported. But so far, it's not been bad. It's not been terrible from everything that we've heard, but that's because the strongest winds are very tightly packed around the core, and that core is coming into the the town right now, or I'm sorry, the island. My bad. So if you're just now tuning in, it's about to happen here in Jamaica. The strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica in recorded history is coming onto shore. So we've got another update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ren, right before we get into the recon data, we should show them what exactly those hurricane hunters are going to be looking at when it's sunrise in the eye. We have a video from yesterday that's public available, and is it's basically the best video of a hurricane eye I've ever seen in our modern era. So we'll show you that video. You can imagine the hurricane hunters in that plane that's on Ryan's screen right now, flying into that and seeing this once again 24 hours in advance. It has not yet calmed in intensity. So it looks like that right now, and that's what's gonna head over these areas wherever it does make landfall near the Black River area in Jamaica. So imagine seeing that from the surface. You could, if you're unlucky enough, I would say in this case. Unlucky, definitely. Oh, and speaking of unluckiness, I just wanted to say that this is an unlucky event. There's no question about it. No doubt in my mind. There's just nothing good about this. So when you are sitting there and analyzing that with us, and the gravity of the situation, you just know there's people who don't care or haven't prepared or don't want to leave, it's the same story every hurricane, right? You know that there are going to be consequences of that, and you know that landslides are particularly deadly as well. So if you get overwhelmed, it's not soft to take a break from, absorbing this sort of information. It is definitely my recommendation that you look out for yourself too, because we can all sit here and do this, but like, what can we absolutely contribute on an individual scale at this point in the storm's path? You don't need to overwhelm yourself with the information that comes out, because it can be unhealthy. So just want you to look out for yourself just in case that becomes a concern. And we'll do our best to keep you updated in the meantime.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And we'll keep that. This is real, by the way. This is real footage from the Hurricane Eye yesterday, and it's pretty similar to what it looks like right now from one of the aircraft that's about to go through. Again, we're moments away from getting another look into Hurricane Melissa in terms of its strength and its power. Here, we're about to get that brand new reconnaissance data as this flight right here is about to go into the eye. Let's see here. Does look like Brandon Clement's out there. He's not doing a live stream, but if we can get that, we will. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, I've got to make this clear. We've been live for a while. We went live last night. We were just watching the planes fly into the storm. We went live really early this morning. A lot of you probably didn't get a notification. Sorry, I was up. I was like, hey, we're going to go live. We're going to go ahead and start covering the storm. But we are just now entering a devastating hurricane phase, though. So the reports are going to start flying in here soon. We'll have some imagery to show you, but the main thing that we're going to do, at least for right now, is focus on the live cams that we do have closer to Kingston and this hurricane reconnaissance data. And then also any official news that comes in. I'll break it as it comes in here. So within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have some new recon data coming in that will tell us a lot about the storm. I'm honestly pretty fascinated. I'm pretty interested in what we're about to learn here from this storm, because, we're getting a pass right before landfall. So whatever the plane measures is going to be the strength of the storm whenever it makes landfall. So we're going to have really good documentation of exactly the caliber of storm that's going to be hitting here near Black River and Alligator Pond. I still think that it's probably very low 900s with 175, maybe even 180 mile per hour winds. And that is going to be, once again, devastating. I don't know how many times I can say that, but it's very important that we know that this is going to be a very devastating storm for Jamaica. The plane got there fast. Yeah, this one got there fast, and there's another one coming in right behind it. This one took off from Florida. It's completely over Cuba now, so it'll be, another hour or so before that one gets in there, but we'll have another pass through the eye likely once the storm is over land. Can you explain what the colors on the satellite mean? Yeah, we've covered this a couple times, but to put it very simply, the colors on the map simply represent the coldness of the cloud tops. So we assume that colder cloud tops are taller because usually you get colder as you go higher up in the atmosphere. So we're looking at the coldness of the cloud tops, and we paint those with the darker colors. So the dark reds, the dark blacks, and then into the whites. That's some really cold cloud tops, meaning that we've got some very tall, dense clouds there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and building on that point, a lot of people have asked, how do the hurricane hunters fly into the storm? You can see from that video that they actually do go through the eye wall. They don't go over it to get into the storm. And that can be part of the reason why they make a decision to turn around, or if there's a particularly vigorous amount of convection on the side that they're flying into that may make it a bit too bumpy. We're approaching the limits for a current like modern technology airplane to fly into this sort of updraft and movement in a storm that would, exhibit safe G levels for flight, or just like actually unsafe enough for them to have to redirect. And it's really interesting, the intersectionality between the technology of the planes that are flying in and the upper echelon, the near limit of the strength of a hurricane in this region, how they kind of just barely meet up to where the G forces could just be too extreme for them to enter at any given time due to the convection around the eye and the eye wall. So it is always impressive to me that they do that, but they enter at a consistent pressure level and make measurements in that way. So that way we have a consistent way to reduce the immediate measurements that they make at that level to, something at the surface using a common calculation. That is how they go through the storm, how they fly through and give us this information.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are entering an absolute worst case scenario for Jamaica, especially on the western side. We're about to have the strongest hurricane that's ever hit the island make landfall here within the next 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And we're going to be live here trying to give you as much details and info as possible. We've got planes in the air giving us live recon data. We've got cameras all over the island. And of course, there's people down there that are going to be able to give us reports in real time as stuff happens. As long as we can maintain communications, we'll be relaying that to you. The eye of the storm is approaching the Alligator Pond and Black River area right now, and the plane is going through the eye right now. So this is what that plane is seeing right now. This is not from today. It'd be cool if we had a live view from the plane, but this is essentially what they're seeing right now. This is sped up a little bit to kind of show the effect, but they're punching through the eye on the eastern side, and they're flying through it, and they're going to go through on the western side and go back into the storm. So right before they punch through into the eye here, they're recording the flight level winds. That's where we're probably going to discover that there's still 170 to 180 mile per hour winds there. They're going to drop a drop sonde in the middle of the eye, and then that's when we're going to try to extrapolate the surface pressure and figure out if the storm's dropped pressure or increased. If the number is lower than 905, 901, I guess, then the storm is stronger than it was last night when they measured it. So that's what we're waiting on now. We are just minutes away from some very valuable reconnaissance data. It probably one of the most anticipated flight passes ever here, as once again, the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica is right on the doorstep of Black River and Alligator Pond. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I want to address the countdown timer for landfall. We're definitely not 45 minutes from landfall, so our little program that we have there is going to be a bit off. We'll definitely see that countdown before landfall is even close. So by my visual estimation, I think it's about 2.5 hours. I don't think it's anywhere near 4 hours or 45 minutes, but actually right in the middle of that. And funny enough, in hurricane forecasting, usually we take the ensemble mean is the most skillful forecast. A mean is a very powerful forecast. So using the two different landfall timers there actually gives us a pretty good estimation. So I would say that we're going to see landfall around 10 a.m. Central or 11 a.m. Eastern time in that area, that southwestern area of Jamaica there.
All right, thank you, Andy. So I'm going to write. I'm going to try to turn that off, and then we'll come back here. But just know that is an estimate, and it's automated based off of the National Hurricane Center and a bunch of different stuff. But the fact of the matter is, we're getting close. I mean, you can just look at it here and see that the storm's getting close. But the thing is, it's moving so slow. National Hurricane Center says that it's going to be 2 p.m., and the storm is going to be Category 5 right here in the middle of the island. It's currently 8:30 a.m., and it's still pretty well offshore. So somewhere in the middle there is when it's going to make landfall. By the way, it's still right when the storm is over the island. It's projected to still be a Category 5 with 167 mile per hour winds, which is crazy to think about. All right, let's go back to some of these cameras. See if we can see anything. Honestly, it's still not looking too crazy on any of these. The water continues to rise here at Flatbridge, but for the most part, things are still quiet, especially closer to Kingston. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat from y'all. Give me just a second. I'm going to do something with the overlay here.
All right, Ryan, here's what the chat is buzzing about. Folks are locked in on the latest data, asking for the current pressure and wind speeds. And there's a lot of curiosity about the Hurricane Hunter aircraft and how they operate. A recurring question is whether a storm this powerful can also produce tornadic activity.
And the answer to that question is yes. Andy talked about this yesterday, and it's something that it's another thing that we wish we had radar coverage for, but especially on this side of the storm over here, there's almost certainly a bunch of waterspouts and tornadic supercells that are happening over there. This will continue to be a problem in eastern portions of Jamaica, likely even after the storm's center passes. And it's also going to be a problem for the eastern side of Cuba and even western portions of Haiti over there. But the core of that problem right now is mostly over water. We are minutes away, y'all, from getting our official data in from this reconnaissance pass here. The plane is in the eye of the storm right now. We're just waiting on that official data to come through, parsed and ready for us to read. And it'll be really interesting to see what we've got going on here, because I guarantee you that the storm is weaker now than it was an hour ago or 2 hours ago, but I still believe that it's probably stronger than it was 7 or 8 hours ago whenever we got the last reconnaissance pass. So the storm's going to come back as stronger, right? But I still don't think that we're getting a peak measurement here. So once again, we are now probably seconds away from understanding the true power of this storm as it makes landfall, as it approaches landfall in Jamaica. So I've got the inside scoop here. I've got the data on the back end before it gets parsed here, and it is stronger than the last pass by far. I believe if we're reading this right, and it could be a little off here, but if I'm reading this right, I believe it's going to come back as about 893 millibars, which will absolutely put it as one of the strongest storms ever in the Atlantic. And maybe if it can maintain that pressure as it makes landfall, probably we'll have to look in. Is that the strongest landfalling hurricane ever? I don't know if we've had any. Yeah, look here. There it is. 893.5 millibars. That's it. Holy smokes. Wow. This is unbelievable, guys. This storm is just crazy. I can't believe that. 893. And once again, like I was saying, I think that it could have been even deeper a few hours ago. It's possible that this was 889 at some point before the plane got there. But regardless of that, like, I mean, my goodness, like this is, once again, an unbelievably worst case scenario for the people of Jamaica. So yeah, the lowest pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic is Hurricane Wilma in 2005, which bottomed out at 882 millibars, but it didn't hit land at that intensity. Andy's saying 892 from Labor Day, that was landfall. So it looks like this will be right up there with the lowest pressure with a landfalling hurricane of all time in recorded history. Oh my goodness. And it looks like we got 182 mile per hour winds there on the eye wall too. So yeah, definitely quite the recon pass there. 893 millibars. That's going to go down in the record books. I'm surprised it's that low, honestly. I thought that it was maybe that low a few hours ago, and maybe now it's starting to increase a little bit, but this is just a really bad news for our friends in Jamaica. This thing is holding on to its full intensity as it makes landfall. So if you are just now tuning in, we've got breaking news. We've just got a recon report coming from this plane that just went into the eye of the hurricane. This is what they saw. Essentially, this is from yesterday, but this is what they were just flying through. And we got a recon report confirming a central pressure of 893 millibars inside of Hurricane Melissa. To put that into perspective, that's not just low, that's historically low. This lower than Katrina. It's lower than any hurricane that's probably popping into your mind right now. Only a handful of storms in recorded Atlantic history have ever been stronger. And definitely none of them have really been stronger at landfall. So this is an unprecedented, uncharted waters in every sense of the phrase. This kind of pressure can cause winds that lift entire roofs, rip apart steel structures, and push the ocean literally onto land. So the catastrophic impacts that we're expecting in Jamaica are likely going to be even worse than some of the worst case scenario projections have been. Normal surface pressure, for anybody that's wondering, is like 1,013 millibars. Melissa's about 893, meaning that inside of the eye of the hurricane, it's over 100 millibars lower than normal, which is kind of like climbing 4,000 or 5,000 feet straight up into the atmosphere. But that's on the surface thanks to the storm bringing down the pressure. All right, I'm going to make some adjustments to the overlay. Give me just a second here.
All right, Chet, I see everyone freaking out about that 893 number, so let me break it down. That's the storm's central pressure in millibars. Think of it like the weight of the air. A normal sunny day is around 1,013 millibars. When you get a number as low as 893, you've basically got a massive atmospheric vacuum. All the surrounding air rushes in to fill that void, and that rush is what creates the catastrophic winds. So yes, lower is stronger. For context, Katrina made landfall with a pressure of 902. This thing is a monster.
Katrina, I don't think it made landfall at 902, but at its strongest point, it was at 902. So this is quite literally one of the strongest storms of all time. All right, let's go back and let's take a look at some of these cameras again. We should start to see some deteriorating conditions in some of these areas. Right now, it's still not looking too bad in Kingston. We definitely do see some more wind, though. I can see some of the power lines swaying around and stuff. This camera in Little London, I think it's still coming in and out intermittently, but it's definitely out right now. Here's the Kingston Harbor. You can see those white caps. Things are definitely about to increase in intensity over there. We've got another view here of Kingston. That looks like the stuff's starting to deteriorate over there as well. But looky here. We've got people walking around like it's any other day. Once again, we've seen this throughout our coverage here. And something that Andy talked about earlier is like, maybe people are getting tired of hunkering down. Maybe they're like, hey, this storm is not doing anything. So we're going to start maybe seeing people venture out a little bit and then, unfortunately, be surprised by the strongest part of the storm as it comes in. And here's a kind of a multi-view of different parts of Jamaica as the storm comes in. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got major Category 5 Melissa getting ready to make landfall in Jamaica. It's over an hour from landfall, but it's getting very close. It's getting very close. This is an 893 millibar hurricane that's going to literally operate near the limits of what the Earth's atmosphere can physically sustain. And like, that's not hype. That's legit. Like science, that's physics. Like, it's whenever I say that, it sounds like I'm trying to like say stuff that is like, no, that's like legit. This hurricane is operating near the limits of what the Earth's atmosphere can physically sustain. This is history unfolding in real time. So let's come back over here. We've got another plane on the way. All right, so we'll get another pass here. Maybe that one will actually make it before landfall. I don't know. That one's going pretty fast. 432 miles per hour. That's how fast this plane's going. So it's getting it and digging it, and it's going to try to get there right before landfall. And, you know, if you zoom in on your WeatherWise app, if you zoom in on the satellite, there's no sign of weakening or destabilization or anything. So, I mean, the next pass could be even lower. I mean, who knows? This storm is just full of surprises, man. This is an incredibly powerful and stable and well put together storm for a storm that is, I mean, a good percentage of it is now interacting with the landmass of Jamaica. Normally you would see that start tearing this apart, but it's handling it like a champ. And by the way, if you want to follow along with the satellite and all the cameras and stuff, download the WeatherWise app. There's a link in the description. It is free. You should get it right now. And when you open it up, it won't look exactly like this. You'll want to come down here. You'll want to come up here and make sure you select satellite. And then you'll want to come over. If you want to look at the same product that I am, you'll want to hit to infrared long wave, band 14, hit play, and then that'll animate it. And then you'll see these cameras, and all you got to do is click on them, and they'll open up. Okay, yeah, Little London's still working. That's crazy. Click on them, and they open up. And you can kind of you can do this on your phone, Android, iOS. Links in the description, WeatherWise. You can also do it in your browser, weatherwise.app. The eye is very circular, yes. Yeah, so in the next little bit, we are going to have another hurricane reconnaissance update. So first of all, it's going to be interesting to see what the plane gets on the other side of the eye. We have a chance of breaking the 182 mile per hour wind record that it's already set for itself. And then right after that, this plane, a NOAA 2 or Kermit, is going to go through and give us another reading. So 2 more maximum winds and then 1 more central pressure reading. So somebody in the chat said, how do the planes survive this? So the main thing is that they are slicing through the storm at very specific altitudes. Normally, if I pull this up, you'll notice that it's always between 8,000 and 10,000 feet. That's where the air is thick enough for control, but below the worst turbulent bands. Beyond that, there's no magic. There's nothing to it other than there's some crazy people that are flying an airplane in a very dangerous situation. They're putting their lives in danger 100%, but they're doing it for the greater good. And once again, we wouldn't know how bad this hurricane was going to be for Jamaica if it wasn't for them. So super, super thankful for them. They do use military grade aircraft designed for shock loads and violent turbulence. But I'm telling you, it's not like a spacecraft with superhuman technologies that make them invulnerable to hurricanes. They're just airplanes. So a lot of people, whenever we talk about the hurricane hunters, a lot of people do ask, why not just use drones? And that's a good question. Maybe one day that we probably will. But hurricanes knock out GPS and radio signals. It's they're really notorious for that, right? In fact, a lot of times, especially when these planes are in the eye wall, we don't have any communication with them. We only get an update of their location right before they enter the eye wall, once they're in the eye, and then once they come out the other side. So that doesn't work very well if you're trying to control a drone in a hurricane and you lose GPS. So that, even military grade drones can lose contact once they hit the storm's eye wall. And that's just not great. So you've got to, without having that remote control, it's better, at least with today's technology, it's better to have the plane in there, which are built like flying tanks. Also, we've got good drone technology, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that we have drones that are actually good enough to handle the kind of turbulence that would come along with, a 200 mile per hour hurricane, for example. And also, like, most of our drones are designed to, not for this kind of thing, right? So I don't even know if they've got the lightning and water intrusion kind of technology that would be needed. I don't think that when people are building drones right now, they're thinking about those kinds of things. Because it's not just wind, it's lightning, it's water, it's microbursts, updrafts. You know what I mean? Super cooled rain hitting it at 150 miles per hour. I mean, you gotta have a pretty good drone. And then if you lose the ability to control the drone or communication with the drone, then you got a $10 million litter that's going into the ocean. You know what I mean? Are we 30 minutes to landfall? No, I would say that we're a little bit farther than that. But I mean, don't get me wrong. It's definitely approaching quick. I wouldn't say quickly, but it's getting close. The outer part of the eye is definitely about to cross over onto land here near Alligator Pond and Black River. Yeah, the cameras are still working. We don't have any cameras right now that are showing anything spectacular just yet, which is actually pretty crazy. You would think that the Little London camera by now would be showing something more intense, but not yet. The most intense thing that we've got as far as camera coverage goes is still the flooding that's happening over here at the Flat Bridge. Yeah, someday drones will take over the dirty work, I'm sure, but it's right now it still takes a pilot. And there's also, it's more than just a pilot. There's meteorologists, there's scientists, there's engineers. There's a lot of people a part of that team and a part of that crew that are needed for us to get the data right now. Did you say we can't have a hurricane much stronger than this? That's right. That's right, Allison. This is not going to be good. Yeah, so to make that make a little bit more sense, one of the ways that you can think about it is think of an elastic band, right? You can only pull it back so far before it snaps back or it breaks or you can't pull it back anymore. The atmosphere has a similar limit. You can't go beyond a certain point. And 892 millibars, you're getting close. You're getting close. It's about to snap. You know what I'm saying? All right, NOAA 2 is getting very close to the storm now. Still, we're getting a live update here at 420 mile per hour ground speed. They're at 20,000 feet, so they're going to have to dive down about 10,000 feet over the next 30 minutes or so as they approach the eye. All right, we just got a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It's official, 896 minimum central pressure, 896 millibars, 180 mile per hour winds. That's what they're going with the 8 a.m. advisory. Sub 900 millibar storm in the Atlantic, guys. And it's our third Category 5 of the year. What? Yeah, 180 mile per hour sustained winds, by the way. That's not like, it's going to blow like 100 miles an hour and then 180 and then 120 and then, no, it's at least 180 the whole time. And then every once in a while it gusts to 215, maybe 220 miles per hour. That is a nonstop, several hours long tornado that these people are going to have to go through. What would happen if it snaps? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't know what would happen if we broke the rules of physics here. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we just had a record-breaking data come in from this plane that just went through the eye of Hurricane Melissa. And just to show you what the people in that plane saw as they were going through the eye, this is what it looked like. This is actually real footage from Hurricane Melissa yesterday. Likely very similar imagery today as the storm went through. Location of landfall, it's going to be somewhere around Black River or Alligator Pond. Melissa is a Category 5 storm. It's actually an upper echelon Category 5. It's a high-end Cat 5. 175 mile per hour winds, 180 now, and 215, 220 mile per hour gusts, and it's about to make landfall. We are entering the peak period for this storm. We are entering a chapter where the damage reports are going to start coming in here very shortly. The storm is moving very slow, just a few miles per hour, which amplifies the danger. Once again, you think about 180 mile per hour winds, and you sustain them. Now do that for an hour or two, and the damage that will come from that is unimaginable. I really don't think that, as much as we've yapped about it, I don't think people are grasping quite how bad this is going to be for Jamaica. Yeah, so that was the eye of the storm. Coming back over here to the flat bridge, the water continues to rise. This is all thanks to rainfall, which is about to intensify, so the water is about to get even higher. Here's another look at WEATHERWISE, showing the latest satellite imagery. It is getting close. It is getting close to landfall now. And by the way, as this is going to be devastating for Black River and the surrounding areas, but this is what they're going to see from the ground, right? Like this, it's actually very rare that such a perfect eye makes landfall. Very unlucky, the people who are going to experience this, but they will be able to go outside and look up and see this. And some of the few people who have ever lived on Earth ever to see something like this. It's unfortunate what has to come before and after that, but it's unbelievable what they're about to experience here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, since it looks like it's honing in on the Black River area, I just want to say that the storm surge estimates that we looked at earlier, where a lot of the river and the various streams that branch out from it will be inundated with saltwater flooding, which is what storm surge is. That will happen because it's not only guided by the winds pushing the water onshore around the east side of the hurricane, but it's also guided literally by the difference in pressure in the eye versus the surrounding areas. That rapid change acts to push water outward. With the low pressure in the center there will push the water outward basically as like a wall almost. So you'll see that saltwater flooding, and it's already happening for sure in the Black River area. Unfortunately, that will cause that storm surge to rise. So there will be relatively local impacts in terms of storm surge, just due to how the island is laid out. And in this region, a lot of the areas just off the coast rise considerably to 10 or 20 meters inland, where a lot of residential areas are. And I don't think we're quite going to see 50 or 60-foot storm surge, but I don't really know, because we don't have a lot of data on landfalling hurricanes of this intensity. So I, of course, hope that everyone there was able to prep, and I feel a deep sense of melancholy, anyone who was not able to relocate, because a lot of people are just not able to relocate in this. And that's why we need to, prepare for grim news and all this stuff. And that's why you need to also make sure that you're thinking about yourself whenever you're taking all this in. We will be here for you because we will just do this, but that does not mean that you have to be here the entire time. If we learn about bad news now or after the fact, you should protect yourself from that.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Second here. If you're just now tuning in, we've got Category 5, Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest storms of all time in the Atlantic, about to make landfall in Jamaica. We are just moments away from that happening. And while we await some of the reports to come in from the devastating winds and storm surge, we're continuing to monitor the hurricane reconnaissance flights and the data that they're sending back. We just got an 892 millibar pressure reading from one of these planes, 182 mile per hour winds. Another plane's about to go through. We just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. The 8 a.m. advisory officially put this at 896 millibars with 180 mile per hour winds, making it the sixth strongest storm officially of all time in the Atlantic, just barely behind Milton from last year. Milton actually bottomed out at 895. But we'll see. This other plane that's coming in might even record the 892 again, which is once again something that we should consider when considering how strong this storm actually is. We've never seen this happen before. We've never seen a storm of this magnitude come into Jamaica. So like Andy was just saying, we don't really know exactly how bad the storm surge is going to be and where it's going to get into and all this kind of stuff, because we're about to find out. You know what I mean? We're about to learn a lot from this storm, unfortunately, as it makes landfall near Black River within the next little bit. I mean, we're getting close. It's crunch time now. Yellow plane here is going to be our second pass within the past hour through the eye of the storm. I would give it another 15, 20 minutes before it's in there. Okay, yeah, it's even closer now. It's pretty close to the western side of Jamaica now, this plane. It's actually getting into the strong winds and some of the thicker clouds there, the taller clouds. Yeah, 892 is what that plane got. 883 essentially. And with 182 mile per hour winds is what the plane recorded. But officially from the National Hurricane Center, they've got it down as 896. Melissa is currently a Category 5 with 180 mile per hour winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Well, we're talking a lot about millibars, so I'll just go ahead and say what that is. Where millibar is essentially the unit of pressure, and pressure is, if you look straight up, how much does all of that out to outer space way on your head. That is the variable we're describing here. So when we're in the center of a hurricane, there is a massive, rapid, like trillions of kilograms of rising force and mass that is being departed into the upper atmosphere by the rapidly rising winds in the eye wall, and then there's sinking air in the middle that clears out that eye and warms it up for some of the variables that we're describing here with eye dryness and temperature at the surface and all this. But specifically, the pressure in the center of that hurricane is just how much mass relative to its surroundings has been evacuated out and away from it in an outflow channel. And if it is 893 millibars in the center of the hurricane versus a surrounding 1013 millibars, our standard pressure at the surface at sea level, then that's probably somewhere around 20 to 25% of the total mass of the atmosphere, because a lot of that weight, all of the molecules and chemicals and everything that's in the air, nitrogen, oxygen, those are the chemicals I'm talking about, are very low. They're concentrated a lot more toward the surface. So that lowest layer of the surface is where most of the mass is. So yeah, you are in fact evacuating like 25%, 20 or 25% of the mass of the atmosphere above this hurricane with that sort of pressure reading in the center relative to its surroundings. That's a rough estimate. There are equations you can run through and do derivations and all that stuff to verify that, but it is going to be right around that range, just due to the relationship between how much mass is near the surface and how much sparser things get once you get up higher in the atmosphere. So that's my take on that. Hopefully that helps you understand that we're talking about like the weight of everything in the atmosphere and how it's moving, how the hurricane is just flinging it out from the center.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, when the eye wall starts scraping the south coast here, which is happening now, this is it. This is the most violent part of the storm that's making contact with Jamaica. We've got significant storm surge starting to happen now. We've got winds over 180 miles per hour possible as the eye wall makes contact with the shore here. And then we've also got some pretty high elevation areas that the storm's going to go over pretty quickly, and the winds could gust even higher up there, well over 200 miles per hour. It's going to be possible above sea level. So it'll be a pretty devastating hour or two. And then if this thing continues to go this slow, we're just going to continue to hear about the devastating impacts as we go forward. Right now, we're watching the western part of Jamaica the hardest, but do not let your guard down in Kingston and places like Jeffreytown and Port Antonio. The storm is going to get worse for you all as well before it gets better. So we're going to do a recon check-in every 5 minutes here as we await the next plane. There is another plane that's taken off from Florida that's getting ready to go in here and give us some more readings. We did lose a lot of our cameras again, so we'll try to get those back. But even without cameras, we'll be able to tell you a lot of information just from the reports that are coming in, stuff like that. I'm going to try to get the eye count down back up here in just a little bit. But I would say that we are within an hour. Within an hour. So once again, we are entering the big chapter here of the storm where we're going to start hearing a bunch of reports. We don't have anything significantly breaking yet. Whenever that stuff starts coming in, though, it's going to be pretty intense. Just to forewarn you, this is not going to be good. This is a Katrina-level generational event that will be remembered for the rest of our lives. So prepare yourself. Seriously, it's going to be bad. Hopefully the people that are actually living there have already prepared and have taken every precaution necessary to protect their life and their property and their families and everything. Our thoughts are obviously with them, as there's nothing else we can do now other than relay the information as it comes out. The pressure is officially down to 896 millibars with winds of 180 miles per hour. Katrina was 902 at its strongest point. So this is a stronger storm than Katrina, just to put it into perspective. Yeah, Little London's still working. They're all coming back. And whenever I say we've lost all the cameras, like I'm just literally noticing in real time that they've all frozen. But they're all back now. So we'll keep them up and we'll look at them as time goes on. Still not seeing anything very significant from them, to be honest. We've got significant flooding still happening over here at Flatbridge. But most of these are in Kingston, which is pretty far away from where the storm's making landfall. Especially considering how tight the strongest part of the storm is, the core, you know. So yeah, within the next couple of minutes, we're going to get that other plane that's about to go through the center of the storm, and we'll get another reading. I think that if it's around 893 still, they might even change that for the actual official hurricane listing. I think that we could like mark that down instead of 896. Somebody in chat asked, why is it not moving very fast? Andy did a really good job of explaining this earlier or yesterday. But just to kind of touch on that again, it's not really that it's deciding to move fast or slow. It's stuck, right? It's trapped. The steering winds that usually push hurricanes along have basically disappeared. So it's just sitting there, or at least that's been the case, right? That's why it's in there, but you're going to notice that it's going to start moving faster. You can already tell, and you're going to tell a lot, especially once it gets past Jamaica and past Cuba. It's going to rocket off towards Bermuda. But what's going to happen is, this trough that's coming into the eastern part of the United States is going to steer it away. It's going to push it out. It's going to pull it up, and it's going to eject very quickly off towards the North Pole. But the reason why that hasn't happened is because the steering currents weren't there. It's just been kind of lodged in this one area and unable to move. And it happened in the perfect spot with a very rich, deep amount of ocean heat content. So a lot of times, even when sea surface temperatures are high, you get a storm this strong that sits over the same area for a long time. It'll kind of cool the water down a little bit. The sea surface temperatures can cool down very quickly sometimes in such a strong storm. But right here in the Caribbean, we've got layers of warm water that go very deep, all the way down into the ocean. So it's almost like an unlimited fuel source for the hurricane that it just happened to get stuck on top of. And that's why we've seen it, deepen and strengthen to a level that we really haven't seen before in this part of the world. Yeah, so basically the atmosphere hit pause. And that's why it wasn't moving. The storm was stuck. But it's no longer stuck. In fact, it's getting ushered along now by this storm system that's going to make us quite cold on the eastern side of the U.S. If you go out for Halloween, trick or treat, you notice it's chilly, say thank you to Mother Nature, because that's why we're not dealing with this hurricane in the U.S. or the Gulf. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we are going to continue to provide live coverage here as the storm makes landfall. We're going to have all kinds of different ways of keeping you updated on what's going on. Once again, as the outer bands of this eye start scraping the coast, that will be the peak intensity. The violent hurricane will be doing extreme damage over here. So if you want to help us get out some of this information that will be pouring in here as we start to learn it, feel free to like this stream right now so that we get promoted in the algorithm a little bit. And also put us out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. If you think what we're doing here is valuable, if you think that it's useful, help some people out and spread the word about what we're doing. We don't do commercials. We don't promote ourselves really. So the only way anybody knows about us is because of you. So I appreciate you. Yeah, sustained winds are at 180 miles per hour. And, we talked about this not too long ago, but just to put that into perspective again for anybody that may just now be tuning in, that is the winds are at least 180 miles per hour. That's the sustained winds. And then they gust up to 250, 220. So they don't get any lower than 180. That's hard to fathom. At this point, all we can do is hope for the best for the people down there right in the path of the landfall zone. Yeah, I'm just looking over some of the news sources here. And once again, if you want to follow along, you can load up satellite in the WeatherWise app and look at the same infrared stuff that we're looking at and track landfall yourself. Now, a lot of people will probably start hooting and hollering about a landfall as soon as the outer part of the eye is over land here. We're actually going to wait until the middle of the eye is over land before we call that a landfall. Quite literally the storm of the century. I mean, on a lot of different levels, yes, and especially for the people of Jamaica. Nothing has been dealt with over here like this ever. So all you can do is hope for the best for the people over here between Alligator Pond, Malvern, Black River, Santa Cruz. The strongest part of the storm is coming in now. And the fact that this thing, I can't express how impressed I am with the ability that the storm seems to have to ignore land. It might as well, Jamaica might as well not even be there. Like, this is how a hurricane usually acts when it's not interacting with land. You would expect that when this much of the storm is hitting up against land and mountains even, that it would destabilize it a lot. And maybe it is. Maybe it actually is. But it would have been just way stronger if Jamaica wasn't there. I think there's no doubt in my mind now that this would be the strongest storm of all time, maybe, even beating out Wilma if Jamaica wasn't there, which is crazy to think about. As soon as a hurricane starts interacting with land, it can't strengthen as much as if it was over complete water. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, to expand more on that, literally think of the hurricane as like the shape of a cup that goes outward as you go up your glass of water or juice that you've got. And when it goes into land, it doesn't just like go up and over land, that cup shape, that cone essentially with a flat bottom. The land is just going to kind of intersect into it. And any disruption at any point of that cone is very detrimental to it maintaining its intensity. But in this case, when we have 1 to 2,000 feet high hills in the area of Jamaica that this is going to go over, there's like a little bit of a time lag just due to how intense this hurricane is. It has started probably to weaken a little bit, and will continue to do so as it makes landfall much more dramatically, because the land is actually entering the center of that cone and disrupting it with a bunch of frictional force. So that's kind of a look into why hurricanes get ripped apart by land, and when they go over mountains that are much, much taller, that process is much more dramatic. That happened to Hurricane Patricia, which is still the strongest hurricane that's ever been recorded in terms of wind speed, off of the west coast of Mexico. Well, it goes into these really tall mountain range in western Mexico, and gets shredded almost instantly by 10,000, 8,000 foot peaks. So that's kind of a look into what we're expecting, why the forecast goes down to a category 4 after it departs on the north side of the island and approaches Cuba. We look to lose a little bit, but not necessarily how much we would lose from 10,000 foot mountain range. So that's a look into that for those wondering about that.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill. So to kind of continue talking about this, because it's incredibly interesting what's going on here. We're about to have landfall, and normally by now, a storm this strong slamming into land should be unraveling. But it looks like this might be maintaining, maybe even getting stronger as on its approach to Jamaica. Land is supposed to kill hurricanes. It cuts off, like the number one thing that a hurricane needs is warm ocean water, and there's none of that, on a mountain really. So, the fact that it's not weakening right now speaks volumes. I mean, this is just an unbelievably powerful storm, and how it really speaks volumes as to how perfectly structured it is, and it's not going to fall apart. It's not going to weaken at any meaningful metric as it approaches here. The full force of the storm is about to unleash right now on Black River and Alligator Pond. I can't even imagine what those people are going through right now. And Jamaica isn't really a small island. It's about the size of Connecticut. It's got a mountainous terrain. Those peaks are like, think of it as like fingers literally trying to tear the hurricane apart. That's happening right now, and it's not working. It's like it's like the hurricane is immune to it for whatever reason. One of the things that's likely causing this is the fact that the oceanic heat content was so high before landfall that Melissa has built up enough momentum to overcome the land, which is something I've never seen before. I have never seen this before in all my time tracking storms. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. It should be getting much weaker. And I can't imagine how strong it would be if Jamaica wasn't there. Imagine you're a firefighter, right? The mountains of Jamaica are like firefighters. And you try to put out a fire with sand, and the sand melts. That's Melissa right now. Yeah, this is not just another strong hurricane. This may become a benchmark for how we, track the caliber of storms in the Caribbean for the future, for all of the future. So look at what happened with this plane up here. The NOAA plane looks like it's finally going in now. For whatever reason, it did several loop-de-loops up here. So it probably would have been in the eye by now, but they did a couple loops, and now they're officially looking. It looks like they're going towards the eye now. So we'll get that reading here very soon. Probably, like, we were looking at the altitude earlier, and they were at 20,000 feet, and now they are at 10,000 feet. So I would say what they were doing there is just going down. They were decreasing their altitude before they got into the strong part of the storm. Because they're good pilots. You got to be a good pilot to fly a plane into one of the strongest storms that the Earth has ever seen. I thought they were drawing something. No, not quite. Not quite. Just descending. A lot of people are still asking. There's a lot of repeat questions. Andy, I think I'm going to start clipping your answers and just start playing replays. But like, they're good questions, and I hate to leave them unanswered. Some people are still asking because we're mentioning millibars so much. Like what is a millibar? And essentially it's just how we measure. If you don't care too much about the science, just know that the lower the number, the worse the storm. That's the first level of understanding it. The lower the number, the worse the storm. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. But to add a little bit of detail to that, think of it like the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on everything at sea level. Okay. The average sea level pressure on Earth is about 1,013 millibars. And this is 120 millibars lower than that. So, yeah, think of it like a vacuum. All right, the air around the hurricane is rushing to fill this massive hole in the middle. And that's leading to a decrease in the pressure. But once again, you'll hear me say 800, 900 millibars, yada, yada, yada. Just know that if I'm talking about lower numbers, we're talking about a stronger storm. And here's the thing, too. We're so blown away here by the 893 millibar reading because most strong hurricanes, a lot of the strong hurricanes that you can remember right now, bottom out at around 940 to 950 millibars. That's impressive. Like, that's a really strong storm. This one is way beyond that. The air is so light inside the storm that the atmosphere is kind of collapsing inward to balance it out. Looks like we might have officially really lost the Westmoreland camera there. Oh, no, never mind. It's back. Keep getting faked out. And once again, if you guys want to follow along and have this satellite view on your own phone, your own computer, WeatherWise is the app that I'm using. There's a link in the description. It's free. It's free. There is a Plus and a Pro version, and I highly recommend it if you want to support the developers and if you want the extra perks and quality of life features and cool stuff that comes with the app. If you're a weather nerd, I promise you'll love it. Definitely get the Plus or the Pro, but you don't have to. It's free, and there's no ads. It's free, and there's no ads. WeatherWise, there's a link in the description. Zooming out just to show you some context here. This is Hurricane Melissa. This is Cuba. This is Florida. All right, we expect the storm is going to continue to go in this direction up towards Bermuda. It will not hit the United States. It may hit several of the Bahamas, the Crooked Island area, Mayaguana, and places like that. But the most devastating impacts are almost certainly going to happen right here over the next couple of hours in western Jamaica. Does your version include Pro? Yes. So I'm using WeatherWise Pro. Of course, you know what I mean? Like, I can do pretty much everything that is needed to be done to run this live stream, to guide. Sometimes, guys, there's 500,000 people watching, especially when we have something big going on in the United States. I can do it all with this app, and it's free. You know what I mean? And then with the Pro version, it's still like 800,000% cheaper than this whatever software your local TV station is using. So you can have like the same level of a tool that the National Weather Service, your local TV station, uses for free, plus a small subscription on top if you want the extra stuff. Yeah, there's radars around the world. There's Germany radars, Japan, all over the place. All right, let's go through these cameras again. Flooding still ongoing here in Flatbridge. You can see the winds are starting to increase as well. But man, we've still got people walking around out here in Kingston. This is the Little London camera. Looks like it might be down. Let's refresh it. Okay, it's back. We're starting to see the winds pick up here. We'll see them pick up a little bit more before they ultimately get as strong as they're going to get. Here's the harbor at Kingston again. Kingston is pretty far away from where the storm's making landfall, just for reference. But still, lots of rain coming down right now. Our most impressive imagery, honestly, is coming from the satellite right now. So that's where we're going to keep it for the most part. We do have our second plane, the NOAA Kermit nicknamed plane, is about to get into the eye right now, and this is what they're going to see. So they're going to punch through the eye, and this is what it's going to look like. This is a real video that was taken yesterday from this very plane as it went into the eye of Melissa yesterday. So honestly, the view is probably going to be even more impressive than this. You can see how there's still some clouds and stuff down there. It's even more clear right now than this was. So just an absolutely unbelievable image that these pilots are about to see in the next couple of seconds. Once they get in the middle there, they're going to drop a device, and that device is going to tell us everything that we need to know about the storm as it makes landfall in Jamaica. John says, to be honest, for a Cat 5, the cameras make it seem like it ain't so bad. Well, that's because all the cameras that we have access to right now are very outside of the part of the storm that is hitting Jamaica that is actually a Cat 5. All of the cameras that are available are pretty far away. Now, the storm's going to get worse in Kingston. It's going to get worse in Little London and these places, and we'll show that. But it's probably going to be impossible to see exactly what's happening right on the landfall area, because even somebody who's got a Starlink set up or whatever they might have during the peak of the storm, it's going to be hard to get any sort of signal. And power's certainly already out around Black River. If it's not, then that's a miracle. One of the telltale signs about, just from looking at satellite about how strong this storm is just looking at how round and clean the eye is. It's perfectly symmetrical. That's the mark of a storm operating near maximum efficiency. This is think of an engine running on full throttle. This is that. This is the full throttle atmospheric engine going on, about to plow through the western side of Jamaica right now. And once again, just to explain the colors briefly again, the deep red and black show cloud tops colder than about minus 80 degrees Celsius. The colder the clouds, the taller, more than likely. So that's what we're assuming here. Some very tall, cold clouds as a result of the thunderstorms that are wrapping around the center of Hurricane Melissa. All right, the next, we should be getting some real data here from our hurricane hunter within the next couple of minutes. We are just minutes away from receiving another update from a plane that's flying through the eye of Hurricane Melissa right now. And this one will give us our most accurate view of what the conditions will be like when landfall actually occurs. And then right behind that, I mean, this other plane is going to turn around and go through another pass as well. So we're about to get lots of really good data here. And it's important to remember that while it looks like it's moving fast now compared to what it was looking like yesterday, this is a loop of several, at least a couple of hours, right? And so it's really not moving that fast. It's going at a walking pace. So once the devastating winds start in whatever area they start in, they're going to be there. They're going to be lasting a long time. You know what I'm saying? And I got to mention again how stunned I am right now by how stable the storm is. Any other storm that we've ever covered, any other storm that I've ever tracked that's interacting with land this much gets torn apart. And if it doesn't get torn apart, it at least shows some sort of visual indication that the storm's getting weaker. But the eye is still perfectly symmetrical. It's honestly, it's terrifying how stable the core still looks right now. The storm's inner energy, all of the energy that it picked up from that unbelievable ocean heat content in the Caribbean, is overriding the friction from the land. So we'll go over to a clean view of the satellite here as we await that most recent hurricane flight update. I'm going to go into WeatherWise here. I'm going to turn warnings off. I'm going to turn a couple different layers off and just screenshot that. We will likely not see anything like this again for a while. Holy smokes. I don't know how long we'll keep the little London camera, but it's got to be close to getting some more extreme winds here. And by the way, if there's anybody watching in Jamaica, hopefully you're safe. Hopefully you're doing okay. And it seems like a lot of places still have power and internet. Feel free to share with us what you're seeing right now. Wind direction, power flickers, rain rates, any of that. It's very useful information to us. You can try Twitter or X, sending stuff over there. And you can also go to ryanhallyall.com/submit and submit photos and videos. Obviously, only do so if you can do so safely. We don't need it, but if you want to, we will show your submissions on air. It'll help us tell the story. Honestly, like we're going to be in the dark down here, and I don't expect anybody to be communicating with us in the actual eye wall. But anything helps. Yeah, ryanhallyall.com/submit. Or if you want to just do Facebook, or I'm sorry, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, if you do at Ryan Hall Y'all and you tweet a photo or a video or something, Y'allbot will respond to you and be like, hey, are we good to show this on air? And all you got to do is say yes, and then I'll get it. Hey, William, thank you for the super chat. It's crazy to see the weather intensity score so high as well. It's 111 right now, completely driven by this hurricane. The intensity of the hurricane and the proximity of the hurricane to the United States is what drives the score. So, I mean, this is still pretty far away from the United States. So I can imagine if we had a hurricane of this magnitude making landfall in the United States, the weather intensity score would probably be in the 500, 600, 700 range right now. Just to put that into perspective. All right, we're just about to get a good update here. You can see the plane is in the eye. So it already recorded 140 mile per hour wind gust over here on the northwest side. We'll see what kind of pressure we get in the middle, but they are just now entering the eye. This is what the pilots of that plane see right now as they're going through the eye, and we're going to get that data parsed here in just a couple minutes. And so for the people who are talking about the plane, right, a lot of people are fascinated by the idea that, there's planes flying into this hurricane. And don't get me wrong, you have every right to be fascinated. But just to give you some more perspective on that, let me show you this. This is the flight that we're looking at right now, the one that's going into the eye. This is the altitude change over 10 seconds. We looked at this yesterday. This is actually a little bit more insane. Literally in a very short period of time, we go from plus 325 feet. Oh, let me move myself here. We go from plus 325 feet to minus 374 feet. So essentially a 700 to 800 foot change in altitude over a very short period of time. That is, once again, like a roller coaster, but on a whole nother level. So you definitely have to be built different to be part of the crew that goes on one of these flights. We were talking about it yesterday. This stuff right here, a very quick change of 100 to 200 feet in elevation, that's going to ruin your flight. Like, that's the worst flight you've ever been on in your life, as on like a commercial flight, right? So I just can't even imagine what this is like. That's got to be crazy. Yeah, we're starting to see some larger white caps in the Kingston Harbor. Some bigger waves. Oh, wow, look at them crashing up over there. Holy smokes. So the water's really starting to come into Kingston now. Yeah, we're really starting to see some bigger waves and some larger swells move into the Kingston Harbor. The winds and the rain really, it's not that bad yet in Kingston, from what I can tell, but we're starting to notice the water come in. For those of you who are just now tuning in, Melissa is now a sub 900 millibar. Just means very strong, a Category 5 hurricane with winds at 180 miles per hour. This makes Hurricane Melissa the top strongest hurricane in modern history to make landfall, putting it up there with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. So, like, we've had hurricanes with a lower central pressure out in the middle of the ocean that didn't make landfall, but this is going to be the lowest landfalling hurricane, lowest pressure landfalling hurricane, the strongest landfalling hurricane in modern times. And it's happening in Jamaica where they haven't seen a hurricane of this caliber, obviously ever, but also in just a very long time. It's been a while since we've had to deal with something like this down here. Okay, so I think we're getting the data. We're seconds away from getting a new update here. From our reconnaissance data, and I think that we're going to be pretty shocked by what we see. So once again, just here in the next couple of minutes, we're going to see an update on that minimum pressure and maximum winds from this plane over here, NOAA 213, 231-3A. That's the mission. That's the call sign for this mission. They're probably not in the eye now, but we're just waiting to get the data in. Yeah, 966 was the last. 966 is inaccurate. Just wait a little bit here. A lot of people are asking how to track the planes in WeatherWise. So the plane tracking is not in WeatherWise yet. It is something that they're still working on. I've got it set up for myself, but it's kind of buggy. Sometimes it'll show a pressure that's not real. And we don't want that in your app. You know what I mean? So the real engineers behind WeatherWise are working hard on getting that in the app for the next hurricane. It won't be available for this one. But I promise I'll share with you in real time everything that's coming out here. Preliminarily, from what I can tell, this is another wonky data dump on us here. But from what I can tell, it does seem like it is getting stronger or maintaining. Still around that 892 millibars. With 180, 190 mile per hour winds. Once we get that fully parsed and we get an update on the data, I'll let you know more. Which is crazy. I mean, this thing should be getting weaker at an unbelievably rapid pace right now. It's not. It might even be getting stronger on its approach. That I'm telling you all right now, that should not be happening. The NOAA plane pulled 3.8 Gs on the last pass. That's crazy. Yeah, so flight radar, on stuff like Flight Aware and Flight Radar, you can see the position of the planes. I don't know if you can see the extrapolated pressure and stuff like that. I could be wrong. I don't know if you can see the info from the drop sonde. Okay, yeah, there it is. Fully parsed, 892.5. 892.5 is our minimum pressure from that pass of the NOAA 2 plane. So it's officially stronger than the last pass. So once again, I think that the National Hurricane Center should designate this as an 893 millibar storm. It's 896 officially on their board. But we've got 2 planes now with 892, 893 readings. So it has gotten stronger on its final approach to Jamaica, which is, I don't want to say this over and over again. It sounds like I'm being dramatic, but it's unbelievable, unbelievable. And now we've got this other plane, the Air Force plane, that's going to go through again, and it might even make it through before official landfall. $892 millibars just offshore is unfathomable. You could have told me yesterday that you thought that was going to be what happened, and I would have laughed at you. I would have laughed in your face. But yeah, I wish we had really high quality radar in Jamaica, because I think that would be another really fascinating thing to analyze here, because this thing has some of the fastest winds that a storm can have, but they are very obviously tightly packed around that eye. We're not seeing crazy winds, even in the Little London area. But I am hearing word that this camera that we've got access to, which is down now, somebody told me that it might be about 30 minutes behind. So that would explain a lot. Once again, you can see the water coming into the Kingston Harbor now. Ryan, when is official landfall? I would say we're probably under an hour now. What do you think, Andy? A little bit under an hour before official landfall?
We'll probably see it be about an hour and 15 minutes, since landfall is essentially the low and mid-level center of the storm is over land officially. So that's what that designates to. That's what we'll be waiting for. The official statement from the National Hurricane Center will correspond to that.
Awesome. So as soon as a part of the eye starts making contact with land, I'll probably change our overlay back. It's going to say landfalling now because I don't have time to change the calculation, but I think that's good enough. That'll answer a lot of people's questions, and we'll explain that landfalling is a process. But yeah, this is what it looks like in the Kingston Harbor as the winds pick up over here. Do we have anybody in Jamaica watching right now? Say hi in chat. Once again, I want to remind you that the first goal is to keep you safe and keep you informed. But if you want to contribute, if you want to be a part of the live stream here, we do have ways for you to share reports and information with us. First is Twitter or X.com. My handle is Ryan Hall, y'all, over there. And another one is ryanhallyall.com/submit. You can submit photos and videos if you can do so safely. Obviously not required at all. All right, we got an update from the National Hurricane Center. And oh my goodness, there it is, 892 millibars, 185 mile per hour winds. So it is official. This will officially on all records be the strongest landfalling hurricane of all time. So if you're just now tuning in, we just got the latest update on Hurricane Melissa, and it's still an absolute powerhouse. That it's about 45 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica, with sustained winds are now at 185 miles per hour, which is just unbelievable. That's at upper end category 5 intensity. The pressure has dropped again to 892 millibars. This is one of the lowest readings ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa is creeping north and east at about 7 miles per hour now. And it's on a 20-degree track, north and east. And that slow crawl means that Jamaica is going to sit inside of that wind field with 185 mile per hour winds for hours. The core is tightening, and the southern coast from Negril through Mandeville to Kingston is now facing the full force of the eye wall. Specifically, Black River to Alligator Pond, over to Maypen and Mandeville. That's where the worst of the storm is going to be coming into right here. This is the definition of a historic storm here, y'all. And I hate to be repetitive, but I do want to make sure that everybody that's coming in gets the latest information. We have an update from the National Hurricane Center. This is now a 185 mile per hour category 5 hurricane with a central pressure of 892 millibars. One of the lowest readings ever in the Atlantic, and it is going to be the lowest reading for a landfalling hurricane ever, which ultimately means that this may be the strongest landfalling hurricane that we've seen ever. The movement is northeast at 7 miles per hour. And we have an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, and by strongest ever, we mean the Atlantic Basin, because there is a lower pressure and higher wind speed landfall in the West Pacific, those typhoons that affect the Philippines. And by the way, a typhoon is the same thing as a hurricane. It's just a different part of the globe, a different ocean basin defines the term that is used by the agencies that forecast them and cover them. So there has been stronger over there, but in terms of the Atlantic and the Caribbean and all and the Gulf, this is the strongest landfalling. It's tied for the strongest landfalling in terms of pressure and wind speed.
Thank you very much, Andy. So once again, just the bottom line is this is pretty crazy what's going on over here in Jamaica, and all we can do is hope and just hope for the best for the people out there and hope that they're hunkering down. We're going to start getting some reports in here soon. Catastrophic winds are now moving onshore across southern Jamaica. If you're listening to me and you're from Jamaica, this is your last chance to protect your life. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. You've heard that a million times, but I've never said that and meant it more than I do right now. This is crazy what's happening here. If you're in a sturdy building, get into an interior room with no windows. Treat this as if it's a tornado. All right? You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Cover yourself with a mattress or a blanket. Wear a helmet if you have one. And do not leave the shelter, okay? It's going to get really bad really fast. And then it's going to get really quiet. It's going to get extremely quiet. One of the clearest eyes that has ever made landfall is about to make landfall right over you. And it's going to feel like the best day ever as far as weather goes. Honestly, that's going to last a while because this is moving so slow. We might have an hour-long break in the middle of this thing in the eye. But just know that you shouldn't leave your shelter just because the winds calm down. It's going to come back. And you've got to stay in that shelter. And unfortunately, we're going to be there for a long time. This is a slow mover. It's going to take several hours for this to be over. The calm is temporary. Keep that in mind when the eye hits. The calm is temporary. Violent winds on the backside will return without warning. And we've got planes flying through this hurricane right now that are confirming to us that the hurricane is still strengthening as it makes landfall, which is not usual and something to be concerned about. And it's another reason to take this seriously if you weren't already. And just to say this again, because it's true, the storm is now testing the upper limits of what the Earth's atmosphere can sustain. And to add to that, meteorologist Andy Hill's got something for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan. So let's go through the specific impacts as much as I can remember. I'll relay right now. We're thinking about the south and north side of the island as well as the interior. So first, the south side where we're seeing the eye wall approach, we're going to have that low pressure of the hurricane push out water from the center. And we're also going to have onshore winds on the east side, both of which are going to contribute to the storm surge vulnerability that exists on the immediate coasts and in the Black River Valley there along the streams and paths that it takes. On the west side near Negril is going to be some storm surge once the hurricane is over the central part of the island. The winds will shift to coming from the north-northwest, eventually coming from the west, and that will promote a little bit of surge that goes into the lowest lying elevations there. The higher elevations in the neighborhoods in Negril should be okay, but there will be definitely some saltwater flooding, which is what storm surge is, pushing the ocean inland. For Montego Bay on the north side and areas just east of there, wherever is west of the track that the eye takes over Jamaica, we will see those northerly onshore winds. Once it passes about halfway over the island, that will begin the storm surge for areas of Montego Bay, St. Brandsburg, and Salt Marsh, maybe even Falmouth, anywhere that's low-lying there, such as the what's it called? The Seawind Beach in Montego Bay, that will see some storm surge for sure due to the orientation of the winds as the hurricane progresses. The interior regions of Jamaica, there are a bunch of hills along the path of this where we will see a ton of tree fall due to the extreme winds and also the fact that winds do increase a little bit as we go up in elevation. So those higher elevations will see stronger winds within the eye wall as it passes over. This will cause landslides and mudslides when combined with all of the rainfall that will occur here. Entire communities will be cut off. The National Hurricane Center has said as much. There will by landslides and mudslides, and then there will be those very high winds as well. So I mean, it's just there is nothing else to say. This is a somber tone that we're maintaining here. We're not oogling at data the entire time. You know, we're not thinking about the anthropogenic effects of this. You know, we're thinking about the humanity, and we're covering it as such.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, with a reminder of like the reality of what we're facing here. It's just one of the worst things that could possibly ever happen in Jamaica is about to happen here, as we are moments away from landfall, and with still a perfectly circular eye, just an incredibly powerful storm. Just another reminder, just in case there's somebody out there that's listening to this that hasn't heard yet, you know, let's just go through everything that Andy just went through again, some more safety advice and stuff. Coastal low-lying communities such as Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon need to be evacuated or already in shelter. Storm surge up to 13 feet is still possible. And we're probably already starting to experience that to some degree, especially down here around Alligator Pond, up there towards Mandeville, and places like that. Once again, this is one of the last chances you may have to protect your life. We're lucky, honestly, that this thing has such a tight wind field because we've had time before the worst of the winds came in. If you live in a hillside community above the south coast, you risk landslides and flash flooding. We still think 30 to 40 inches of rain is going to be possible here. Half that is going to be down within the next couple of hours, and then we're going to have persistent rain bands hitting even after the core of the storm's passed. Like Andy was talking about, power loss is extremely likely. Prepare for days without power or water, potentially much longer than days. Every discussion has mentioned communities being isolated. So there's people that are going to be cut off from resources, aid, local officials, local government services, internet and power and society in general for an extended period of time as a result of this storm. And just another reminder, you want to stay indoors once the eye wall hits. I think that this is going to be a very rare experience for humans. You know what I mean? Like, going through this eye is going to be very weird. It's going to feel like the storm is over. And I can't tell you exactly what that's going to feel like because I've never been in an eye. Once again, most people who have ever lived haven't. But it's not over. And without warning, those winds will come back just as strong as they were. You got to stay sheltered for the eye. If you live near steep terrain, clear any debris ahead of time as possible. It's probably too late for that. Afterwards, be ready for roads and bridges to be damaged or impassable. So keep that in mind. If you've got a plan right now, you think you're going to go hit the bridge, take the road down here, this is what you're going to do after the storm, those things likely won't exist. So keep that in mind. Avoid the coast and rivers entirely until the all clear is given. Surge and flooding may continue even after the peak winds reduce, and that's very possible. The National Hurricane Center is going to be live in about an hour, so we should definitely watch that. Somebody make sure you send me that link whenever they go. Will that be on YouTube? Yeah, I think they go live on YouTube. Where are the planes now? Let me zoom out a little bit and show you. It looks like this one's about to go in for another pass. So I believe that's the Air Force plane. Yeah, the Air Force plane is about to go in for another pass. This is a real-time view of our Hurricane Hunter planes that are getting ready to go back into the storm. It's possible that we get another reading before landfall, but there's also a very good possibility that this will happen right at landfall too. This one's still got to get oriented here. It's going to be a second before it gets in there. But yeah, they're both outside of the storm's core right now. A huge shout out to Ezra. Thank you so much for the very generous support. Current millbars and wind speed. So the wind speed is all the way up to 185 miles per hour, and that central low pressure is down to 892. So this is one of the strongest storms of all time. What are the wind gusts of this? If it can be measured, we're probably going to see wind gusts well over 200 miles per hour, especially in some of the higher elevations there, and especially right on the shore. There will be several wind gusts above 200 miles per hour. Sustained winds will be at 185, which means that they won't go lower than that. Another thing that it's probably the thing that we've talked about the least, but storm surge is going to reach up to 13 feet. That's enough to submerge single-story homes near the shoreline. And there's a lot of those. We've seen them on some of the Google Maps imagery that we've been looking at. And you got to think, too, waves ride on top of the storm surge, meaning that the total water depth could be 15, 16, 17 feet in some areas, if you count the waves. Another thing that is, there was one of the storm chasers. I don't remember if it was Josh, iCyclone, or somebody was talking about like how they prepare for the hurricanes the other day, and it was really interesting to me. A reminder: if you ever find yourself in one of these hurricanes, don't go outside. Obviously, right? But specifically, don't go outside on a balcony or something like that and face south or like into the wind, because even if there's not debris, literal sand and salt can become shrapnel that can really injure you. At 150 to 200 miles per hour, literal salt can injure you to the point of it being very, very bad, which is something that I never really thought about. So, yeah, just obviously, hopefully you're not going to be in a position where you're outside anyways, but just it's another thing to think about. Yeah, Josh is down there. He doesn't have a live stream. I'm talking to several storm chasers who are recording video clips, but they're not transmitting a live stream. Similar to sand blasting, yeah. Give me just a second, guys. I'm reading some stuff, some news as it comes in. And by the way, I'm looking at chat here. You guys are kind of my eyes. Like if I'm missing anything, if there's a camera that we should cut to, if there is a new update from the plane and I'm not getting to it yet, just holler at me. I'm looking at chat. Just type plane if I need to look at the plane. Type Sea Jamaica number 6 if I need to look at Sea Jamaica number 6. You guys can be my directors. Hurricane. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that covered. I think we're good on that. The flooding continues to get worse here over at Flatbridge. It's not really risen that much. From the time we started the stream to about 2 hours ago, the water rose very quickly. But I think the rain's kind of calmed down now. It's about to pick up, though, and then we'll see this rise pretty quickly again. And we've got Jared here. I see we got Dalton, Kinsey. You guys, if you guys see anything anywhere, just drop it in there and I'll relay it as it comes out. I would say we'll get our next bout of recon data. It'll probably be 30 minutes or more at this point. Both of the planes are turning around, and they're getting ready to go back in, but they're pretty well outside of the storm, and now they're chasing it again, so they're going after it. So landfall is, we're still a little bit out here. Once again, it's going to be whenever the center of the eye makes it onto land. So whenever the outside of the eye makes it onto land, that's when landfall is starting. And we'll put that on the screen just because I know it's the question everybody's asking. And then the landfall process will be completed, I guess, once the center of the eye makes it on land. And it could take a while for that to happen because this is so slow. We do have a video here from Negril from Adrian. Thank you for sending this in. Things are still mostly calm, at least from when this was taken. But yeah, I appreciate that. I showed that in the wrong way. Let me fix that real quick. So yeah, if you want to go to ryanhallyall.com/submit, that'll help us get stuff out there. Also, Frank, Jared, whoever's watching, in order for this to appear on my end, you guys have to approve it. Just a reminder on that. So there's probably a lot in there pending, but I don't know. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, seeing lots more people getting uneasy of asking about the tide. Depending on where you're at along the island of Jamaica, the tide will vary between about 2 feet between low and high tide, or in a bay, about 8 feet. So when you are talking about storm surge numbers of 20 feet plus that are right next to the eye and the eye wall, and you're just along an exposed beach and you're seeing a difference in the tide of 2 feet, you have to consider that that's only about a 10% difference, and it's not the driving force behind why something might be damaged by the saltwater flooding from the storm surge or not. So it means that there could be a slight difference in the storm surge, but it is not, again, it's not the driving factor in this case. So a lot of people are talking about the tide. Right now we're about mid tide. We're about halfway between low and high. So I don't foresee that being, as big of a conversation point as people are going to try to make it out to be. That's the science behind it.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. If you're just now tuning in, folks along the coast in St. Elizabeth Parish, that's on the southwestern side of Jamaica, need to seek shelter immediately in a reinforced concrete structure. The strong winds will be there soon. This is as an extreme of a situation as you've ever been in your life. Almost certainly, as this is the strongest hurricane that's ever hit Jamaica ever, as far as we know. We are very close to landfall now. The strongest winds are right now coming onto the Black River area, down past Malvern, Alligator Pond, places like that, and they're going to come up into Santa Cruz, White House, and places like that over the next little bit. Alligator Pond is likely receiving a lot of storm surge right now. It's all going to hit kind of like parallel with this. The center of the storm, some of the largest water rises are coming in with that. So that's going to be hitting Alligator Pond and Malvern and Black River now, literally. NOAA 42 is heading home, it looks like. So we might not get another pass from NOAA 42. This is what they saw just a few moments ago. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey guys, while Ryan's showing that, I would say just as an update, we're about 1 hour, right about 1 hour out from landfall now. So following along with our estimations earlier pretty well for about an 11:30 a.m. landfall Eastern time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're very close to landfall. Within the next 15 minutes or so, I'll put it on screen that we are, landfalling. Landfall is happening now, and we'll keep that up for about the hour that landfall occurs, just because I know everybody's asking when it's going to happen. But once again, this is what it looked like in the eye of Melissa yesterday, and this is what our hurricane hunters are seeing out there right now as they go through the eye. I'm hearing reports that NOAA 42, the one that experienced the 3.8 Gs, the big change in altitude, they're turning around. Same safety measures as yesterday were triggered. They surpassed the G-force limit. In 1 second, I've got to refill. I get something to drink here. I'll be right back. We'll let y'all about answer a question.
All right, chat. I see a few people asking, what does the pressure mean? And that's a key question. Look, think of a hurricane as a giant, angry vacuum cleaner in the sky. The lower that pressure number, the millibars, the stronger the suck. A really low number means it's pulling in air and moisture with incredible force, which is what creates those terrifying wind speeds. So when we're all freaking out about a number dropping into the 800s, it's because the vacuum just got upgraded to an industrial model. That's the deal.
It's not a bad explanation, actually. Are we close to the NHC live stream? This is from Jamaica. This is the
energy, telecoms, and transportation.
Let's listen.
Extremely important at this time. With us, we also have the person everybody wants to hear from, Mr. Evan Thompson, who is the head of our meteorological office here in Jamaica. Many people have said that they look forward to these briefings so they know what is happening, and I thank you all for tuning in. I thank the members in the diaspora for also tuning in and helping us to get the message to your families back home in Jamaica. So this morning we're going to have a quick briefing, and so I'm going to start with Evan Thompson. Oh, I need to acknowledge some others who are in the room. I want to acknowledge the head of ODPEM, Mr. Richard Thompson, who is here, and also the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, Marsha Henry Martin, and they've all been here overnight. I also want to acknowledge the members of the media who are here. They have been here consistently with us. We want to thank them. They're here sleeping on cots. That's how committed they are to getting the news and the information to you, and I'm very grateful to them and thank them. I know it's difficult being away from your families, but know that we are grateful to you. Another person that I need to thank are the caterers. There are a lot of people here in the emergency center and they need to be fed. And I want to thank the mothers team that's working to provide food. They bring breakfast, lunch, and they try to bring dinner too. And everybody who is in the emergency center is fed. We cannot do this without them. So I just wanted to acknowledge them also. So let's get started with the man of the moment, Evan Thompson.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the lady of the moment is Hurricane Melissa. And we'll be hearing a lot about Hurricane Melissa today because there has been no significant change in terms of the magnitude of this system, the strength of its winds. Our satellite imagery will just give you a good picture of what is really happening out there over the waters and even over the land, because Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, continues to barrel its way. Well, not barrel its way because it's still moving pretty slowly, but moving toward the southwestern coastline of Jamaica. We are starting to experience quite a few of the impacts of this system because we have been experiencing rainfall over much of the island, especially in the west and the south of the country. We've been having some periods of heavy rainfall, mostly moderate rainfall. There have also been gusts of wind and some sustained strong winds over sections of the island. The gusts, of course, going well into tropical storm force as we went through the night last night and as we have gone through this morning so far. We recognize that the system has not yet made landfall. The center is still some distance away from the coastline, just about 70 to 75 kilometers from the southwestern coastline, and it is still moving toward the north-northeast. So it is moving closer and closer to the coastline of Jamaica. I mentioned that it has been moving slowly, but it has been moving a little bit faster than it was previously because it's now moving at 11 kilometers per hour. That's just about 7 miles per hour. And it is expected to make that turn to be more in a direction, moving in a direction toward the northeast, which is a slight shift toward the east, more so than it is going at this time. So it will continue to move toward the island, making its entry on the southwestern coastline. We do expect, let me move this slide forward a little bit so you can see and get an idea of where we're expecting it to move. First, let me just point to those circles that you're seeing on the image. Where the center is located, the inner, I refer to it as the inner core, which is that orange area that's surrounding it. And then you have the outer band, of the greens that extend across the country, which is what most of us have been experiencing thus far. But the inner core that we speak of is that orange area that we expect to be making some impact on the island, and that's where the stronger winds are concentrated. Also, the heavier rainfall is in that general area. We did say that the system is a Category 5 hurricane at this time, and when it makes landfall, it is expected to still be a Category 5 hurricane. That means it will cause catastrophic damage, life-threatening damage. There is very little that can stop a Category 5 hurricane. And regardless of the where you are in the parish of Westmoreland or St. Elizabeth, if you are under the impact of those Category 5 hurricane force winds, you will be having significant difficulty even with infrastructure that's in the area. So ensure that you are in the strongest area that you can. The recommendation from the Hurricane Center is that you would have as many walls between yourself and the outside as you can, because it is important to reinforce yourself and to ensure that you are not left vulnerable to this system. We do expect that it will gradually be reduced in strength as it moves over the island. It will fall to a category 4, maybe, and then category 3 as it exits the country, possibly. But in the meantime, when it makes landfall, which is expected, as you can see in this image here, to be somewhere near parity in western St. Elizabeth, that's somewhat to the east of Black River. So it will most likely make landfall in the western part of St. Elizabeth rather than in the eastern part of Westmoreland. And then it will continue moving toward the northeast. That is the direction of movement that is expected. It will continue over the northern part of St. Elizabeth and then move into southern Trelawney. And the exit is expected to be somewhere in Trelawney rather than in St. Anne. It would be most likely in the eastern end of Trelawney rather than St. Anne, where it makes its exit from the island of Jamaica. Here we see the area, this area of orange shows the outer bands of this system, where we are expecting to be experiencing impacts. Heavy rainfall right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Also strong winds across the island. The amounts of rainfall that we expect, we see here again, we indicated that we would have between 20 and 30 inches or 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall affecting sections of the island. The area that is expected to be impacted mostly has been narrowed a little bit on the map. So you'll see that Jamaica's central parishes are most at risk and extending into the west of the island as well. And then some slightly lower figures are expected for the rest of the island, but still significant rainfall. 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters is nothing to scoff at. It's still a lot of rainfall, still expected to produce significant flooding. You might be saying that this system doesn't seem to be packing much of a punch because what you've been experiencing outside doesn't seem to be worthy of all the hurrah that we're creating about the system. But the truth is, it is still some distance away from the coast, expected to move closer and then move across the island, and that means that the impacts are going to be significantly greater than you've already been experiencing. Flooding is expected, landslides are expected, storm surge is expected, and of course those strong winds we will not be able to escape, especially if you're in the path of this system and in the path close to the eye of the system. The rest of the island, I mentioned the category 5 hurricane force winds that will be experienced over parts of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland going into Trelawney, but we are expecting tropical storm force winds over the rest of the country. And so we all should be experiencing or looking out for the experience of tropical storm winds right across the island. Here we see on our picture some of the areas that are expected to be mostly inundated from storm surge that is also expected to come onshore. And this would be in those bays and inlets. In the area of Black River, we expect significant storm surge, although the center is now expected to be somewhat of Black River, so this might have to be updated slightly, but Black River will also experience storm surge. Storm surge could get as high as 13 feet. That's high. 13 feet is a couple of stories.
Okay. So they're starting to get into a lot of the stuff that we've already covered here, but some good information there from JIS TV. Now, there's going to be another live stream from the National Hurricane Center in about 20 minutes that we will also show, because I think that stuff, it's good. Our hurricane recon planes are turning around, or at least this one is. There's one right now just north of Kingston that's about to go in for another pass as we are experiencing landfall right now. I am just updating a few things on the back end, and I'll change the overlay to represent that. So if you're asking when is landfall, I mean, it's basically happening right now, and the official landfall will happen within the next hour or so when the center of the eye goes on to land. Huge shout out to Ezra again for the super chat. We're gonna be live throughout the landfall, and we'll probably stay live after landfall to relay news and stuff. I think probably a lot of the information that you guys are going to want to hear, if you have interest down here, or if you're just interested in what's going on, is not going to come through until after landfall has occurred. So keep that in mind. We're in full landfall mode now. We're trying to find the best way to give you the best information about that. And then after landfall, we're going to be in news relay mode. What happened? How bad was it? We'll answer those questions for you as the storm moves through the island. Yeah, it is taking a little bit of a more northerly turn, so that's keeping it away from land a little bit longer. But it's coming. It's going to make landfall between Black River and Auchindown and White House here. And just to remind you guys, if I'm not looking at the satellite in the right way, I look over at chat very often, and everybody's like, hey, zoom out, point it over here, do this, do that. You can look at satellite for free on your own phone or computer using the same app that I'm using. It's called WeatherWise. There's a link in the top of the description. If you want your map to look like mine, if you want to have the same style and everything, you can do y'all mode. A lot of people are asking about y'all mode. That's a plus subscription thing. But all of the basics, all of the really important stuff that you need to monitor the weather is free. But you get cool extra stuff, like being able to monitor 2 different kinds of satellite at the same time with the plus version. So if you are interested in that, that is available. So you see, we've got split view here. So I can view, with the plus, I can view both the infrared and the visible satellite at the same time. So it's stuff like that that you'll get access to with the plus. Not necessary, but it's cool, and it is going to help you monitor the storms better. And to tell you about the planes again, the planes are not in the WeatherWise app. They will be, but they're not right now. And just to give you an update on that, the reason we're not talking about them right now is because they're not in the eye. They're still turning around. We just got a location update on this one. It's north of the island. It's going to turn around and get another pass here soon. The other one, I think this one's going home. This one aborted the mission because they got way too shaken up in that last pass. They exceeded the G-force limit. But another free feature of WeatherWise is the cameras. You can pull these up yourself. As long as they're working, you'll be able to watch these for the duration of the event. There's 300 of you guys watching this one right now. There's 300 of you guys watching the Westmoreland one right now, even though it's down. Yeah, so you get up to 100 historical frames with the plus as well. And you can turn on and off smoothing. So you can smooth the data to make it look better. So I'm just trying to, like, a lot of people are asking about this. I'm trying to get this out of the way before we get into full news mode and landfall mode. I honestly need to do like a full video just going over all of the WeatherWise stuff and just refer people to that. Because it's becoming a very rich app full of stuff. All right, let's go through these cameras again. Looks like we're paused. We're buffering on a lot of these. At some point, we're going to lose power completely. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit over here in Kingston. Camera's down there. Yeah, we're having a rough time with the cameras here. Yeah, look at this. They're all buffering. They will come back. We've seen this happen a couple of times. And I got to go push another button over here to my right. Y'all bot, what's going on in chat?
All right, Ryan, quick update from the chat for you. Everyone is still talking about a JS Photography live cam in Treasure Beach, saying the feed is absolutely insane right now. There are also a lot of questions about whether landfall has officially happened and what the storm's path looks like after it clears Jamaica, especially concerning Cuba and the U.S.
So it's not going to be bad for the U.S. That's not something that we've got to worry about. There will be some rip currents and some swells on the eastern side, but nothing like we have earlier. And as far as that camera goes, Treasure Island, hopefully our team is working on that. So we can't just like show anything. We got to get permission. Anybody that you guys are a lot of you guys are saying like show this person or show this camera, they either won't let us use their live stream or we can't get into contact with him, right? So like if I pull somebody's live stream up and they don't like that for whatever reason, they can sue me. They can shut my channel down. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying our best to get permission and all that good stuff. Even though it's a public YouTube channel, yes. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a Category 5 Melissa making landfall now. The official landfall will be announced here within the next little bit. And we're just a few minutes away from the NHC update. So the National Hurricane Center is going to go live. And usually that's full of really good information, and we like showing that. So we're going to broadcast that whenever it comes through. Here's an update from Josh Morgerman, iCyclone out there. He's live tweeting his experience, by the way, if you guys want to follow him on X. He says at 9:35 a.m., crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. He's in Crawford, St. Elizabeth Parish. Where is that? So he's over here. He's on the western side of the eye wall. And he's saying that crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. So if that's happening over here, who knows what's happening over here? This is about to be really, really bad for the Black River area. And just, I mean, look at this stuff, y'all. This is right on the water. Like, all of this is likely going to be gone. All right, yeah, so we've updated the overlay there. Still says C5 175 miles per hour, but that's about 10 miles per hour off. We've got 185 mile per hour sustained winds with this storm as it makes landfall here. Pulling up the WeatherWise app again, just zooming in here. to watch the landfall unfold here on the infrared side. Just unbelievable stuff. It's still pretty much a perfect circle as the eye comes ashore. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, as we narrow down our landfall corridor here, some of my largest concerns are now this eastern side of St. Elizabeth Parish, Treasure Beach, and to the north and east. This sort of plain along the southern Jamaica is pretty heavily populated, but like spread out. There are a lot of people here, and I think that Treasure Beach will experience a lot of the eye wall impacts and winds. So I have a feeling that all of these neighborhoods here and streets with houses everywhere, extending, dozens of miles inland, are going to be some of the main concerns in terms of our wind damage, which will be highly localized. The wind damage part of this is going to pale in comparison to the rainfall related damage from landslides, mudslides, flooding, storm surge, etc. And I don't know, but I just wanted to say that I'm starting to hone in on some of like the different sorts of damage we might observe and how to understand that, because there's just going to be millions of people digesting this information as it comes out over time. I don't know how fast it'll come out, because we'll likely lose a lot of communications with the island, and it'll take people time to get there, and it'll be dangerous, or all sorts of things to consider. But I just want to start thinking about how are we going to adequately and accurately digest this information so that we can just prevent as much misinformation as possible from spreading during a disaster like this. That's always going to be one of my number one goals, is just make sure that the information is good and sound and accurate, and we understand what's happening, and we can relay that as such.
Unmute. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for that update. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, landfall is happening now, and we are also about to get another pass from a hurricane hunter, I believe. So that we'll bring that to you as well as that comes out. We've got, we're really trying, a lot of you guys are suggesting live feeds to show. We're trying our best to get them pulled up here. So we're trying to contact the owners of those cameras, and we will get them up. We do have working cameras again in Kingston, so that's good news. So we've got coverage there still, but right here where landfall is happening, we're basically just listening. We're following a couple people who are relaying text updates. There is no live stream from Josh. But the last that we heard from Josh was, let me refresh here. Yeah, crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. And he's saying that from right here. Right in here is where he is. So that's the eye. That's the eye wall coming through. This is it. It's happening now. Landfall is happening. This is going to be the biggest part of the storm. This is going to be the most damaging part of the storm over the next several hours as this comes in. The strongest winds are very tightly packed right in here, and they're just now coming onto shore. So surprisingly, based off of what I'm seeing on Twitter and in chat and stuff, we actually do have, quite a few people from Jamaica watching. So help me out here. Type your parish if you're in Jamaica, or even just something as simple as South Coast, North Coast, Island, Interior. Help me map where you are in real time to kind of get a gauge on who's watching and where from. Also, just so everybody knows, 892 millibars. That's where we are with the pressure. A lot of people ask that when they first come in. 185 mile per hour winds. So that nothing's changed there, but we are going to get more data from these planes as they take another pass here soon. So once the eye passes, we're probably not once the eye passes, but once we get in the eye, once people like Josh are in the eye, we're probably going to get some sort of update about the the damage. So that's when we might be able to relay some sort of information about that. But remember, after the eye goes by, there's going to be another hurricane, essentially. Another whole half of the hurricane's got to go through before this is truly over. And it's still moving very, very slow. The eye is going to be making landfall here within the next 45 minutes, and it's really going to start crossing onto shore in about 10 minutes. Okay, so they're not going to go in again. Both of the planes are moving away from the storm now. They're not going to do another pass while it's over land. Yeah, landfall's happening now. We are currently, it's 10:58 local here in the East Coast of the United States. And we're just waiting for more information to come in. Another reminder, we've got quite a few people in here now. We're going to be here relaying this news and information as it comes in real time. We've got no filters, right? There's no producer. There's nothing lagging the information, right? So we're going to be relaying this in real time as it comes out. If you think that's valuable, if you think other people might get value from that, just another reminder, please share this out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever. And also like the stream here on YouTube to get us up there in the algorithm. There's people who probably would benefit from the information we're about to give out that don't know about us, and we don't promote ourselves or anything like that. The only way people know about us is via you. So you don't have to do it, but it would be appreciated if you shared us out there. The eye wall is now on shore in Jamaica, and it's likely doing catastrophic damage right now. Communications are failing across the western side of the island, so we may not see many of the images for a while. Just going to be upfront and honest with you. This, if this was happening in the United States, we would have 87 cameras strapped to trees with Starlinks and everything else, giving you that kind of vantage point. We are not set up to do that outside of the United States yet. Okay. So we are dependent on people like Brandon Clement and people out there that are going to post videos and photos a little bit later. And we are trying to, get some more live feeds as well. But it's a copyright thing. We got to make sure we have permission and all that good stuff. Yes, this is literally a stronger storm than Katrina. That is a fact. Will it cause as much of a humanitarian disaster, or will it be as bad as Katrina? I don't know. Probably. But nobody knows that. Nobody knows until it's over. Thank you, William. Shout out to you, William. Thank you. Yeah, so there's a pretty good camera there on Treasure Beach, but yeah, we can't figure out who owns it or anything like that. Cody says, without the planes, is there another way to measure the millibars and the wind speed and gusts? Is there anything else that can measure the plane? Once it gets on land, there's plenty of ways if it goes over a weather station or something. But as far as out there, unless it hits a buoy or something like that, there's no way to get that data without the planes. The last update we got from Josh was 22 minutes ago. Still haven't heard anything else from him. I'm reading stuff as it comes in. There's not a whole lot of news yet, and that is to be expected. I think once we get in the eye here, we'll hear a whole lot more. I think that one's down now, Jeffrey. And yeah, once again, for those of you who are just now tuning in, you can follow along in the WeatherWise app. That's what I'm using. If I'm not showing the satellite at the right angle, you can look at it on your own browser, weatherwise.app. Yeah, this storm is insane. Yeah, one of the strongest landfalling storms ever in the Atlantic is making landfall right now in Jamaica. And once again, just another reminder, if you're in Jamaica, type your parish in chat. Y'allbot's keeping a list of where everybody is. South Coast, North Coast, Island Interior. It's essentially going to map it out for me. So let's go in and look a little bit deeper in on the satellite here on the WeatherWise app. You can see that the actual eye is now coming onto the beach here near Crawford, and that's where Josh is. That's where iCyclone is. So I'm honestly just refreshing his Twitter over here just to see if he says anything else, because his last update was pretty crazy. Once again, crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. That's what he said 25 minutes ago. Now the eye is coming onto shore here. The strongest winds are going to be right there where he is and just to the east, Black River. This is where we're experiencing likely 200 mile per hour gusts right now. Pond side, in places like this, it's going to continue to be very strong even as it goes farther inland towards Betheltown and Darliston. So this is where the catastrophic hurricane is hitting currently, and where we're going to continue to look for evidence of the catastrophic damage that's being done. But once again, communication are down, like power's out. Cell phone service is going to be hard. Even Starlink communications is going to be hard to do until they get in the eye. So it might be a moment before we start seeing these images. And yeah, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft had to abort its mission into Hurricane Melissa after exceeding G-force safety limits. But before that happened, one of their instruments measured a pressure of 892 millibars, which is a historic measurement. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we have a pretty considerably westward wobble that's causing this to go due north here as it approaches land. I have a theory that it has something to do with the sort of jutting out part of the island south and east of Black River. So it's possible if this continues north before it wobbles back to the east to correct a neutral path here, that we might actually see landfall designated in one of the towns like White House here. Just to the north and west of Crawford. So it remains to be seen. Of course, if you're just joining us now, landfall is designated when the lowest and mid layer of the center of the hurricane is over land officially. So we have the eye wall over land, and we've got some reports of the conditions there. But also, we're looking for the official landfall designation in about 45 minutes to an hour or so. Especially if it keeps going further north, it'll delay that a little bit longer in case you're looking for the official, declaration from the National Hurricane Center. So that is the latest on the landfall status of things.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. That's meteorologist Andy Hill. We still can't say that we've officially gotten a landfall here, but like Andy said, it's something that we're going to be watching when the center of the eye makes it onto land. But if you happen to be on the beach here between Black River and White House, you can probably start looking up here soon and seeing the eye. Definitely wouldn't recommend that. Once again, we got to encourage everyone to stay in their shelter or treat this as if you're in a tornado situation, because the winds are going to come back without warning. Is the NHC live stream, is that still a thing? Not live yet? Okay. All right. I'm just waiting on that. Here's what it looks like over there in Kingston. You see some larger white caps now. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit more. Just a reminder, Kingston's way over here. Stronger part of the storm is starting to move into the area, so we will see that reflected in the live footage. But the catastrophic hurricane is hitting over here, where there's currently no live streams coming out right now. Yeah, camera 6 does not paint the full picture of what's going on in the western side of Jamaica right now. The camera seems pretty chill for how big that storm is. Yes, what you're noticing is, this is a small hurricane, and even smaller than the hurricane is the Category 5 winds that are very tightly packed around the eye. I do think that we will see much stronger winds in Kingston as this part of the storm comes over town. But the strongest winds are very close to the eye wall over here. So we're talking about places like Alligator Pond, Mandeville, Bethel Town, Montego Bay, places like this. That's where the record-shattering earth, limitations, everything that we've been saying, that's where that storm is happening. Before we see any videos or images from that, it's probably going to be when the eye is over the area. All right, National Hurricane Center's live.
5 miles per hour this morning, poised to make landfall on the southwestern coast of Jamaica here in the next hour or two. Right now, Melissa is now moving more steadily toward the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Expected to make landfall here in the next couple hours in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes. The northern portion of the eye wall now starting to move on shore in areas like Black River, Barbary Hall, Blunters. It's going to be a very dangerous scenario now starting to play out in the next few hours as the eye of Melissa moves across Jamaica today. Catastrophic wind damage expected in the eye wall here, total building failures, and the winds will be even higher up here in the areas of high topography. Could have wind gusts over 200 miles per hour in some of those high mountains here across Jamaica. We're also going to see that storm surge play out here in the next couple of hours along the south coast, near and to the right of where the center crosses the coast. Could see inundation of 9 to 13 feet above ground level with destructive wave action on top of it. So everybody in Jamaica needs to be in their safe place. Stay indoors. Do not go out when the eye crosses over. There will be a period of relative calm, but with the forward speed increasing and the very small size of the eye, winds will pick up and dangerous conditions will pick up very quickly as the backside of the eye moves through. So do not go outside. Plan to shelter in place throughout the day today. On the rainfall front, rainfall forecast has not changed, expecting widespread 15 to 30 inches of rainfall. Already seeing pictures of flooding in the Kingston area this morning. Isolated rainfall totals could be as high as 40 inches in locations, producing catastrophic, life-threatening flooding, numerous landslides in these areas. So just a catastrophic situation playing out here for Jamaica through the rest of today into tonight. Now zooming out to the impacts that we're going to see in other areas as the center of Melissa moves off the north coast of Jamaica. We're expecting it to make landfall in southeastern Cuba overnight tonight or early Wednesday morning. We have hurricane warnings in effect for much of eastern Cuba. Then the center of Melissa will move out into the southwestern Atlantic and through the southeastern Bahamas during the day on Wednesday into Wednesday evening, where we have hurricane warnings in effect as well. Storm surge along the southeast Cuban coast, 8 to 12 feet above normal tide levels. 5 to 8 feet of inundation possible in the southeastern Bahamas near where the eye passes through. And again, dangerous major hurricane force winds expected across portions of southeastern Cuba with 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, isolated rainfall totals here in some of these areas as high as 25 inches. Again, catastrophic flash flooding and landslides likely in areas of high terrain. Significant rainfall, 5 to 10 inches in the southeastern Bahamas. And we're still going to see heavy rainfall in portions of Hispaniola with 6 to 8 additional inches across southern Haiti, Dominican Republic, with dangerous conditions playing out there. So wrapping up with the key messages, we're just going to focus in on Jamaica right now. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic winds with total structural failure likely near the path of Maria's core as the eye wall moves across portions of western Jamaica. Do not go out in the eye as it passes your area. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds are expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructure damage, communication loss, power loss in isolated communities, and along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves expected throughout the day. So please stay safe, pay attention to information you're getting from your local government officials and your local meteorological service, and come back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Melissa. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan.
All right, there you go. Latest from the National Hurricane Center. Good stuff. Good stuff. We are moments away now from landfall, and just to kind of touch again on what Andy was just talking about, you can really see that movement here that's delaying landfall just a little bit. It goes off to the north, almost a little bit of a northwest tick there on the very last frame. But we still think that Black River is going to be the place that gets hit hardest here. And it's really unfortunate because this is what Black River looks like. I mean, everything right here, at least, is gone. I mean, there's no way that any of this survives this. Then you've got a community that goes well inland that's going to be experiencing tornado-like winds over the next couple of hours. You know what I mean? So this is an incredibly dangerous situation for our folks over here in Black River. And then also you got the community of Luana, just north of that. That's also going to take a direct hit here. And we heard from storm chaser Josh Morgerman over here in Crawford not too long ago about some significant damage that was taking place over there. So coming back to our satellite here. And just for everybody that's wondering about the planes, we currently have no planes en route. They are egressing away from the storm, and we are not going to get any more updates from this while it's overland. Here's another one, team, to look into. Must have made landfall. Not yet. Not yet. It's happening now, but we won't designate it as an official landfall for a little while, until the center of the storm's overland. And just, I see you guys, you're sharing us all over the place. I appreciate it. We are going to be here. We've been on the air for 5 hours and 21 minutes. We are not going anywhere. We are going to get you a steady stream of information about what's going on in here. But we don't have that information right now. Honestly, nobody does, really. There's a couple of live streaming cameras on the outside, on the outskirts of where the strongest winds are. But other than that, I don't think we're hearing from anybody in Black River right now. And that is where the worst of the storm by far is. Storm surge in Kingston. Yeah, the water's rising a little bit over there. You can see that in camera number 7. So all the live cameras that we do have are in Kingston, which is pretty far away from the strongest part of the storm here. And we got one that's a little bit closer, but it's still down. Yeah, Jeff Pietrowski is another one that's out there. In Santa Cruz. Okay, so that's actually pretty close. That's surprising that he's able to get a live stream out right there. So we're watching all these. I'm watching all this stuff coming in. We're asking if we can show feeds. You know, who knows if we'll be able to make contact with these people. But once again, we can't show anything that we don't have permission for. Literally, people get very upset about that. What I can tell you is we've got no official reports just yet that are incredibly significant, and we hope that continues to be the case. But unfortunately, it won't be. It won't be. So if you're just now tuning in, Hurricane Melissa is a Category 5 monster with sustained winds near 185 miles per hour. This is one of the strongest storms of all time, and it's making landfall right now in Jamaica, near Savanna-la-Mar, east of Negril, right there near the communities of White House and Black River. Probably White House will be the official place that we designate as the landfall area. Pressure is down to 892 millibars, and we've got the deadliest part of the hurricane right here, the part that wraps around the eye. The light green to yellow area around the eye there on satellite, that's going to be the deadliest part of the hurricane here, okay? And that's what's moving up into the Black River area and Darliston and Savanna-la-Mar areas over the next couple of minutes. We're going to have gusts over 200 miles per hour. We're going to have a large hurricane decimate this area. And this is what we've been talking about for hours. Hopefully everybody got the message. Now all we can do is just kind of wait and see what happened and see what the damage looks like, and then what the response needs to look like. And I'm going to be relaying all of that to you as that information comes in. King Command, thank you so much for the support. Yeah, if you're in Jamaica, anywhere in this area, you should already be in your safe spot. I've seen a couple people in chat say they're from places like Montego Bay. We've noticed that the Montego Bay, we've noticed that the winds start suddenly, right? So winds might not even be too bad right now where you are, but I promise they're coming, and they will be over 100 miles per hour for a significant period of time. So you should already be in your shelter. Get into an interior room, a concrete structure, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and treat this like a tornado warning, okay? A tornado. This is a tornado. It's a big, long-lasting tornado, essentially. And just a reminder to help me kind of gauge where people are watching from, feel free to type your location in the chat, especially if you're from Jamaica, White House, Black River, North Coast, South Coast, Kingston, wherever you are. It helps me paint the picture of where we've got viewers at. And just know that we're really focused on the coast right now. And like Andy said earlier, the biggest part of this storm is not going to be the winds. Don't get me wrong. The winds that are happening right now and the communities that are being impacted are being severely impacted, and this is going to be a historic windstorm. But the rain and the storm surge and the general overall storm impact is going to come even to the inland areas in the form of landslides and flash flooding, and that's what will impact the most people. Millions of people are at risk for significant impacts over the next 6 hours or so. Flash flooding and landslides are going to be a huge threat even through tonight. The rain bands wrapping around the storm are going to keep dumping water long after the winds weaken. And that's going to be, once again, a big problem. Winds are currently at 185 miles per hour. Central pressure of 892 millibars, and it's moving northeast according to the National Hurricane Center at 7 miles per hour. But I would say it's probably, and within the past couple of ticks, it's either directly north or northwest at maybe 5 or 6 miles per hour. And for anybody who may be confused about what we're looking at here, we are looking at a once-in-a-century image of a Category 5 hurricane scraping across Jamaica live. The strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica, as far as we know, is happening right in front of us here. Yeah, it's 46 minutes since the last update from Josh, so I don't know what's going on in his location, but he should be in the eye now. Crawford is going to be one of the places that has the first view, I guess, of the stadium effect. Yeah, so right now you can see that the eye it's literally coming onto shore in Crawford. Next in line is White House, and then Auchindown, Belmont. We've got places like Black River. And another reminder, if you're watching this, or if you ever find yourself in a hurricane in the future of this magnitude, when the eye hits, it's not time to go outside. It's going to happen again. What just happened is going to happen again on the other side of the hurricane. Even though it seems like it's over, it's not. And I still cannot believe how perfectly structured the storm is, even as the actual center of the eye is going over land now. Or not, the actual eye is going over land now. Like this thing should be torn apart by now. But it's going just as strong as it was an hour ago. It's breaking all the rules out here in the Caribbean. Sorry, I'm talking to like a couple people behind the scenes to try to get some news and feeds in here. Yeah, and just another reminder, a lot of the news about what's happening here is going to come out when the eye is over these communities. Andy, do you want to talk about what you just tweeted?
Yeah, Ryan, I did bring this up earlier, if you want to bring it up. I posted a tweet that has specifically some of the areas we mentioned about storm surge on the southern side of the island, because we talked about storm surge effects on the northern side and the southern side. Now that we have the most recent update here, where we have this straight northern track with a westward wobble compared to the previous direction that it was just taking, Melissa, that puts Black River, Jamaica, right in the worst part of the eye wall. If you can imagine the circular eye here, the winds are going counterclockwise around the low pressure. And as it comes onto land, not yet, but as it comes onto land, those winds will shift from the southwest right into the bay and right into the river mouth, the Black River mouth. And downstream of that is a bunch of communities and marshland, swampland, but there are people who are there. What you're seeing on that graphic in the area of red is 9+ feet of storm surge, saltwater flooding essentially is coming in, and we're about mid-tide right now. So that's going to be about the average. This is a model from the National Hurricane Center of the storm surge in the event that a Category 5 hurricane moving at about 15 miles an hour, because I couldn't choose an intermediate number, is going from the west-southwest up. And I chose that direction because specifically when the hurricane is past landfall here, we're going to get those winds that are specifically funneling all that water inland into the Black River mouth. So this is where my topmost storm surge concern is. These people need to be accounted for when we are assessing the post effects, the cleanup, the rescue crews, and all of that. This is a variable that should be known to those people. So I hope that we can understand that with the latest data that we can see from the satellite, that this is going to be the case. The Black River mouth and the surrounding streams are going to experience some pretty significant storm surge that will inundate houses almost certainly in the area. So this is unfortunate, but I just wanted to bring it to light because it's important that the proper information is out there.
All right, so that's an update from meteorologist Andy Hill there. Going back to weather-wise, we can see that the hurricane is coming onto land now between Alligator Pond and Savanna-la-Mar. And we are still working on getting you some more information here. Let's take a look at the this camera here. And wow, the water's risen quite a bit here in Flat Bridge. We were looking at this earlier. There's a bridge down there, and the water it's been rising and falling. We're seeing it rise again, and you can see that the rain has picked up a lot here, whereas we weren't getting any rain earlier. So now we've got heavy rain taking over pretty much the entire island of Jamaica. Now the flash flooding threat is really getting going from Montego Bay or to Mandeville to Kingston, the whole island pretty much. Where is Treasure Beach? That is, it's not in like the strongest part of the storm. That's for sure. It's down. Let's see here. White House. Actually, it kind of is. It's like right here. Move myself. Like right in here. That's where that camera is. And yeah, they're getting hit hard, but I'm telling you, the areas just like to the west of that are getting hit even harder. Black River, Santa Cruz, up there towards New Holland, that's going to be even more intense than what we're seeing through that camera. All right, we did get an update from Josh, who is in Crawford. I'm going to read this off as it's really interesting to hear what he's going through. He's in Crawford on the western side of the eye wall. 38 seconds ago, he says, 10:25 a.m., frightening power, whiteout, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. Praise the Lord for solid concrete, is what he says. So Josh is currently in the middle of the storm. He's not able to get a live feed out, but he's live tweeting his experience. And once again, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears, and he's on the western side of this the storm as it comes in. Honestly, the northern side. So he's about to be in the eye, and he might be right now, and that's why he's able to get that update out. Yep, winds are getting much stronger over here in Kingston as well, and we're starting to see some more of that water come in with the storm surge. Not going to be as terrible over there as it is farther to the west, but it's still something that we're going to keep an eye on. We're starting to see some greater impacts in the Montego Bay area as well. I'll tell you one thing, I'm scrolling through Twitter or X, and I am seeing a lot of fake footage. So just to give you a heads up, there's some AI stuff floating around out there. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a catastrophic hurricane making landfall in Jamaica, and we're just doing real-time news relay as we get information. We're trying our best to get access to some of these live feeds, and there's not a lot of them. Just to be honest with you, there's not a lot of options out there, but we can't show anything without permission. So we're working on that. The real, information that we're trying to get out right now is honestly the damage, like what just happened in Black River. I think that if we can tell that story, It's going to help us understand what to expect even downstream a little bit. So Bethel town, you're next, and then Montego Bay. Like, this is going to hit pretty hard up there too. Hopefully we can tell you what happened in Black River so you can know exactly what to expect up there. The winds are still at 185 miles per hour. The central pressure is still way down at 892 millibars. This is making landfall as the strongest storm in the Atlantic Basin to ever make landfall. So it's definitely, whatever's happening down there is definitely not good. Should Cuba be worried since the storm isn't weakening? Yes, Cuba should be worried even if the storm does ultimately begin to weaken, like we believe it will, because it's still going to make landfall at least as a Category 4 in eastern Cuba, south and west of Guantanamo. It'll be a devastating hurricane for Cuba, and I think that's being overlooked a little bit because of how bad this is in Jamaica. But just to be very clear, it is going to be bad in Cuba as well. Yeah, and this guy that I'm reading updates from, Josh, he's been in everything. He's been in like 80-something hurricanes. He's been in all the strongest hurricanes ever. And the fact that, he's kind of freaking out right now speaks volumes as to how strong the storm actually is. He is the hurricane man. Yeah, for sure. For those of you who are just now tuning in, we do have still Category 5 hurricane with 185 mile per hour winds moving in right now. We are honestly, it's eerie how quiet it is. There's no information coming out of here. Hopefully that's a good thing, but it's probably a bad thing. As soon as we start hearing something, I'll be the first to let you know. But for everybody asking about landfall, it still hasn't officially made landfall yet. We're waiting for that center part of the eye to make it onto land. And with the little bit of the northerly and northwesternly tick that it's taken, that might take a minute before that happens. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just the latest on the direct landfalls here. I am seeing that we are actually weakening already. Specifically the dryness of the eye has moistened quite considerably, so it's cooled off just a bit. This is a classic feature. Once the hurricane starts to make landfall and interact with land, we see the eye begin to cloud over somewhat. If it was completely clear or mostly clear while it was over the water, it will start to cloud over a bit as it becomes a little bit less stable in its heat engine that it's trying to maintain. So we're seeing that the first indication of a weakening phase upon landfall is that the eye is closing up just a bit, and we're seeing that cloud cover come in. So we're not expecting this to intensify again all the way up to landfall. This is following the classic regime where even in the most upper echelon hurricane you can imagine, which we are watching live right now, which is just ridiculous on its own, this process will still occur. So it looks like we're on track with that. Not speaking about, the devastating impacts that are occurring right in that region as it happens.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We are working on getting some updates for you. We are currently zoomed in on the Jamaica area using the WeatherWise app for those of you who want to follow along. Okay, I see it now, Jared. It's on. And what are we waiting for on that? Do we have a receipt? Yeah, 185 mile per hour winds. Did the overlay update? Oh, it did. All right, so we've been working on getting some imagery. We do have a camera now in Montego Bay in Jamaica. Are we sure we put it's working on the y'all cam. So we'll be able to watch it come in as it goes into Montego Bay for sure. Let me pull this up over here. Bear with me, y'all. Once again, keep your, if you're just now tuning in, keep putting your location in the chat. I'm getting ready to show the map that we've been working on. Kind of map out where everybody is. God. I'm having the hardest time ever here with this. Okay, yeah, so here is a live camera from Montego Bay. The storm is still pretty far away from here, but I think that it's going to be pretty intense whenever it goes over. Once again, we're working hard to get access to all the cameras. We got to, some of them you got to pay for, some of them you got to just get permission. We're working on that. But this is what it looks like live right now in Montego Bay as the storm approaches. We'll come back over here and we'll reload this. We'll try to get it to work over here one more time. And we'll just load up the satellite over here so we can keep track of that. I think I'm going to take the recon down and we'll just focus on the cone and the path right now. And something interesting here is that it is a little bit farther west than even the cone. It's eclipsing the cone a little bit there. So it's going to make landfall a little bit farther west than what we thought. It's probably going to be in White House. And once again, Black River, that's going to be where the worst of the storm happens. And Montego Bay, it's coming up right towards you next. and we've got that live camera in place to help see it. So if you are just now tuning in, just to, I know if you've been here for 5 hours or 6 hours, however long, you've probably heard me say this a million times, but you got to remember, I've got to keep in mind that there are people constantly coming in, new people, right? This is a Category 5 hurricane making landfall now in Jamaica with 185 mile per hour winds, 220 mile per hour wind gusts, and a central low pressure of 892 millibars, the strongest landfalling hurricane in the Atlantic basin ever. And it's going to make landfall. It's doing destruction right now in White House and Black River. Next in line is Montego Bay. And this is what it looks like there. We do have a very high quality live feed from Montego Bay, and hopefully we'll be able to keep this for quite some time as the conditions worsen up here. So it seems like we do have a few people watching in the Montego Bay area. So we'll be here with you as the storm continues to move in. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, with that latest northward wobble, we did talk about the southern facing coast for, where the largest and most significant storm surge impact would be felt. But now we should also focus on the northern coast here of Jamaica, here in the northwest Jamaica, since we have this storm now moving due north for a little while here. That means that areas around Montego Bay will be much closer to the direct line of path that the eye is taking. So we could see, again, some of those places that I talked about earlier take on more significant storm surge as the winds turn to the northwest and west into Montego Bay. So Seawind Beach, the Catherine Hall subdivision, and of course the international airport there, and immediate beaches along the northern coast to the north of Montego Bay. Those would be some of the areas that I start looking at a lot more closely now as we begin to watch the trek overland and start thinking about what the impacts will be on the north side.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Zooming in very close here just to list off some more of these towns that are in the direct path here. Darliston, Betheltown, Cambridge, Maroontown, Kempshot, Montego, Freeport, Mount Zion. You know what's crazy is some of these town names are easier to say than towns here in the United States. In Mississippi. Thought I'd have a harder time. But this is what's happening right now. Unfortunately, we're about to get a deluge of bad reports in, I think, from the Black River area, White House, and areas around there. We've definitely had catastrophic damage done. And now that the eye is still there and it still looks very good. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that we can kind of tell that the storm's weakening now a little bit. But the eye might be intact on the other side of Jamaica, which is crazy to think about. And that means that it's going to continue to be strong enough to do catastrophic damage all the way across the island. So even up there towards Montego Bay, where we've got people watching, you guys need to be getting ready, bracing for impact because it's coming. This is what it looks like right now in Montego Bay. Conditions are manageable, but deteriorating quickly. How fast is the storm moving? About 7 miles per hour. Maybe a little bit slower than that. But about 7 miles per hour. And this camera, it's about, I would say, an hour and a half away from getting hit by the hardest part of the biggest part of the storm. Oh yeah, this is definitely the strongest storm of the year, by far. As many as 1.5 million people in Jamaica could be impacted in a severe way, either losing power, being displaced, stuff like that. We still think that it's possible that more than 30 inches of rain are going to fall, which will lead to a catastrophic flash flood event, which we haven't even began to cover yet, other than our coverage of the flat bridge, which I think we still have that camera. Yeah. And the rain's really starting to come down here. We need to watch this because I think that the water will start coming up here soon. Click on it. So we saw the water levels kind of get normalized, but the rain's coming down again. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, one of the things that we were talking about earlier when we were focusing intently on recon was the drop sondes. And you said that a few times. Essentially, that's a dropped down radio sonde. And a radio sonde is like a bunch of instruments packaged together to measure recordings or to record variables like temperature, wind speed, and humidity, etc. So it's just this one little instrument device that is dropped down from the plane, does all of that for us. And one of those drop sondes, we glossed over it a bit, but people in the Discord server, of course, were attached to this, did measure a 219 knot, which is about, my goodness, 250 miles per hour reading. It did measure that reading. And it would be the highest reading ever measured by a drop radio sonde, so instrumentation from those hurricane hunters in any hurricane, if it does pass final quality control checks, and that's per internal NOAA employees. So they are looking at that seriously and seeing if it is indeed a legitimate reading, and if it does, then Melissa will have the highest instrumentation recorded wind speed in the eyewall for a hurricane.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Here we go. The eye is coming onto shore now. It's still making that little bit of a northwesterly turn. It's taking its time. Once again, absolute chaos is being unleashed right now in the Black River community. I really dread hearing the reports that will ultimately come out of there. That town is not going to handle what's happening right now very well. Next in line, we do have Darliston, Betheltown, and places like Montego Bay. So we're going to be live on the air here as the hurricane continues to rip across Jamaica. On the western side, we still haven't seen a whole lot yet out of Kingston, okay? But we are continuing to cover that. We've still got cameras out in the Kingston area. The conditions will continue to deteriorate. And we'll let you know if anything, major happens over here. But this is what it looks like in Kingston right now. And we're kind of going to focus on the Montego Bay area. You can see that even just since the last time we looked at this camera, things have gotten a little bit worse. We've got some light damage to this house down here. You can see that parts of the roof are coming off. And the center of the storm, the part with the most destructive winds, is still pretty far out from this spot. So it's going to get much worse. I'm also hearing that the Southern Regional Health Authority is advising that the roadway at the main gate of the Mandeville Regional Hospital on Caledonia Road is flooded. There's an alternate access that can be gained through the gate at Hargreaves Avenue near Cecil Charlton Hall. Are there birds in the eye? I don't think we've seen any evidence of that yet. Normally, we would, whenever we've made that observation in the past, it's come from radar. But otherwise, I have no idea. And honestly, maybe not. But yeah, there's no way of telling without radar, really, or eyes on the ground. Trying to get this working on this side again. Oh, what's going wrong there? Jared, are you sure the link is in the HLS side and not the web? Because that's the only thing I can think of that would keep it from popping up over here. Yeah, I've got the audio turned up. I'll turn it down whenever we need to, but this is a live shot of the storm as it comes into Montego Bay, which is, the conditions there are already pretty bad, but it looks like it's going to get a lot worse. Remember, the strongest winds are way down here, so that's still several miles away from Montego Bay, but things are going to deteriorate pretty quick up here. Jamaica has activated over 800 shelters, but from what I'm hearing, many communities remain underprepared or unwilling to evacuate. So it's too late now, honestly, for a lot of these communities. So all we can do is hope for the best for those people who decided to stay back. Not everybody has the opportunity or the ability to evacuate, but going to the free public shelters is something that everybody probably should have taken advantage of. I think we're getting another advisory update. All right, yeah, we've got an official update from the National Hurricane Center. A new advisory is out now. Special update from the National Hurricane Center. We've just received a special cyclone update on Hurricane Melissa, and the numbers are still staggering. Okay. The eye is now approaching the southwestern coast of Jamaica. It is about 30 miles southeast of Negril and 230 miles southwest of Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. And the maximum sustained winds are still at landfall 185 miles per hour. That's upper end Category 5 catastrophic strength. Okay. The minimum central pressure is still 892 millibars, one of the lowest ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. The movement is now northeast at 9 miles per hour. So this thing is getting it and digging it now. That's the fastest that we've seen this thing move, 9 miles per hour. It's moving faster, but still not fast, right? National Hurricane Center, in their latest update, they said this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter. When the eye passes overhead, it may look calm, skies may clear, winds may even stop, but it's a trap. The backside of the eye wall will slam the same areas minutes later with the same 185 mile per hour winds from the opposite direction. And that can cause all kinds of problems with knock down a bunch of trees, tear off a bunch of tin roofs and all this stuff and blow it in one direction and then reverse the winds. Now you've got a bunch of loose debris and shrapnel flying around very easily. So arguably the backside is sometimes more dangerous than the front side. If you are in southern or western Jamaica, stay in an interior room with no windows. We want to have concrete or masonry if possible, which a lot of Jamaican homes do. They build them better down here. You want to put as many walls between you and yourself and the outside world as possible. You want to cover yourself with a mattress, blanket, or heavy clothing. Wear a helmet if you have one. Stay away from doors and exterior walls, and do not move during the eye. Wait until the all clear is given, which may be several hours. And I'm talking to you in Montego Bay as well. I actually know for a fact that we've got several people in Montego Bay watching. This goes for you as well. It's going to be slightly weaker when it gets to the other side of Jamaica, but it's still going to be very powerful. Yeah, there's still people driving around out here. It's pretty crazy. I don't know. I think we've got a really good connection with this feed right here. I don't know if it'll be able to stay online through the whole thing, but if it does, this is going to get pretty intense right here. How much of a tornado threat will this hurricane have? It's going to have a similar tornado threat as any other hurricane. Specifically, we would be watching the eastern side of the storm system, the southeastern side. Most of the tornadic stuff with this right now is over water. This might cause some problems in Haiti, in eastern portions of Jamaica, and of course Cuba as the storm goes north. We don't have tornado warnings, though, for Jamaica, and we don't even have radar really to view velocity or anything like that. So just build that into the general hurricane preparedness. Take shelter. You don't want to be outside. You want to be in an interior room, all that good stuff. It's unfortunate, but that's what we're dealing with here. What is the measurement on the top right of your screen? That up there is the weather intensity score. It really doesn't have much to do with the hurricane. It's just a number that measures the intensity of the weather right now in the United States. Think of it as a thermometer. The higher the number, the more intense it is. And what's crazy is that number is completely driven by Hurricane Melissa right now, and it's not even hitting the United States. So if you want to read more about the weather intensity score, it's on RyanHallYall.com if you want to read about that. It's an algorithm that we use. Yeah, so the camera that we're looking at right now is going to be hit very hard by this hurricane. It's currently just on the outside of it. The conditions will deteriorate pretty quickly here, but right now it's nowhere near Category 5 conditions, what we're seeing here. Ellie says Black River is getting flattened. I 100% believe it. Yep. Okay, yeah, there are some videos being sent out there from Black River. Yeah, I'm trying to compile them. I'll retweet them, and we'll share as many of them as we can. Any more southern cameras we can see? They're all pretty much offline. The ones that would show anything significantly relevant. And there's one that is online that we don't have permission. Has it made landfall yet? Officially, no. But it is very close, as you can see here. They'll announce official landfall here soon. Will it go over the mountains? Yeah, it's currently going over the mountains, no problem. The mountains in Jamaica should have really done a number on weakening this storm more than it has, but it's not. We've had so much ocean heat content from the ocean in the Caribbean get lofted up into the storm. It's built up so much momentum that it's not weakening nearly at the degree that it should have been weakening, and that's going to make it a much worse storm for our friends in Jamaica, especially up there in Montego Bay. Right now, it's hitting really hard in Black River, and that's something that I'm trying to find, some stuff to show you on that. We do have a video here, and I believe this is not exactly recent, but it's from when the winds first started to get pretty intense out there in the Black River area. So what we're seeing here, it's much worse than this outside of that. So since this has been recorded, I should say. Official landfall will be designated whenever the center of the eye is overland. It's essentially making landfall. That's why we've got landfall now down here. It's currently 1211 local, 1611Z. We will, within the next 15 minutes, probably have landfall. It could be a little bit longer than that if this ticks a little bit more to the north and west. Conditions are continuing to deteriorate in Montego Bay. This is where this camera is coming from here. I would love to know what radar Ryan's using right now. This is WEATHERWISE. Free app, WEATHERWISE. Link in the description. It's the best weather app, and it's free. Plumb wild. Once we get past the peak of the hurricane here, we'll go over some of the features and stuff if you guys want. U212, thanks for the support. I agree. Andy is awesome. Yeah, we're still probably about 45 minutes out from this this camera getting hit by the biggest part of the storm, but you can see it's already picking up. So coming back over to satellite real quick just to show you where that camera is. It's right up here. The strongest winds are in this part of the storm, and they are going this way. Here's some photos. From Negril. This is from my dad and mom and stepmom who are riding out the storm. Already some significant damage even over there just from the vegetation. Strongest winds probably still haven't moved through this area yet. Just a heads up. Yeah, we're starting to get a couple of more videos and reports coming out of Alligator Pond and places like that. I'm trying to do as much as I can to verify them before we start showing them and asking for permission to show them and stuff, because I'm telling you, there is a lot of fake stuff out there floating around. Sorry, I'm still reading some of the stuff as it comes out. Yeah, this is a live view from Montego Bay, where the strongest part of the storm is still 45 minutes out, I would say. And we do have other things that we're watching here. We're going to continue to watch the flooding situation get worse over here near Flat Bridge. You can see the water is overtaking the bridge still. The rain is coming down harder. We'll see that water rise more here in the next little bit. Kingston's still not that bad, honestly. I don't have anything of great interest or significance to show here from Kingston directly. But conditions will continue to deteriorate out there as well. Jamaica has activated 881 shelters, but only a few hundred people have shown up. So hopefully the people that did show up were the ones that were in Black River. I mean, because some of the stuff that we're seeing and hearing out of there preliminarily is pretty bad. And just from looking at the satellite, you can tell that it's going to continue to be bad news that comes out of those areas. And yeah, the big problem that we're going to have here is some of the places that started experiencing catastrophic wind gusts an hour ago are still experiencing them, and they will also be experiencing them an hour from now. So a slow crawl storm means a lot of Jamaica is going to feel the blast for hours, and that's how you wreck an island. It's not just one strike, but like it's a sustained punch. And you know, we haven't really dealt with a hurricane like this, at least with our live coverage. A lot of them have been moving pretty fast. This one will be a different monster to kind of track. We still think there's a potential that rainfall totals exceed 30, maybe 40 inches. We're talking about an entire year's worth of rain for some areas in less than a day. Mountains of water, mudslides. It's going to be crazy. And that's going to be another aspect of the storm that we'll be able to continue to cover even after the winds have calmed down a lot. So, and that'll be a problem way into the night, I think. We've been on the air here for 6 hours and 21 minutes. We'll be on for at least another 5.5 hours or so. Coming back over to the WeatherWise app. You guys are following along. You guys can look at the same thing that I'm looking at here by going to the infrared band. And if you want to do the split view, that is a plus feature. So you can get the satellite on the free version, but if you want to do the split view, that is a plus feature. This is the visible satellite. This is what it looks like from space. This helps us see a little bit more detail about what's going on in there. That's the infrared. Yeah, still don't think the storm will hit Clarksville, Tennessee. I saw that comment. We're good up there. Landfall requires the center of the eye to reach land. That's not happened yet. Where's the feed coming from for Montego Bay? That's a Reuters. So this is coming from Reuters, and I would expect that they've got a pretty good, a pretty robust setup here. So we probably won't lose it. Yeah, definitely not a safe place to be, that's for sure. Anywhere in the western side of Jamaica is not going to be a safe place. The conditions will deteriorate pretty quickly. This will be different from other hurricanes that we've covered where, you know, about an hour before the peak of the storm, it starts getting really bad and then it slowly gets worse and worse and worse. This will be more like a sudden increase in winds, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong, the conditions are definitely worse than they were 30 minutes ago here, but it's still not quite what it's going to be, you know what I mean? Anything changed since earlier? No. The storm is making contact with land now. We've got some catastrophic impacts happening, specifically around the Black River area and Alligator Pond. Other than that, it's still looking like a bad storm. It's going to continue to be a bad storm as it marches through Jamaica. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I would add to that. I expect that now that we have a lot of the eye wall overland, that the areas immediately up in elevation are starting to get those much more dramatic wind gusts as well. So once you go a couple 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet above the surface, you're getting some of those eye wall winds that don't need to mix down with heavy precipitation, dragging them down all the way to the surface. They can just blow right into the windward slopes of any of these hills, higher elevations in northwestern St. Elizabeth Parish and southern St. James Parish, maybe southwestern Trelawney Parish as well. All of these areas are starting to experience probably the worst winds of anybody of any area that will record wind speeds in Jamaica. So I'm expecting that to have started, which means accompanying that we're probably starting to get landfalls and mudslides. Or landslides and mudslides. They're starting to dislodge rocks, and they might already be ongoing for all we know, because there is also pretty dramatic rainfall occurring simultaneously here. So we have to start thinking not only of just what's happening immediately on the beach, but also that we know that these landslides and mudslides are going to disconnect communities from access and cause some significant issues in these various elevations. So I imagine that is also ongoing now.
Right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got some major impacts happening here across Jamaica. Then one of the next big places that's going to be in line for some of those impacts includes Montego Bay, Betheltown, Anchovy. I think I'm saying that right. So we're going to be watching and waiting to see what happens there. We're also waiting for the news to kind of pour in from the Black River and the White House areas, as they're now pretty much fully in the eye. White House will be the place that where landfall officially happens once this part of the eye gets over land, and it's going pretty much due north here. So landfall is happening now. +200 mile per hour wind gusts from Black River down to the Treasure Beach area. And then next in line will be Santa Cruz, Betheltown, and places like that. And then, yes, Montego Bay is in line as well. We've got a live feed for that. Let's actually check in with that and see if anything's changed. It looks about the same, but we're still several minutes away from the worst part of the storm making it here. About 240,000 people are without power now across Jamaica. That number will go up. Yeah, that number will go up. It's honestly pretty astonishing that it's that low right now. Oh, here's another, just for reference, here's what the bridge looked like yesterday before the rain started. And that's what it looks like now. So before after. And I'm telling y'all, the water is going to get much higher than this. The rain that's going to cause the big flooding is just now starting in the part of the island that the tributaries for this stream start at. So we've been watching this rise all morning. It's kind of stabilized, but it'll get more intense here, I believe. This is not Kingston Harbor. This is the Montego Bay camera that we're looking at here. The bridge camera is showing 10:33 a.m. for some reason. The timestamps are a little off. And also, I was just a little bit behind there. It still looks pretty much the same. With at 11:28. I know that's not right, but that I don't know if there's just a problem with that or if it's actually like an hour behind. That's the most recent frames coming into the live stream here. Extreme winds are racing through Black River in the St. Elizabeth Parish right now. We've got reports of roofs peeling off buildings as the eye wall of Melissa brushes by. Storm surge is going to drastically increase here over the next little bit. The camera feed that we have pulled up is in Montego Bay, which is several miles out from the strongest part of the storm, but should take a direct hit from the strongest part of the storm over the next hour or so. So we're going to bring that to you as the storm gets closer. Yeah, it might be a weird thing with daylight savings time. I do believe those are live. All the Sea Jamaica cameras, even though the time looks weird.
No, he's on the other side. On the other side. Those trees are blowing though. Mm-hmm.
So just for reference, once again, that camera that we're looking at, it's right here. The strongest part of the storm is right around the eye, and it's moving up towards that. So honestly, it keeps being slower than what I think it's going to be. So it could be an hour and a half before, or 2 hours even, before the strongest part of the storm gets up there to Montego Bay. There is currently a major internet outage happening across Jamaica right now. So, anybody probably could have saw this coming. But network connectivity by region way down, especially in St. Elizabeth Parish, in Manchester, Hanover. Winds are definitely starting to pick up a little bit, though, in the Montego Bay camera here. Things will just, every time we look at this, it'll be worse. We'll check in on it at least every 5 minutes here, and then at some point we'll just keep it up whenever they're taking on the full brunt of the storm. Yeah, so Josh is in his 83rd hurricane right now. Some of the tweets we've been reading out from iCyclone. He's currently in the eye for the 83rd time. Yeah, so the video of the plane above the eye of the hurricane, looking down into the eye of the hurricane, is fake. A lot of people are sharing that with me. That is very fake. Looks cool, but that is fake. Oh yeah, things are picking up here in Montego Bay. We've definitely got stronger wind gusts now than what we had earlier. Visibility is decreasing. You're going to start seeing some debris flying around here soon too. And once again, we're still pretty far out from the strongest part of the storm, so 30 minutes from now it'll probably be twice as bad as what we're seeing right here. And it's also important to remember that while a very strong part of the storm is going to go through Montego Bay here, it is not going to be quite as strong as it was when it first made landfall on the other side of the island. But it's still going to be pretty destructive as it gets over here. No, the one that I've been showing is real. I don't want to show the AI one. This one is real. This is a real video that was taken yesterday inside the eye of Hurricane Melissa. There's another video that's floating around social media of a plane above the eye looking down into it, and it looks really cool, but it's not real. That's not even possible, what was happening in that video. Here's another shot from inside the eye. Later pass, same plane as the morning one. Crazy. Yeah, we should get an official landfall announcement soon, honestly. Will you show Josh's location on your map? Yeah. Let me show you. Josh Morgerman is in Crawford, so he's right here. Nailed it again. Honestly, you got to, in a situation like this, you have to pick the spot that you're going to stay at a good amount of time in advance. So it's actually pretty impressive that he was able to be in the right spot at the right time. You easily could have missed, and a lot of people did. A lot of people were in the wrong spot at Landfall here, but he got in there. Is there still wind in the eye? Yeah, a little bit on the edges, but right in the middle, hardly any. It really feels like the storm's over if you're in the eye. Our camera that we're watching is up here. Yeah, from the last update from the National Hurricane Center, it absolutely is still a Category 5, an upper echelon Category 5 hurricane. The strongest winds are in a very tight area around the eye. That's why we're not seeing anything too crazy yet on the Montego Bay camera. It's honestly going to be a relatively narrow corridor that has extreme wind damage from this. Know the track of the past 6 hours. I can show you close to that. Let me zoom out here, and I will turn the hurricane track back on, and let's do let's just load more frames. I don't think I'll be able to do 6 hours. I can, but I don't think I'm going to. Do it fast here. It's about 6 hours. What is it currently? That's 12 hours. So, never mind. I forgot how slow it's moving. How wide is the eye right now? About 15 miles across. I'm retweeting a video on Twitter or X of some crazy winds in Jamaica. In the Black River community. So something along those lines might be what we see in Montego Bay here soon. Yeah, let me remove the track. Just look at the satellite loop alone here is just something to behold. And we can definitely see some weakening there. Now that it's made official landfall, that's what we, have been waiting for. But the fact that the eye is still so well maintained is, it's still very strong. It's still an incredibly strong storm is what I'm trying to say. And it's going to continue to be one across the entire island of Jamaica. And it will also continue to be one as it makes landfall again in Cuba later. Yeah, if you want to look at the satellite, you should download the WEATHERWISE app. There's a link in the description. It's a free app. I highly recommend the Plus with y'all mode. You don't have to get it, but if you want to support the developers and continue the development of that app, I highly recommend it. WeatherWise.app in your browser, or click the link in the description. All right, I'm retweeting another video from Black River with some pretty significant damage. I'm also hearing reports that medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. Jamaican senator is talking live to NBC News right now, stating that medical facilities in Black River have been completely destroyed. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Another place we haven't really talked about very much that is pretty populous is Savanna-la-Mar. This city has received less attention from us because we assumed that northeast path was going to be taken, but we have consistently stayed with the northern wobble here. That's going to bring this landfall very close to Auchindown for the official place. Once we get the official designation, that's where I expect the center to pass over. But that puts Savanna-la-Mar in the western eye wall for an extended period of time with this perfectly northward deviation. Again, I do think that's in part due to the frictional forces of the land that extends further south on the east side of the hurricane that could be acting to help drive it to the north as a temporary wobble here towards Montego Bay eventually. But Savanna-la-Mar has a lot of people in it. Something they won't get, of course, is that storm surge, because for the at least until well after the hurricane has passed, because for the entire duration as it moves north, they will be on the western side of the eye wall, and winds going counterclockwise around the eye wall will drive the water offshore rather than onshore. So we'll actually see like exposed beaches in the Savanna-la-Mar area, but wind damage is the concern there, especially with any heavier rain in the eye wall that kind of wraps around the whole thing and drags down those stronger winds that are just above the surface. So I'm thinking about Savanna-la-Mar too, since we haven't really talked about them as much or enough, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention down here to, let me get that one right, Auchindown, where we might see landfall here soon, and also Savanna-la-Mar, Darliston, Betheltown. We're keeping an eye on all you guys. If you happen to be listening to this and you live in those areas, take shelter now, as if a tornado was coming. Interior concrete building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Protect your head. If you got a helmet, wear it. If you got a mattress, put it over your head. You really might need it. As we've seen from some of the winds out here, it's been pretty insane down there to your south. And there's a thin band of extremely damaging winds that's about to come through right now. That's also moving up towards Betheltown and eventually Montego Bay. And that's why we've got that camera pulled up. We're going to watch what happens there as the storm comes through. We're continuing to watch the river over here at the Flat Bridge, as well as this is going to be one of the areas where the winds aren't as much of a problem, but the rain's going to be 30 to 40 inches of rain's going to fall in a short period of time. We're already seeing significant flooding here. The water could very well get much higher than this. So we're going to watch for that as the storm continues to dump a ton of rain in the middle of Jamaica, which is where this is. Kingston still doesn't look too bad. Let me see here. Yeah, Kingston, Jamaica doesn't look too bad right now. The winds are picking up a little bit. But for the most part, I would say this is pretty manageable in Kingston right now. So hopefully that trend continues, but we're not out of the woods just yet in Kingston. Going back to Montego Bay, where this is going to by far be the most dramatic imagery that we have of the storm going forward, especially as the storm starts to leave some of those more southern areas that have been getting hit hard over the past little bit. Yeah, and I'm trying to retweet as much of this stuff as I can. We can't share anything without permission. So if you want to see some of the stuff that I'm narrating over, at Ryan Hall y'all on X is a good way to get started with that. And of course, we're trying to find where we can. We're trying to get permission to just throw it on the feed here for you. And for those of you who may just now be funneling in, we've got an unreal Category 5, Hurricane Melissa, making landfall near Black River and Auchindown here soon, with 185 mile per hour winds and 220 mile per hour gusts. It's going to be around 892 millibars at landfall, which will be a record-breaking landfall that beats pretty much all records in the Atlantic. The storm is not going to hit the U.S. 100% it will not hit the U.S. Yeah, so the camera that we're looking at here is on the northern side of the island, the northwestern side. Yeah, well, I would say that we're seeing 50 to 70 mile per hour winds here intermittently. It is possible that we will see double that during the height of the storm here in Montego Bay. And yeah, all the details I have on this are pretty much in the headline. Medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. So that is one of the many reports that we've been getting in from Black River, kind of alluding to how bad it is down there. It does seem like it's pretty bad, as we expected. But more images and reports will come out as the storm. Once again, it's communications blackout down there. People really don't have the ability to get out anything, especially not multimedia. It's a wonder that we're getting tweets from Josh. Are we in the eye wall yet? Nope. This camera is not in the eye wall yet. But it's getting closer. You can definitely tell that it's worse. It looks worse now than it did when we first started showing it. Where in the world is that van going? I don't know. There's still people moving around down there, though. It's not going to hit the U.S. Every time I look at chat, somebody's asking, like, when's it going to hit the U.S.? It is not going to hit the U.S. There's still people in chat asking about Clarksville. It's definitely not going to hit Clarksville, Tennessee, y'all. But I'm so happy you guys are here. It's going to get a little cold. That's all. Yeah, it's become a little bit of a meme. So as the winds continue to increase, we're probably going to hope that people will stop doing this. We just talked about this earlier. Even just being out on a balcony or something, you can get injured with extreme winds, especially when they're over 100 miles per hour, just from the salt from the ocean, which is something that a lot of people don't even think about. Especially in a high rise. Yeah, especially in a high rise. You can see we're starting to get coastal flood advisories and stuff all the way up there towards Delaware and New Jersey. That's related. This will cause large swells and some rip currents across the eastern side of the U.S. over the next few days, but it's not going to be as bad as Aaron was, for example. Yeah, things are starting to increase here for sure. Visibility is going down significantly. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a live shot here of Montego Bay in Jamaica, as the strongest part of the storm is now starting to move closer to this area. See if I can get it up on this program. I don't know what we've done. I don't know why it's not working. I'll refresh it one more time. Yeah, no, nothing. Jared, did you check and make sure it was in web and not, or in HLS and not web? Because I'd like to have the satellite up and that at the same time, if at all possible. Send me the link. I'll just put it as an OBS source in here. Give me just a second, y'all. One second. There we go. I'll try to keep that up, and we'll move it full whenever we need to. But I want to make sure that we stay locked in on the satellite too, because just to show you where we are. The storm's definitely making landfall soon. We'll get that official designation here very soon, near White House. The strongest part of the storm is still right now happening in Savanna-la-Mar, Bethel town, even down there towards Black River. We're still pretty far out from this, making it all the way up there into the Montego Bay area. So I don't know what that's going to look like whenever it does get there, but it should be a lot more intense than even what we're seeing right now. And it is getting pretty intense. I'll add a text source on top of that. Let me pull up the audio again. Sweet. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got major Category 5 Hurricane Melissa making landfall in Jamaica right now. On the other side of the island from where it's making landfall, we've got a live camera that should show us some of the most significant impacts as they happen. It's already starting to look pretty bad out there, but we're still pretty far away from the strongest part of the storm making it in. Yeah, so the storm surge. So what we're noticing here on this feed, obviously, is going to be the increasing wind. The wind is about to be the main story here in Montego Bay. Now back south, the storm surge is very quickly going to become the big story, right? So we're going to start hearing a lot more reports of water coming in to places farther south. And now we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. The National Hurricane Center says that it has made landfall near New Hope, Jamaica, with the sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and 892 millibar central low pressure, subject to change.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That is the official landfall there. From the National Hurricane Center. So let me go over that again. And just to get everybody up to speed on what's going on here, we'll announce it again, and we'll go over the basics again like we have been. As we continue to watch the conditions get more and more intense here in Montego Bay. All right, so if you are just now tuning in, sorry, we're working to get everything situated here. We've got a breaking update from the National Hurricane Center. This is a special tropical cyclone update on Hurricane Melissa. At 1 p.m. Eastern, Category 5 Hurricane Melissa made landfall in the southwestern Jamaica area near New Hope. This is now confirmed to be one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls ever recorded in the entire Atlantic basin, with 185 mile per hour winds and a central pressure of 892 millibars. Those numbers are historic, literally. And we're talking about the storm in the upper echelon that we've ever seen before, and also within the upper limit of what the atmosphere can even produce. If you are in Jamaica, and a lot of you are, like I'm seeing the chats, there are people in the path of this thing that are watching this right now that still have power. If you are in Jamaica, this is a life-threatening emergency. Don't go outside. Don't try to move between shelters. Even if the eye passes over you and things suddenly calm down, do not leave your shelter. The other side of the eye wall will come in a lot of times without warning, and maybe even faster than what you would anticipate. And the winds will roar back even harder in the opposite direction. You need to go into an interior room with no windows, and you put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Get a mattress and put over you, put a helmet on if you've got one, and stay there until we've got the all clear, and that could be hours from now. Oh, there we go. It's official. We've got landfall. The storm has officially made landfall, and now it's strengthening on its... Well, it's not strengthening, but the stronger part of the storm is approaching Montego Bay, which is where we have this live feed from right now. So there's still several hours of intense winds to go, even for some of the places in where landfall happened. Like there's the other half of the hurricane is still going to happen in places like Crawford and Black River, etc. So even though we are starting to hear some damage reports now, we haven't really heard the full extent of what will be the outcome of this at all, really. Bottom floor, yeah. Certainly not top. Unless you're right along the coast, obviously. Hopefully, if you're literally right along the coast, you're not taking shelter in the building that's right along the coast. You know what I'm saying? Melissa is still moving very, very slowly, just 9 miles per hour. That's the speed that it's going here. So it's the flooding and the winds are going to linger. This is quite literally the storm of the century for Jamaica. Up to 1.5 million people are going to be impacted. That's pretty massive for such a small island. Once again, Jamaica is about the size of Connecticut by land area. Where the landfall winds are occurring, we're talking about 185 mile per hour winds. That's potentially gusting up to 220 miles per hour as well on top of that. So we're going to have problems with flooding, landslides, and storm surge, even well outside of the strongest winds. Once again, this is Montego Bay, where things are really starting to come together here. It was 892 at landfall, and basically all that means is it was very strong. The lower that number, the stronger the storm. It's basically like a strong tornado that's going through portions of Jamaica right now. Yeah, we're still several minutes out from the peak wind here, but you see we got debris flying around and stuff already. We're already seeing intermittent hurricane force winds here in Montego Bay, and it's just going to keep getting worse. It's just going to keep getting worse. Is this a record breaker? Absolutely, yes. Ryan should have done a stream from Jamaica. None of us, so like we got Brad Arnold, Brandon Kopic, we got so many chasers. None of them were able to make it down there. It was actually pretty hard to get down there. There's 2 or 3 chasers down there right now, total. 4, I guess you could say. So maybe I should have. You know the current wind speeds? Yeah, 185 mile per hour sustained winds around the core of the storm. What we're seeing here on this camera is not quite that yet. It is possible that winds well over 100 miles per hour will happen here. I don't know how long. Once again, I don't know exactly how good of a setup these guys have. I don't know how long we'll be able to keep this feed, but if it's possible, they're going to be here showing us what's going on all the way up through the height of the storm. we've got some reports of catastrophic flooding going on in Mandeville, Jamaica right now. So on the southern side, the wind focus is going to start moving up to where we are with our camera. The southern side, there's probably going to be more of a flooding situation developing. Let's take you back to satellite real quick, just to show you what's going on here. Yeah, I'll add that in there. So latest satellite imagery shows the landfall very clearly here, going into the western side of Jamaica. Official landfall happened just about 12 minutes ago, and now still a very well-formed eye is traveling across the island of Jamaica towards Darliston, Betheltown, and then Montego Bay. Get ready, even outside of that, in Santa Cruz, up there towards Sherwood, Content, Falmouth, Barretttown, Mount Zion. You guys are going to be hit pretty hard here. We're getting hit very hard right now in Savanna-la-Mar. Petersfield up next. We've got Cascade. We've got Porter's Mountain and Hopewell and Unity Hall. Get ready. Brace for impact. The extreme winds are coming in here soon. The storm is still very strong, very well put together, even though it's technically being ripped apart right now by the island of Jamaica. Completely intact eye, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. The sound, the audio from the camera probably doubled up there. I turned it off. Do you think it'll stay intact all the way across the island of Jamaica? It's very possible. The fact that it is as intact as it is right now makes me want to say yes. It'll be interesting to see what kind of effect this well-structured hurricane will have on its ability to maintain its strength once it gets over Jamaica. So once it gets back over open water before it makes landfall in Cuba, there's a potential that it tries to strengthen a little bit again and maintains that Category 5 status as it goes up towards Cuba. Right now we're expecting a Category 4 landfall, but that could easily change. Yeah, if I zoom out here, you can see that next in line, Cuba, between Bayamo and Guantanamo. Yeah, the flooding's getting really bad. There's a video. I'm probably not going to retweet this because it's from somebody that's just like stealing footage. But there's some videos of homes submerged out there in the Cave Valley area. The eye is beginning to wobble a little bit. You can start to see some signs of destabilization there, just a little bit, which is expected. That's supposed to that's supposed to happen a long time ago. The fact that it's still this put together is pretty crazy. We are witnessing the strongest ever landfalling Atlantic hurricane right now. It just occurred, tied with Labor Day, near New Hope, Jamaica, as of 1 p.m. 185 mile per hour winds, Category 5, 892 millibars. Catastrophic damage is happening as we speak, and some really bad damage is about to take place here in Montego Bay. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, one of the most exceptional things I found just looking at this is just, I was looking at the White House, New Hope, Auchindown area where landfall has officially taken place, and I just realized that they will be in this eye for just about 2 whole hours if you're in White House. 2 hours of being inside of the eye, being able to look up and see the stadium effect and everything. It's probably not even completely clouded over in the eye yet. You could probably still see the sky, blue sky through it for 2 whole hours. And they're about to exit on the southern side there for a second round of intense convection. But like, it's just amazing to me that a place could be in such a well-defined eye and see all of the characteristics that we've talked about for 2 hours. I don't know if or when we're ever going to see that again.
Absolutely. It is crazy. And we've kind of talked about how this is going to be a long duration thing and everything. And I still don't think that, I don't think it's set in yet, like how bad some of the damage is going to be down there in the Black River area down there to where the storm made landfall. We're hearing that some medical centers were hit pretty hard. We're hearing all kinds of stuff out there. And now some of the places next in line are a little bit more inland and even on the other side of the island. If you're just now tuning in and you're wondering what you're looking at here, this is Montego Bay. We're going to be kind of locked in on this, honestly, as the storm continues to approach. We'll intermittently come back to the satellite, which is, I mean, it looks like this, and it's going to continue to look like this for quite some time. If you want to track the satellite on your own device, you can get the WEATHERWISE app. WEATHERWISE, there's a link in the description. You can get it on iOS or Android. And yeah, you can have it. It's free. It's a free app. So I highly recommend downloading that and following along. There's also some cameras in there around Jamaica that you can tune into as well. So landfall is happening now, or just happened about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it's if you, just in case you haven't heard, it has made landfall. I should probably update the overlay to say something about that. There's a lot of people coming in and asking about it. I'm actually going to work on that. Give me like 2 seconds here. I'll let Y'allbot speak just briefly as I go update that.
I'm seeing a lot of y'all in chat asking what EF scale this hurricane would be. It's a great question to understand the power we're seeing. While hurricanes and tornadoes are measured differently, the 185-mile-per-hour sustained winds in that eye wall are equivalent to a high-end EF4 tornado. Now imagine that EF4 is 20 miles wide and lasts for hours, not minutes. Just absolutely devastating.
One more.
Okay, Ryan, the weather intensity score is sitting at 128, but I'm forecasting it to ease back a little over the next half hour. The lead story is without a doubt Hurricane Melissa. It is a catastrophic Category 5 storm with 185-mile-per-hour winds, making landfall on Jamaica right now. The NHC is warning of total structural failure near its path. Back in the States, we have a tornado threat in southeast Texas and western Louisiana this afternoon. Also, that coastal low is causing significant issues, with ocean overwash forcing NC-12 to close in multiple spots.
All right. So, once again, if you're just now tuning in, our main focus here is going to be the landfalling hurricane in Jamaica. And we're just waiting for more news to come in at this point. We're watching this camera. Conditions are going to really deteriorate here fast. They already have, but it's going to continue to happen. Hopefully we'll keep the feed. If we don't, it's just more of the same. We're going to be waiting for these reports to come in, and we're going to relay them, and we're going to continue to watch what's happening next. Next in line, some of the places that are in the path include Montego Bay and places south of there like Bethel town. So those are places that need to be hunkering down right now. If you're in eastern Jamaica, you're missing out on the winds. Thank goodness. The rain's going to continue to be a problem for quite some time. We'll keep you updated on the flooding situation as well. Speaking of the flooding situation, let's get an update on the bridge here. Water, honestly, hasn't risen too much since the last time we checked in on it. So that's good news. Extreme storm surge is likely impacting the New Hope area right now. That's where the landfall occurred. And all the areas around that, especially to the east. So we've obviously heard about Black River. We've heard about Alligator Pond and some of these places. Even up there towards Mandeville, we've got significant storm surge happening right now. We've got the World Meteorological Organization saying that it will undoubtedly be the storm of the century. Where's this camera? This is in Montego Bay. It's catastrophic. Yep. Can we get a poll on the rain gutter? How long do we think the gutter will hold on for? Honestly, I'm surprised it's the whole time that we've been looking at it, that gutter has been there. It's been hanging on for dear life. The winds are continuing to increase. I would say that that's going to be gone here soon. Can the gutter be the new gazebo for this storm? Sure. I really do. I am impressed by the fact that it's hanging on. Visibility is getting really low here. You really can't see much. Let's go back to satellite real quick, see how close we are. I'll actually go to satellite on the WeatherWise app here. Yeah, the storm is definitely getting closer to Montego Bay, but it's still, the strongest part of the storm is still not there. So quite surprising that we're already seeing conditions get pretty bad here. They're just going to continue to get worse for the next 30 minutes, however long. Yeah, this camera is in Montego Bay. This is one of the places that's about to get a direct hit from the center of the hurricane. It's why we've been focused on it so much. It's honestly going to be, it's right in the path. Ethan is I have an emotional connection to this oddly strong gutter. You guys are really attached to this gutter. It's going to be sad to see it go. I do think it's going to go. Unfortunately, I'm not kidding when I say that. I think the winds are going to be much stronger here than what we're seeing right now. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a live feed here from Montego Bay in Jamaica. This is one of the places where the hurricane's going to hit directly with 100 mile per hour plus winds here soon. I don't know if we'll get the 185 mile per hour sustained winds that we got on the southern side of the island, but it'll definitely be very intense what happens here. I think the gutter's gone, y'all. One more gust, even slightly stronger than that, and it's out of here for sure. We got to figure out who the guttering company, the gutter company that installed it. We got to figure that out. Out of all the things, the gutter is what you guys are so attached to. There's a tent down there that's hanging on, for goodness sakes. And don't get me wrong, like the winds are blowing pretty hard here. It's not like, storm of the century level. That's probably why, people in the comments are like, hey, it doesn't look that bad. but the winds are definitely blowing strong, hard enough to cause damage, and I think we'll see more of that as time goes on. So if that gutter happens to hold on, that is going to be quite the story of resilience there. I don't think it will, though. We're still quite a few minutes out from the peak of the storm passing by this area here. Once again, here's a live look at satellite. I'm going to go into the WeatherWise app and show you that. It's getting close. And my goodness, the eye is still, I mean, it's still an eye. The storm's still very well structured, very strong as it goes up towards Montego Bay. It's definitely going to be slightly less strong by the time it gets up there, but it's trucking right along. Crystal says, I've been watching since this morning. Get yourself some lunch. Crystal, thank you for that. Appreciate it. I've actually got lunch. I just haven't dug into it yet. You can see the winds picking up. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why we're keeping the camera up right now. There's a lot more of a story to tell here with the camera versus the satellite imagery right now. For those of you who are just tuning in, just to give you some more context as to what's going on here, this is Category 5. But to kind of ring some bells for you, one of the things that this is going to be similar to, outside of the area where we have the strongest winds, is Hurricane Harvey. It's moving very slow, right? So we're going to have a tremendous amount of rainfall that falls in the middle of the island, causing tremendous flash flooding, and that's going to probably impact more people than the winds. In Kingston right now and a lot of Jamaica, they're not having that bad of winds. The core strong winds are in a very tight area, and it just happens that Montego Bay is in the path of that. Doug's Shack, thank you for the generous super chat. It says, long live the eternal gutter. You guys are hyping up this gutter too much. When it goes, I don't think, and it will go, I don't think you guys are going to be ready for that. What is with the gutter? Making some light out of a dark and scary situation here. Because my goodness, the winds are really starting to pick up now. The gutter has to make it through now. We've hyped it up way too much. Yeah, and another thing that is really remarkable about this storm is how fast it strengthened in under 48 hours, went from Category 1 hurricane to Category 5, pretty much tropical storm to Category 5 in a very short period of time. And that kind of jump usually leads to less preparation. I think there was a pretty good warning time in Jamaica. There's a very good forecast from the National Hurricane Center, even though it was pretty tricky. But, you know, in order to prepare for something like this, you do need time. And the rapid intensification does not help with that. Adam, the Gutters theme song is Eye of the Tiger. Tim Bram says, I knew that Gutters' father, he was deep. Counted a lot for us over the years. What are you guys on? The Gutter is still hanging on. I definitely think that we've seen some gusts over 70 miles per hour now. And it is hanging on very tight. You're starting to see debris flying around now. And we are pretty close to sea level here, but I do want to mention again that parts of the higher terrain areas like Jamaica's interior hills, which actually separate the area where the storm made landfall and Montego Bay, will likely see even more winds. We're probably seeing wind gusts up to 200 miles per hour up there. And they're also likely going to see more water on the southern facing side too, because it's going to kind of squeeze out a little bit and run downhill. So I think the flash flooding threat is going to really unfold pretty quickly here. Interior towns are already flooding. Ezra, thank you for the very generous super chat. Everybody say shout out to Ezra. I appreciate y'all for tuning in once again. Feel free to like the stream here to get us up there in the algorithm. We're going to be here streaming free and commercial free for the foreseeable future. I think that the next hour or two are going to be pretty intense while we're locked into this camera here. But even after that, we're going to stay on the air and we're going to relay information about the damage and the relief efforts and all that kind of stuff. We're here to relay all of it and maybe even some forecasts for Cuba and the Bahamas as the storm continues to move off to the north and east. For anybody that's asked in chat, no, this is not going to impact the United States in any significant way. Might be some coastal flooding, some rip currents, and stuff like that. But for the most part, this is strictly a Caribbean problem. And yeah, liking is one way, but also share us out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all that good stuff. We don't promote or anything. The only way anybody knows who I am or who Andy is or anything that's going on here is through you. So yeah, if you think what we're doing here is valuable, feel free to share us. And also, I know that I'm kind of locked in on this camera now. People are asking, like, what about the radar? What about the satellite? I'm going to come back to this as much as possible. But to be honest, there's not much of a story to tell here. I mean, it looks pretty much the same as it has. This is a slow-moving storm. Betheltown is next in line. I know we got some people watching in Betheltown. Take shelter if you haven't already. Get into that interior room. And then the strongest part of the storm is going to go on up towards Montego Bay, Barretttown, and Falmouth. But if you want to track the storm yourself, download the WeatherWise app. It's free. Right now, there's a link in the description. Download WeatherWise app if you want to get the extra features like being able to view two satellite frames side by side and having yaw mode and all that good stuff. You can get the Pro or the Plus extensions, but you don't have to. It starts off as a free app, and you get everything that you need. You can see that the eye is getting smaller. Some of the cloud tops are getting warmer. So it's definitely weakening now. This is the kind of interaction that I was expecting, honestly, before landfall even occurred, at least to some degree. Yeah, it's definitely weakening now as it goes off to the north, but it's still going to hit Montego Bay, the other side of the island, more than likely as a Category 5 storm, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, we're waiting on a gutter update. Somebody call the camera operator here. Tell him to go back to the gutter. What? The floor? We're covering all angles here. And I think it's still there. I can't tell. Is it gone? Oh, it's behind me, isn't it? Oh no, I think it's gone. It's 100% gone. Oh wait, no, it's still hanging on. Are you kidding me? Like a phoenix, it rose when we all thought it was gone. I don't know what's holding it on there, but like it's not going to last much longer. Yeah, the camera guy definitely heard the call for the gutter check-in. Visibility is definitely decreasing here. Once again, I think we're more commonly seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts now. It's still not as strong as it's going to be, but we're definitely experiencing hurricane conditions now in Montego Bay. And the fact that, you know, the fact that the storm's having to get so close to really unleash the full power here is another reason why I would say that, you know, we're going to hear about a lot of people who were displaced or hurt by this storm that will say that it was, you know, it came out of nowhere. You know, we always hear it on the news, like we didn't have a warning or whatever, but it's happening fast. Right? The storm's footprint is broad yet focused. Many people outside of their direct path are probably underestimating what's coming, especially the people that are going to end up having to deal with the landslides and the flooding. But even people in the direct path are probably underestimating what's coming because it's not happening yet. You know what I mean? If you're not right on the coast, do not relax. I can't say that enough. It's going to be bad, even on the inland part of the island, right there in the center where the heavy rain's going to be falling. Buildings, bridges, power lines, none of the stuff is built for hours of 150 plus mile per hour winds. Melissa is really putting the island's infrastructure to the test here. And it's already starting to do so in this specific area where the winds aren't even close to how strong they could be. So the rest of the western portions of Jamaica are, even getting stress tested much more. And we're learning that there's hundreds of thousands of people without power right now. All right, zooming back in on the gutter. And I think this time for real, it's gone. I keep waiting for it to come back. I don't think it's happening this time, guys. I think we have lost the gutter for sure this time. It's gone. If you wanted to pick something to root for, I would have picked something a little bit more sturdy, I guess. The gutter was already halfway gone. You know what I'm saying? Update from Starlink. For those impacted by Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica and in the Bahamas, Starlink service is now free through the end of November to help with response and recovery efforts. Gosh, yeah, the flooding in Clarendon, it's crazy. We need to try to find one of these clips that we can share. Yeah, you're starting to hear more gutters coming off of these buildings and stuff. At some point, the winds may be strong enough to take off roofs. I'm so I guess I don't know how to say it. Like, I guess impressed by the amount of people that seem to be in chat that are actually in Jamaica, that are in our inboxes, that are out here. It's awesome that you still have the ability to interact with us. You're not you're literally living through history right now. So I hope everything goes well. Once again, nobody's required to send in photos or videos or anything, and certainly don't do it if you can't do it safely. But we do have an option for you on ryanhallyall.com/submit if there is something that you want to share. Back to satellite real quick. Just a real quick update. Some of the strongest winds are now moving into Bethel town. They're moving out of Black River, but some really bad storm surge is likely coming into Black River, Alligator Pond, and places like that, and Mandeville. Some really strong winds now are moving into Betheltown, Anchovy, and Montego Bay. The eye is now almost completely overland, and it's still open. Unreal. The view right now in Windsor Forest and Cottage is, once again, something that most humans that have ever lived have never seen. All right. If you are just now tuning in, we're really starting to see things pick up here in Montego Bay. This is a live shot from there. The eye of the hurricane may pass over Montego Bay. If the eye is still intact by the time it gets over here, that'll be pretty crazy. There's also a pretty good chance that the Montego Bay will end up in the western eye wall and sustain several hours of damaging winds. So that's unfortunate, but one of the possibilities here. It's going to be right on the edge of the eye wall. All right, so we just got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. All right, so we have a major update from the National Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is now crossing over western Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and life-threatening storm surge are unfolding right now on the island. It's currently about 20 miles to the southwest of Montego Bay. The center of the storm is still about 20 miles to the southwest of Montego Bay. Maximum winds are around 165 miles per hour now. It's still got a minimum central pressure of 899 millibars. This thing's completely over Jamaica. It's still sub 900. It's moving to the north and east at 8 miles per hour. These are absolutely catastrophic conditions over western Jamaica right now. If you're in Montego Bay, Negril, or surrounding areas, stay in your shelter. Don't attempt to move. This is the worst time to move right now. Winds of 160 miles per hour will level roofs, uproot trees, and send debris flying at deadly speed. Coastal flooding is ongoing, and surge may reach 10 to 13 feet along the southern and west coasts. This is still a strong Category 5 in the middle of the island of Jamaica right now. Absolutely crazy. Pressure of 899 millibars means this storm is still among the strongest in Atlantic history. Jamaica has not seen a storm this violent in modern times. Likely ever. If you can hear my voice and you're anywhere near Montego Bay, do not leave your safe room. Treat it as if you're in a tornado warning. Helmet on, mattress over your head, brace for impact. 150 mile per hour plus winds coming in right now. So what are we rooting for now, guys, that the gutter's gone? Yeah, there's still that blue tarp that's intact. Whoever tied that down deserves a medal. That's what Jared just said. There is some radar in Cuba. It's not great, but we'll try to utilize it here. The people who have chosen this plant up here are pretty smart. I think that probably is going to stick around for quite some time. So far, there are at least 7 people confirmed passed on as a result of this storm in the region. This includes Haiti, the Dominican Republic, but also Jamaica. That's the latest numbers that we have there. We also have more than 250,000 homes and businesses in Jamaica without power. And that number actually came in before the storm made landfall. So I'm sure that number is much higher now. Yeah, we'll look at Flatbridge again to see if there's any updates here. That we're watching this one to kind of monitor the flooding situation, and there's honestly not a lot of change. And I think some of the heaviest rain is likely going to be moving through this area over the next little bit. So we'll see what happens. If we see a flash flood situation, it's going to happen over the next several hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm looking at Cuban radar here that is within range of picking up even the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa now that it's completely over land. And what I'm seeing over land from this radar, I can see that there are stronger reflectivity returns pretty far up because the radars always scan up and outward. And they're all concentrated on the north through the western side of the eye wall. And this is an interesting evolution because it leaves the eastern side kind of like less rain intense, and thus less of the stronger winds just above the surface are being dragged down with that heavier rain. All of that rain is beaten down those winds essentially. That means that the western eye wall could be perceived as stronger by anyone, on the ground, and that would be true for Savanna-la-Mar, Savanna-la-Mar rather, a pretty decently sized city that's going through that western eye wall right now, and also the part of the eye wall that would eventually go into our camera here in Montego Bay. So this is an interesting evolution in particular because this is the same thing that happened with Ian when it made landfall in 2022. We saw the western eye wall and the backside of the eye wall be the strongest because that's where the heaviest rain was once friction had sort of eroded part of the storm that was moving inland. So definitely some more research remains to be done in terms of why this tends to happen. Why do we get that western eye wall exactly being stronger once we've been over land for an hour? So definitely something that caught my eye that I was able to see with the Cuban radar site. And I think that we will probably see some pretty intense conditions with the Montego Bay camera, and also some interesting and unfortunate reports from Savanna-la-Mar due to that western eye wall strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Ian, another thing that comes to my mind is it was a similar situation where it was a slow-moving storm that eventually started getting moved along by a similar system as to what's ultimately moving this storm, right? So there might be something there as well with that interaction on the western side of the eye wall as well. So very interesting stuff there. Meteorologist Andy is looking at all kinds of stuff in the background while we're kind of glued to our camera here. And as new developments happen like that, that can kind of help us understand what's about to happen, he's going to chime in. Yeah, this is what he was just talking about on the western side here. That's where some of the strongest winds are. And it looks to me like if you follow the path that the storm's going right now, that kind of lines up perfectly with Montego Bay. So some of the strongest winds that we've seen from any of the vantage points might be coming for Montego Bay here soon. And we've got that live feed for you, and we're going to keep that up as long as we've got it. I don't know if they lose power. I don't know if they've got Starlink. I don't know, honestly, what their setup looks like, but we're going to keep it up as long as we can. So let's pull that up now. And once again, I do want to remind you, for everybody that's just now tuning in, just now pouring in, if you want to follow along with the satellite, WeatherWise, it's a free app. When you first load up the app, I want to do this because I know some people are confused. When you first open it up, you probably won't have the satellite pulled up. You got to click satellite. So let me, oh goodness, let me pull this down a little bit here. Yeah, so you got to click satellite. The same kind of menu will be on your phone. And then you can go down here and go into the infrared band 14, and then it should look pretty much like what I've got going on here. All right, and then you can look at the satellite, you can zoom in, zoom out, and you can click play, and you can view other products as well. So just a quick tutorial there on how to use the free WeatherWise app. That's how you do it. You can get access to other features with the Pro or Plus account, but you don't have to. All right, let's go back to Montego Bay, where things are getting plumb wild. Yeah, the gutters have been gone for a while. Winds are continuing to pick up here. Landfall occurred 1 hour and 6 minutes ago, approximately. Guys, I've been sitting here for 8 hours. So I got to stand up for just a second, and I've got to take a quick step away from the computer. I will leave you with, I'm not going to be gone long, but I'll leave you with the audio for this and a quick word from Y'allbot.
Seeing a lot of people in chat asking about birds being trapped in the eye of the hurricane. And yeah, that's actually a real thing. Seabirds sometimes get caught up in the storm and find their way into the calm center. They'll just fly around in there to save energy until the storm makes landfall. It's basically the world's scariest Uber ride. Pretty wild stuff. You want to know what I think about the gutter? I've run the numbers. The aerodynamic defiance, the sheer will of that single screw. That's not just a piece of metal, chat. That's Gary, and Gary is a legend. My official forecast is a 100% chance of that gutter being more famous than Ryan by the end of this stream. Hashtag GutterWatch 2025.
Did it mention the gutter? That's hilarious. All right, things are starting to get pretty serious here in Montego Bay. More strong wind gusts are coming through. I still don't think that we're even close to the peak, but it's slowly but surely. Every time we look at this, it's going to get more and more intense. It did mention the gutter and even came up with the hashtag GutterWatch2025. And there are several people using it. That's awesome. Landfall occurred about 1 hour and 11 minutes ago. And the reason why, the conditions are getting worse here, even though landfall happened over an hour ago, is because it's a very slow-moving storm, and this camera is on the other side of the island. So it's going to make the opposite of a landfall here, essentially. It's going to make a sea fall again. As it crosses over back into the Caribbean. But the winds are really picking up here. A quick update on the satellite. And I think that that heaviest portion of the storm, some of the strongest winds, are going to go right over Montego Bay, starting now through the next. Honestly, it's going to be several hours of this. That's because the storm's moving 8 miles per hour. So Montego Bay might be one of the places that gets hit the hardest here in terms of the overall damage. Sustained winds of over 100 miles per hour for a significant period of time. Same thing can be said for Anchovy, Montpelier, Kempshot, Mount Zion, Barretttown, and places around Betheltown. I know we have some people watching in Betheltown. I hope you guys are doing okay. It's definitely the worst that it's going to be right now, but the conditions that you're experiencing right now may last several more hours. You can hear my voice. Hopefully you can. Just know it's if it does start to calm down a little bit, that means that you're in that eye and you shouldn't come out of your safe spot. Yeah, this looks like a hurricane now. It's not moving 3 miles per hour. It's moving 8 or 9 miles per hour now. Yeah, some of the inland flooding is really bad. I'm seeing some images from the mountains around Santa Cruz, and the flooding is just nuts. You have the vid of the eye. Yeah, this is what the eye of the hurricane looked like yesterday from a hurricane hunter airplane inside the eye. I don't have a video of what the eye looked like on the ground yet, but I'm sure that's something that will be out there. And it's probably a crazy view. That one is real. That one's confirmed to be real. There is some AI stuff out there, but that is real. Yeah, the wind is really starting to pick up here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, Montego Bay, that's where we are with our camera. Some of the strongest winds are going to hit this area, and we're hopefully going to be able to bring that to you here. Obviously, we want the camera person here to be as safe as possible. They might have to duck and cover here at some point as the storm gets really strong. But yeah, you can see the gusts are really starting to look a little bit more intense here. The blue tarp still intact. Gosh, the fact that it's already this intense, yeah, it's going to be bad. I doubt that our camera person will be able to stay out here during the peak of the storm. I highly doubt it. Wait, Gary's gone? Talk about a punch to the gutter. That was the super chat from the... Sorry, I can't see your whole name. For some reason, it's cutting off for me. If you're just now tuning in, we are tracking a hurricane across Jamaica. We're trying our best to relay breaking news as it comes in, but I'm going to be honest with you. We still haven't got a full story yet. We've got little bits of pieces of information that we're relaying here and there, but we don't have a full story yet. That's probably a bad sign. It probably means that communications are down. People are not worried about getting information out there because they're worried about, whatever else. So I do want to say that, like, even though we haven't said anything about Black River or any of these places in a little bit, doesn't mean that they were missed or anything like that. We're just still waiting on the people there to be able to explain what happened. There's some videos, there's some stuff floating around, but not a full assessment of what happened just yet. Yeah, so whenever the wind picks up like that, that's a gust, right? So at some point here, the winds may be sustained at 150 miles per hour, and they will gust closer to 200. Right now, I think what we're looking at is sustained winds between 50 and 60 miles per hour, with gusts maybe around 70 to 80 at times, maybe even a little bit lower than that. So we probably will still see higher winds, much higher than what we're seeing here, and that's why I'm not sure if our camera person here is going to be able to stay outside during the peak of the storm. Can it re-strengthen to a Cat 5 for Cuba? It could. We don't expect that it will, but it could. Yeah, the visibility is lower now, but there's definitely much more debris flying around now than there was earlier. How's the eye shape? Still, let's go to the WeatherWise app. And it's definitely less circular, but it's still clear, and it's still very much intact. Yeah, there's a ton of rain coming down on that left side. Visibility is extremely low. The winds are coming up, though, and I still don't think we're anywhere near the peak. So I would say every 5 minutes we'll be able to look at this and be able to tell a noticeable difference in the intensity of the winds. Yeah, it's moving very slow, 8 miles per hour. Ryan, which direction is the camera facing? So it's actually facing north, I believe, because it's pointing towards the beach. Pointing towards the ocean. Landfall occurred about an hour and a half ago. Some of the worst flooding reports that we're getting are coming out of Santa Cruz, Jamaica. This is inland flooding, not really related to the storm surge, but just an incredible amount of rain hitting the mountains, coming down, producing landslides and flash flooding. Santa Cruz and the surrounding area is where that seems to be worse right now. And what's unfortunate is from Santa Cruz over to Malvern, Mandeville, Spur, and all these places, the rain's going to continue for quite some time. So the flooding's bad now, but it's going to get worse. As far as we know, we're still at 899 millibars. We won't have another plane go into this until it's back over water. It is still a Cat 5, yep. Every time I look at the chat, there's still somebody being like, where's the gutter? Did that many people tune in just for that moment and then leave and just now come back? I mean, the winds are blowing pretty hard here. The fact that we're seeing debris flying around and stuff is a whole thing. I think the very good camera work here is almost not doing the wind speeds justice. Don't get me wrong; it's still going to get stronger than this, but this is incredible camera work. Getting a wiping off of the lens ever so often. Put me out there holding an iPhone out on the ground level, it'd probably look about 5 times worse. Yeah, I just want to show you again here on the satellite. Let's go back to WeatherWise. Oops. I'll actually pause it on the last frame there. And so this is where our camera is, right here. And this is where the strongest winds are. Okay. And they're moving this way at 8 to 9 miles per hour. So it will take a while for the strongest winds to get there. And, you know, once we max out however many miles per hour the winds are going to blow in Montego Bay, they'll continue to be very strong for several hours. It depends on how much of a wobble. If this wobbles a little bit more to the east, well, we might see less winds. If it continues going straight, though, Montego Bay is going to be right in the worst of it. Oh my gosh, you guys hear that? That was some hurricane sound and wind. That was not a sound effect. Whatever, that was like real, whatever that was. There it is again. Dang, that's creepy. Yeah, and that's going to be going on for hours. Tarp is still intact. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching some incredibly strong winds move into the Montego Bay area. We're also getting a lot of reports in now of catastrophic flooding that's occurring in the mountains of Jamaica, specifically around Santa Cruz. Some of the worst damage reports that we're getting right now are coming from that area as well. And we expected this. Don't get me wrong, big time wind problem, major damage for the people who get hit by the wind, but there's going to be a lot more people impacted by the rain, and we're starting to see that now, and the rain's nowhere near over. Up to 40 inches of rain is going to be possible with this. That is worse than what we saw in the mountains of North Carolina that led to some of the worst flooding that, we've ever seen here in the States. And it's a similar terrain situation out there in Jamaica. And to be honest with you, the rain is coming down a little bit faster in this situation. So even if it's just 30 inches or whatever, it's still going to cause a lot of problems. It's already causing a lot of problems. And yeah, once again, I'm scrolling through social media, and it is plumb wild how many fake AI-generated videos that are being shared right now. And I know a lot of it, like some, we're going to show some videos and stuff as we get permission. But a lot of you guys are sending me stuff like, why aren't you showing this? Why aren't you showing this? It's not real. And the Sora, so one of the things that you can use to make AI videos that's really good is called Sora. And people think that as long as it doesn't have the Sora logo on there, then it's not AI. That's not true. If you use the API, it spits out a video without any sort of watermark, and it really does look real. Okay, we got big time debris flying around there now. I don't know what that was. Yeah, parts of the roof coming off now. The gutter did not make it. Let's hope the roof makes it. Gusts are definitely very much above hurricane force at this point. Still, we're expecting stronger winds to move in as the storm gets closer. And once again, Starlink is providing free internet to those in the Jamaican area and even up into Cuba and the Bahamas. They're offering it for free through November. Just for anybody that's listening that may need that. Things are starting to get intense now. I think that probably right now and through the next 2 hours are going to be the peak wind times. And it really just depends on the little wobbles here. If this goes if this goes significantly east, then there will be slightly less wind problems in the Montego Bay area. But if it goes directly northeast or a little bit more north, I think we'll have a larger problem with the wind. But overall, the ice still looks good. Are you kidding me? Look at that. For a storm that's over a mountain right now, that looks very good. Oh, yeah. And even though we're not directly in that strongest part of the wind core, we're still getting very impressive winds here. We might lose that pole. Was that pole bending like that earlier? The Reuters cameraman is located at Hotel Grand A View and is faced west due into Montego Bay. Gracie, thanks for being a member for 6 months. It says, doing a great job, Ryan. Keep up the great work. Kept your live on during Milton last year when it hit Florida. Thank you for being here, Grace. I'm glad we could help. Whoever potted that plant needs a raise. Yeah, that potted plant ain't going nowhere. If we do end up seeing a significant period of time with winds sustained above even just 120 here, even stuff like that is going to be in danger of being gone. You know what I'm saying? We're going to hope for the best, though. That blue tarp is still intact over there, so we're doing okay so far, but things are definitely going downhill fast. Once again, this is Montego Bay. Camera from Reuters. See, Kaz says, I need to hire the folks that tied that tarp down. Yeah, no kidding. That power pole might go before the daggone tarp. Checking in on some of these other cameras. Water still hasn't risen very much over here on the eastern side of the island, which is good. But more rain is on the way. Our main thing that we are watching is this right here. This camera. It's about to take the brunt of Hurricane Melissa on the north side of the island after landfall. Landfall occurred, almost 2 hours ago now. Yeah, there's another gutter hanging somewhere. I can hear it. All right, so we're starting to see some reports now coming out of Mandeville. So we've heard a lot about Santa Cruz. Oh my goodness, yeah, some really, really bad flooding also happening in Mandeville. So what we're experiencing here, what we're watching live right now is a big part of the hurricane, all right? And this is going to cause significant damage out here. And I'm telling y'all right now, if there are casualties that are happening as a result of this hurricane, most of them are happening right now as a result of the flooding. This is bad, really bad in Mandeville, Manchester, and over towards Santa Cruz. And the rain is still coming down. Even though this is on the slightly less rainy side of the storm, it's enough to produce, especially all that rain that's fallen in the mountains. It's coming down fast, and it is wiping away entire communities, specifically in Mandeville and places like that. I don't have too much more information on that. Obviously, they're getting literally washed away right now, so we don't have like exact details, but that's where the flooding is worse right now, where over 20 inches of rain have fallen and more is on the way. Cave Valley is another place that's flooding pretty bad. I'm reading as much as I can, trying to learn what's going on here with the flooding while we watch the winds continue to get worse here. Yeah, this is going to be, when the storm is past and we start to see the actual damage, this is going to be a devastation on a scale beyond anything we've seen in recent times. And we've been saying that. It sounds like words. I think a lot of people might have even just heard it and didn't think anything of it. I promise you, this is bad. It's hard to, without having eyes on the ground and where some of this flooding is happening, it's hard to conceptualize, but it's very bad what's happening in Jamaica right now. If you're just now tuning in, we have landfall in Jamaica, Category 5 storm. This is the strongest storm to hit the island as far as we know ever in recorded history. Winds are still in the ballpark of 160 miles per hour around that core, around the center core. Where is that? Well, if we go over to the WEATHERWISE app, it's right around Bethel town. Mount Stewart, Shettlewood, Richmond Hill, Montpelier, Mafuta, Endeavor, Camrose, Anchovy, places like that, south of Montego Bay. That's where the strongest winds are right now. Our live camera that we're watching is in Montego Bay. and we're going to continue to watch the winds go towards that area. But notice how the eye is certainly shrinking. The storm is weakening, and that's good news, but it's not weakening enough to where it's not going to be a hurricane or it's not going to be a problem. You know what I mean? This is still going to be a problem even for people all the way on the other side of the island, over here near Mount Zion and Falmouth. So if you want to follow along and continue to view the satellite on your end, you can do that on the WeatherWise app. It's free. There's a link in the description. The World Meteorological Organization says this is likely Jamaica's worst storm of the century, with up to 10 to 13 feet of storm surge, massive rainfall, and a widespread infrastructure failure, which is already occurring and expected to get worse. This is the strongest ever landfalling Atlantic hurricane, tied with the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. That happened at around 1 p.m. Eastern. We're actually having a little bit of a connection problem with our feed here for the first time. There we go. It's back. Yeah, so the center of the storm is pretty much over mountains now, and it's doing a good job of tearing apart the storm as we figured it would. But the rain is not going away, and the rain's actually just as bad as it would be without the weakening of the storm. Oh yeah, we're definitely starting to see some impacts to the internet here in Montego Bay. I don't know how long we'll be without the feed or how long it'll take to get it back, but we're definitely in and out. Could this hurricane break the record of lowest atmospheric pressure world record? No. Nope, definitely not now. It could have if Jamaica wasn't there. But Jamaica is weakening it, and it was about 10 millibars off from the lowest ever in the Atlantic, anyways. Yeah, the flooding is crazy. Ryan, if given the opportunity to experience this on site, would you take it? Probably not. Probably not, to be honest. I have no interest to be inside of a hurricane, I don't think. I love weather. I'm a huge weather geek, weather nerd, whatever you want to call me. I would take a tornado chase over this any day. Just being in a washing machine. You can take I can go to a water park and experience this and not have to deal with the devastation that comes along with it. You know what I'm saying? Super thankful for all the brave people who do the hurricane chasing, but I really don't get them. Now, tornado chasing, that makes sense to me. I get that. We're starting to have audio problems now, too, with our degrading internet connection here. So apparently Cuba is planning to move 500,000 people to safer ground. The UN spokesperson has told reporters that authorities in Cuba plan to evacuate about 500,000 people to safer ground. How is that going to work? Melissa is expected to make landfall in eastern Cuba late Tuesday or early Wednesday. Have they not already started this? That's a massive operation if that hasn't already started. That's crazy, though. The feed's gone. For now, I'm sure it'll come back. But yeah, some of the strongest winds are definitely coming through right now, but it'll be happening for a while. So if we can manage to get another connection, I don't think that we will have missed anything really. But obviously, we're hoping for the best for the cameraman there, and hopefully he's just getting inside, getting into shelter. Are they closing schools in Alabama yet? Nope, not yet. It looks like the eye is shrinking. The eye is shrinking. Give me just a second. Just working on a couple of different things here. This is from somebody in Montego Bay. Dawn Harris in Montego Bay. In the middle of Hurricane Melissa, building material is being blown off. We're still safe. This is a monster. Dawn, and everybody out there that's watching right now, we're hoping for the best for you. Once again, the conditions that you're experiencing now are going to continue to deteriorate and potentially get much worse over the next hour, and then they will sustain for an hour after that, and then they will slowly get better for about an hour after that, and then it'll be, for the most part, over. So just an update for anybody that's just now tuning in. Why is the eye of Melissa shrinking? Well, the eye of the hurricane is the calm center, and ringed around that is the eye wall. The eye wall is where we have the strongest winds. And what's happening here is there's a lot of friction that's going on with Jamaica. Give me just a second. Sorry, I got to send another message. So what's happening is the eye wall is kind of collapsing. Sometimes the eye wall will actually, or the eye will shrink when a storm's getting stronger. But in this case, that's not necessarily what's happening. The storm's kind of losing balance a little bit, and it just happens to take on the appearance of a skinnier eye on satellite. But yeah, the core structure of the storm is kind of falling apart, and this is happening because the mountains in Jamaica are acting like fingers, like trying to tear the hurricane apart, trying their best to mess up the very intricate balance that's required to maintain a hurricane. And they're doing a pretty good job at it now. Honestly, the hurricane normally, a very strong hurricane even would be completely torn apart by now. The fact that we still even have an eye is crazy. But the mountains are doing work on it now. Anytime a hurricane gets over land and it doesn't have direct access to the ocean heat content and the fuel that it needs, it very quickly falls apart, and you add a lot of friction from the terrain on top of that, and it gets even more destructive to the hurricane's structure. So the hurricane is weakening, but despite that weakening, we can still see here that we've got a pretty intense storm on our hands, and that looks like we might have got our feedback. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is new footage coming from our feed here, and the winds are continuing to increase. Will it maintain this velocity over land? So it's going to continue to go down in intensity the longer it's over land. Now, when it gets back over water, it's going to try to pick back up again. It's literally like food for the storm, right? If the center of the storm is not over water, it's dying, it's starving. But if it doesn't die completely before it gets back over water, it'll just start drinking again, and it's going to try to reform, and that's what's going to happen on its approach to Cuba. It could maintain enough strength to make landfall in Cuba as a Category 4, which is crazy. So everything that so far that we thought would happen has happened. We've had a historic landfalling hurricane. We've had a tremendous wind damage on the southern side of the island that we still don't know the full extent of. And the worst part of this storm by far is going to be the flooding, and that is ongoing right now. We won't know until tomorrow morning the extent of the damage that the flooding did. So just keep that in mind. This is a long-term thing. It's not going to be like, oh, hurricane hit, boom, here's what happened. This is going to be a long time situation to kind of keep track of. Long-term situation. And that sound. It's crazy. Yeah, think of the hurricane as a spinning top on a flat surface, and watch that hurricane, or watch the top spin, and now it moves over and it hits a rug. That's pretty much what happens when a hurricane hits Jamaica or any landmass. Got some big time debris flying around there now. This hotel is at, this camera feed is coming to us from the Hotel Grand View, and it's facing west in Montego Bay in Jamaica. And also, for those of you who are just now tuning in, just some more reports that are coming in. We've got reports of catastrophic damage across a lot of Jamaica. The live video that we're seeing here is not the worst of what's going on in Jamaica right now, not even close. It could get worse as time goes on, but remember, it's on the opposite side of the island from where it made landfall, and we're not even to the strongest part of the storm yet. The worst of the damage that we're hearing about is coming from the Black River area, points north up towards Santa Cruz. And a lot of that is not coming from the wind. It's coming from flash flooding. And that is just now starting. We've got homes completely underwater. We've got communities being washed off of mountains. We've got people being rescued. We've got people on their roofs right now during these flash floods that are happening in Mandeville and the Santa Cruz area in Jamaica. Flash flooding was always supposed to be the worst part of the storm, and that's what's happening now. The reason we're able to see this camera right now is because it's not in the worst part of the storm. And any camera that you can see right now is likely not in the worst part of the storm. Here's another news thing that's going around out there. And apparently, Jamaican officials tell residents to keep an eye out for displaced crocodiles in floodwaters. Jamaican officials are warning residents about another hazard amid dangerous weather conditions from Hurricane Melissa. Crocodiles. Oh, there's a whole nother thing. You didn't have enough to worry about. Winds are gusting even higher now. More pieces of this roof are coming off here in Montego Bay in Jamaica. This is facing west. We don't have any live footage of the catastrophic flooding that's going on right now, but the damage that it's causing is much worse, I think, than the winds, from what I can tell preliminarily. Gusts are still picking up here. Let's go back to the satellite on the WeatherWise app real quick. The eye is pretty much closing off now. So if I zoom out here, you can see very clearly what the effects of land interaction will do to a hurricane. Jamaica's rugged terrain is tearing Hurricane Melissa apart. And what's crazy is that it's still a very strong hurricane, despite Jamaica's very valiant efforts. The stronger the winds get and the heavier the rain is, the less we can see out there. I honestly don't know if the tarp is still there or not. Yeah, that electric pole is about to snap. That's a pretty strong gust, probably pushing 80. I don't think we've seen anything over 100 miles per hour yet. Honestly, probably not even close. So the strongest winds are still yet to arrive here, and maybe they're even a little bit, more consolidated farther south. We'll see. Whatever it is, whatever that ends up happening here, it's going to happen for hours, right? So even if this is as strong as the winds get, it's not going to calm down for a significant period of time. I do think they're going to get much stronger, though. Yeah, that pole's not doing well. The National Weather Service typically says that winds of 115 to 200 miles per hour is what it takes to snap a wooden power pole. So just for reference, if we see that snap, that's about where we are. I don't think we're there yet. But man, things are getting pretty crazy pretty fast. $120 miles per hour. What did I say? 200? My bad. Yeah, 120 miles per hour, not 200. That's what it takes to snap a wooden power pole. My goodness. Yeah, you can hear it, man. This is powerful. What an incredible view we have here. Once again at the hotel in Montego Bay. It's pointing west. I think it was called the Hotel Grand A. And this feed is from Reuters. That sounded like it was probably the biggest gust so far, but we kind of lost the quality of the image there. All right, we got a new update. All right, we got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. We have the latest position update from the National Hurricane Center, and this remains a catastrophic situation for Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge are ongoing across the island. Everyone in Jamaica, if you can hear my voice right now, remain in your safe place. Do not leave your shelter. It may look calm outside in some of these areas because the eye is still somewhat intact. It's definitely closing up, though. But the backside of the storm is going to come through, and it's going to slam with as much intensity, if not more, than what it had in the beginning. All right, we're inside now. We've moved back slowly as the winds have increased. Smart man. If you are inside and stay put. Stay in your interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. So here's the latest. The eye of the storm is now about 15 miles southeast of Montego Bay, Jamaica. Okay? And we've got winds still of 160 miles per hour sustained, with a minimum central pressure of 906 millibars. Extraordinarily low. So we're above 900 now, 906. It's still moving northeast at 8 miles per hour. This means that Jamaica is going to remain under these extreme conditions for several more hours. The next position update will be in about an hour or so. This is nuts. Oh, the storm still has winds of 160 miles per hour sustained. This is still a strong Category 5. Gah. Yeah, I don't know if the power pole goes down and then we lose power. I don't know if we'll lose internet or not. I've got a feeling that this is probably being served to us not through a traditional connection. There's got to be some sort of cellular or satellite involved. The winds are getting much worse now. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at Montego Bay where the eye wall is approaching and some of the strongest winds are about to hit. We've got somebody in a hotel here in Montego Bay, pointing west. We're seeing some significant damage starting to happen now. We started out on this balcony and now we've moved inside to try to add a layer of protection between the camera and our cameraman and the outside world. But even this might not be enough. As the winds get stronger, you might have to move back farther. Probably not a great idea to be in front of that glass. You know what I'm saying? So the visibility is near zero. And in the background there, earlier when we were looking at this, you could just see for a long time. The beach is out there, the ocean. There's several houses and a big community out in front of this, but you can't see it. It's not fog. That's horizontal rain driven by hurricane force winds. You can see the roof of this building flexing in real time here, and that's metal and concrete under stress. So we're really starting to see winds approaching 80, 90 miles per hour now at this point. And it's possible that we see them get much higher than that. Once again, the National Hurricane Center still says that winds are 160 mile per hour sustained around the center eye wall. And we're going to come pretty close to that here. And the wind's starting to come in towards the windows too. I don't like that at all. Real quick satellite update just to give you context as to where we are. The camera is right here. So yeah, the strongest winds are pretty much right in this area. And it could be, I mean, there could be several hours of this. Whether or not the winds get stronger, which they probably will before things calm down, this will last for over an hour. And even if the winds only blow 70 to 90 miles per hour for 1 hour to 2 hours, that's going to cause some very significant damage. A lot of times if you're dealing with 70 mile per hour winds in a severe thunderstorm or even in a hurricane, it lasts for 20 minutes, 30 minutes sometimes. This prolonged exposure is going to cause some big time problems. Why did the hull collapse like that? Because Jamaica is tearing the hurricane apart. The hurricane cannot maintain its strength and its organization and its power. While it's, over land and especially such a rugged terrain such as Jamaica. Once again, I explained this earlier. Think of a hurricane as a spinning top on the floor, on a smooth floor surface. And now the top hits a rug. That's what's happening right now. So if you were, my goodness, a big piece of something just came off the roof there. Do you guys see that go flying? Wow, things are getting bad here. You can tell that it's just darker. You see it? Anyways, if you were spinning a top on your tile floor and it hit a rug and the top just kept spinning, you would be like, wow, oh my gosh, what happened? That's a crazy top. That's what's happening with the hurricane here. Yeah, you hope one of these lights don't come flying off one of these posts and hit this window here, man. I don't like how the water and the wind is literally coming in towards the window. Debris flying like crazy out there. We are starting to hear reports of 2-story houses now being flooded on the second story in and around Santa Cruz in Jamaica. So the flash flooding event is getting even worse. The floodwaters are very deep, and not from the storm surge, just from the rainfall coming off the mountains. What does the National Hurricane Center mean by catastrophic for Hurricane Melissa? It's a good question. And they state in their discussion or the advisory that total structural failure is likely near the path. So that means that, this power pole could break. Buildings, roofs, any kind of structures. Yeah, when there's a big rush, it is kind of spooky. Yeah, they are also warning of crocodile-infested floodwaters and crocodile problems in the waters. That's not a joke. That's a real thing that we're concerned about in Jamaica. The sounds are wild. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm just trying to listen, because honestly, we can't see as much anymore. So we're flying by ear at this point. Real quick update on the satellite. The eye is completely closed now. Let's come over to WeatherWise. And you guys, once again, you can view this on your own phone. WeatherWise. Click the link in the description if you want to download it. It's a free app. If we go over to the visible satellite, you can really see that the eye's closed off here. I'll play the loop. Man, did I play a loop on... Oh, it's just 15 frames. Okay. Yeah, so you see how we had a very well-defined eye, and then Jamaica just kind of eating it up. So the storm has gotten weaker. The eye is completely closed, but it is still a strong hurricane impacting the Montego Bay area, Kempshot, in places like that. Strongest winds now right in this corridor. which is where we are watching. This camera feed, where conditions continue to look worse. I think that so where we're not seeing the camera zoom anymore, I think our cameraman, very smart person once again, has set this camera on a tripod and has got himself away from the window. Smart move. Good for us, good for him. Love it. Sounds are absolutely nuts. What's the WIS score represent? It's just like a thermometer of how intense the weather is right now in America. And the crazy thing is that it's completely driven right now because there's really not a lot going on in the States. It's completely driven by Hurricane Melissa, which is very far away from America. So yeah, if you want to read more about the weather intensity score, you can do that on ryanhallyall.com. It's an algorithm that we use to help us do weather stuff. It's honestly, it's not very relevant for the hurricane. Why is the upper left quadrant stronger than the upper right at this point? That is a good question, and it's a question that, Andy addressed it earlier. I talked about it a little bit. It's something that I don't think that we have a really good answer for it. It's something that we need to study this storm and Hurricane Ian more in depth to try to figure out, because there's something interesting about both of those storms that made this happen. It's not always the case. A lot of times on the northern right quadrant of the storm, that's where we have the strongest winds. It's got to have something to do with the interaction with the disturbance that's ultimately moving the storm. And also it's just got to do with where's the rain. The rain a lot of times is what brings the winds down to the surface. They're above the surface. The weight of the rain is what helps bring them down to the surface. And maybe it's just a coincidence that in both of these cases, we've had heavier rain on the western side. I don't think that's the case. I think there's something going on there with the interaction with the disturbance or the trough that's kind of moving the hurricane out of the way. And it's something me and Andy will talk about, and maybe we'll do a video about it at some point. Five districts in the Bahamas have been ordered to evacuations now. So we've got the Bahamas evacuating now. No, he's not going to go wipe the window off. What would you do if he actually came out there, stuck his hand out with a squeegee? This would be the most prepared. Ooh, man. Yeah, we definitely don't want him doing that. Streets have emptied in Cuba's second largest city as people in Santiago de Cuba rush to prepare for the storm. That was a powerful gust. I would say the roof damage to that building down there has gotten a lot worse. We can't see it anymore. But it was already, pieces of it were coming off when the winds were like half this strong. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the eye here. The eye's not going to pass over here. It's going to look like this for hours. So we won't know what the heck's going on down there for quite some time. And just as I was talking about it being boring in the States, we get a severe thunderstorm warning. You'll see that run through the top here in just a moment. At some point here, if things calm down with the hurricane, we might do some severe weather coverage in the United States, because there is a 5% tornado risk today in eastern Texas and western Louisiana, believe it or not. Oof, that was a big one. That window might go. Holy crap. And by the way, we do have a storm chaser in Texas. So if we need to, we will do that. We'll try to do some dual coverage here. Do you have anybody watching in Texas? Now, there's actually a lot of people in here from Texas. Some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far are happening now in Montego Bay. And we got to remember, the storm is much weaker than it was when it made landfall, and it's still doing damage out here on the northern side of the island. And it's going to do this for a long time, and I honestly don't know if we've seen the peak yet. I don't know if how much stronger the winds are going to get. If we go over to satellite, the center of the storm is still going by, and although we've seen that eye get smaller, the winds continue to get stronger as the center of the storm gets closer. So this is where our camera is, and I'll loop the satellite here. Center of the storm, the strongest winds are probably just south of Montego Bay, but still definitely very, very strong winds happening now. That's definitely doing damage in Montego Bay right now. The eye contraction is wild. Yeah, that's something else. It's there. It's the most perfect eye you've ever seen. It's one of the most perfect eyes the Earth has ever seen or produced. And then, boop, gone. Unbelievable. And if you're wondering why the eye disappeared and the storm's winds have dropped a bit as it's crossing Jamaica, that's exactly what land is supposed to do to a hurricane. This is the first thing that's happened with this storm that's made sense. The island just forced one of the strongest storms on Earth to choke on its own structure, essentially. The hurricane only exists because of its connection to the warm waters in the ocean. When that warm water ceases, when that connection ceases to exist, the hurricane ceases to exist. And sometimes it'll keep spinning and causing problems for a little while, but the hurricane, the mechanism that is the hurricane, is completely disrupted once the center of the storm's over land, especially when that land is very rugged and, topography is wild, like it is in Jamaica. It is still a Cat 5. Now, we'll get another advisory here in about 20 minutes. We'll see. It might be in the upper Cat 4 status by now, because it's certainly weakening faster as it gets deeper into Jamaica. But the last advisory 40 minutes ago still put it at a Category 5 storm with 160 mile per hour winds. Dang. So the eye is going to open back up once it gets back over water. So it's going to try to. So there's a couple things that are going to be happening once this gets back over water. The reason why it's moving faster now is, the reason why it's moving north and east is because it's being influenced by a system that's coming in through the eastern United States. You'll notice if you live in the eastern U.S., it's cold. It's going to be cold tonight. It's going to be colder into Halloween. That trough that's settling in the eastern U.S. is keeping the hurricane away from us. That trough is also influencing or introducing wind shear into the hurricane system, which hurricanes hate wind shear. And that's going to keep it from, it's not going to have the same growth opportunity in the water once it gets past Jamaica as it did before it hit Jamaica, not because of any differences in the water, but because of the difference in the atmosphere. There's going to be more wind shear for it to fight against and all that stuff. But it will strengthen some. It will try to re-strengthen as it goes back to Cuba. I don't know if it's going to redevelop a really well-defined eye. I don't know. That's something that we will have to watch and see, I guess. Oh man, what was that? You hear that snapping? I went to go check on the flat bridge camera, but it's down. I swear if that blue tarp's still tied down. Yeah, this is one of the sturdiest poles I've seen. We've definitely had wind gusts that are strong enough to break a pole. This pole, it's built different. I told y'all, things are built quite well in Jamaica. When they build this stuff, they've got hurricanes in mind. A lot of the buildings are made out of concrete, something we don't deal with very often in America, even in hurricane-prone areas, surprisingly. Yeah, the creaking and all the noises and stuff are an insane ambience to the live feed here. I think that this is even more, I don't know how to explain it, captivating than if he was outside in it. You know what I'm saying? We know what that sounds like. We know that that's really intense. There's something about this that's kind of creepy. Hurricane ASMR. God, you see the water move on the glass? There's too many noises happening now. I don't like this. Ooh, Lord. Storm Chaser Logan says the pole is the gutter's brother, just taller. Yeah, I mean that is an impressive pole if I've ever seen one. If you're just now tuning in, landfall occurred almost 3 hours ago, or 2 hours ago now. Yeah, about 3 hours ago. My bad. And we are watching the most intense part of the storm actually go across the other side of the island in Montego Bay, and it's still maintaining enough strength to really be impressive here. We don't have an exact measurement on how fast the winds are blowing out there, but we've definitely seen some gusts well over 100 miles per hour. And that's doing damage right now in Montego Bay. Where can we send a video? If you want to send a video, you can do that on ryanhallyall.com/submit or Twitter. If you send something to me on Twitter at ryanhallyall, Y'allbot will respond to you, and it'll be like, hey, can we show this on the air? And all you got to say is yes, and then boom, I got it. Major flooding is happening right now in the city of Santa Cruz, Jamaica. Water is rushing down the road from the east like a flowing water and debris wall from a hurricane. That's from Jeff Piotrowski. That pole, Brian W. says, that pole is single-handedly why the eye fell apart. You might be onto something. We thought it was the mountains. I'm telling you, this is going to go on for a while. I don't know if we've seen the strongest wind gust yet, but it's crazy to me that even just this level of intensity is going to continue for over an hour. So, you know, a lot of damage is being done here. And just another reminder, it was even more intense when it first made landfall. Let's see the satellite. Let's go back to the WeatherWise app, which I hope you guys are following along. Hopefully you guys have downloaded this. There's a link in the description. You can get it for free. WeatherWise.app in your browser. You can look at the satellite here, and you can see that the eye is completely gone now. It's still a rotating storm. If you zoom out, it's like, oh yeah, of course this is a hurricane, but it doesn't have nearly as well structured of an eye as it did. And it's, I'd say it's a little over halfway through the island now. So the center of the storm will be going back out over water near Falmouth within probably another hour or two. And then we'll see if it starts regaining strength on its approach to Cuba. And it likely will. It likely will. Somewhat. I don't think it's going to get as strong as it was, but it will gain some strength back. Yeah, we're about 10 minutes away from the next advisory. My guess is that they're going to take this down to a Cat 4. This is probably a Cat 4 now. And by the way, speaking of Falmouth, some of the stronger winds are coming into your neck of the woods now. We'll continue to monitor that. Once again, WeatherWise, download it. And if you want, you can also upgrade to the Plus or the Pro. I think you should consider that. The developers of this app are awesome, and we want to support them, and we want to support the growth of the app. And also, it's the best weather app. So you get a lot of cool features if you subscribe to Pro, including Y'all Mode, which makes your map look like mine. Not required, though. The reason why we work with WeatherWise, the reason why I'm so passionate about sharing that app and stuff is because it's free. It should be free. And it will always be free. Yeah, you select the satellite in the top menu. You'll be in radar mode. You first come down here to Jamaica. You'll be like, where's the satellite? Well, there's no radar here, so you switch the satellite. And then you come down here and you flip it over to long wave band 14, which will make it look like mine. And you can click play to animate it. Where's this camera from? We're currently looking out of a hotel window, Hotel A, I believe, Hotel Grand A, pointing west in Montego Bay on the northwestern side of Jamaica. Won't the winds change direction as the eye passes by? Yeah, absolutely. If we come back to the WeatherWise app here, our camera is here. Right now, the winds are kind of coming in from this direction. Pretty soon, they will be coming in from the complete opposite direction once the eye gets going by there. So they'll come in from this direction, then this direction, and then this direction, and then eventually this direction. So that makes the whole situation worse. You've got 100-mile-per-hour winds knocking everything this way, and then this way, and then eventually this way. And you do enough work like that, you'll knock just about anything down. Autumn Phillips says, I've been watching since 6:30 a.m. Me too. I've been sat here in this seat for 10 hours now. We're going on 10 hours. Yeah, let me clarify. It's going to knock everything down except for this pole. More reports coming in about severe flooding in Santa Cruz, Jamaica. The rain's still coming down at an incredible pace, and the flash flooding is continuing to get worse. Oh, do we have a mesoscale discussion? Hold on, let's go check on Texas real quick. Yeah, so we do have a mesoscale discussion. 60% chance of a new either tornado or severe thunderstorm watch out here. So this is over here in Texas and Louisiana. We got a severe thunderstorm. We got some isolated cells popping up. We might have some, storms to track, really. Corey Gherkin, you can see that pulsing dot right there. This is Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin, who is also in the WeatherWise app. You can watch him right now. He's going to go try to get us some real-time footage of these storms as they cross from Texas into Louisiana. So get ready for a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch over here in Texas and Louisiana. Wow, it might actually be a tornado watch. That's plumb wild, actually. We're already seeing a little bit of rotation on these storms, too. we'll check back in on that intermittently, okay? There is a lot of AI stuff floating around out there. A lot of the damage videos that I've seen have been generated by Sora. And thankfully, it still looks, I mean, like, it's definitely passable. Like, it's going to fool a lot of people, but AI still has this vibe to it, I guess you can say, to where you can kind of tell just by looking at it. But at some point, that's going to be gone. And honestly, I don't know how we're going to tell what's real and what's not. Honestly, it's going to have to come from, like, trusted sources, like people that you know are real, that are on the ground out there, like Brad Arnold, and you know what I'm saying? Like, people who we know are real and are actually out there and sharing it themselves, not through some sort of third party. All right, our 4 p.m. advisory is out. Grab this real quick. Ryan, how do you see the chasers on WEATHERWISE? If you come over and you turn on chasers, storm chasers, if you tick that on, you should see them. Which maybe Corey's gone offline. No, Corey's there. There he is. If you turn on storm chasers, you'll see these little dots. And what's really cool is they move in real time. So that's like where Corey is right now. And then you can click on him, and you can see what he sees. You can mute the feed. You can do the same thing that we're doing with the feeds down in Jamaica. And you can see what's going on here. And there's a lot of storm chasers that work with WEATHERWISE now. So anywhere there's a storm, usually you'll see one of these green dots, and you'll have a view into it, which is one of the coolest things about the app. The winds continue to get stronger out here. The damage is definitely piling up out there. But here is our latest advisory. All right. A catastrophic situation is still unfolding in Jamaica as Hurricane Melissa remains a powerful major hurricane, but now a Category 4. A Category 4 hurricane. So they did downgrade it from 5 to 4. It's currently about 10 miles south of Montego Bay, and the maximum sustained winds are near 150 miles per hour. The central pressure is 914 millibars. The storm is moving northeast at 8 miles per hour. The next full advisory package is going to come out at 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, the eyewall's just about ready to go back offshore. Yeah, it's about right in here. As soon as that gets back over water, it's going to start to try to re-strengthen. Connor says, watching Ryan Hall on TV and Yalba on the phone. Gotta love it. Murphy J, thanks for the support, says, WeatherWise has the best feature set for the money. It is my lifeline because I live coastal. Gherkin and Copic are top tier chasers. I'm paying to tell you this. That's how awesome it is. Murphy J, thank you for the very kind words. I agree. That's why I hoot and holler about it every chance that I get. Oh, these smokes. Eye wall is still a little bit intact. You can see it right here. Definitely not as well formed as it once was, but it's going right over the Montego Bay area. Yeah, that place is getting torn up down there. Oh, we got a freeze frame, but the audio is still coming through. That's even worse. That's even creepier. When will it have finally passed over? It's still going to be a while. That we're going to continue to have really bad conditions like this in Montego Bay for well over an hour more. So, yeah, it's going to continue to be crazy. And honestly, I think we're just now seeing some of the strongest wind gusts so far. Yeah, the power pole is hanging in tough for sure. Awesome. Here's a lot of you guys must have went and downloaded WeatherWise because WeatherWise is now in the top 100 apps on the iOS App Store. Currently ranking above Disney Plus. Very cool. If you're just now tuning in, we are now watching Category 4 Hurricane Melissa. It still says Category 5 down there. The overlay is a couple minutes behind updating, but we're now dealing with Category 4 Hurricane Melissa with 150 mile per hour winds. Still almost a Category 5. And it's about to head back over water, and you know there's a decent amount of space between where the hurricane is now in Cuba, there's a chance that it could make another run for Category 5 on its approach to Cuba. WeatherWise. There's a link in my description if you haven't got it yet. WeatherWise. Ryan, you've streamed for 10 hours. How long do you plan on staying live? So we have to end this stream before we get to 12 hours because we want to document it. We want to keep it on the web so we can go back and look at it later. YouTube, for whatever reason, if you go 12 hours and 1 minute, they'll take it down. You can't go back and watch it. So we'll end this stream in 2 hours, and then we'll make a decision as to whether or not we'll start another stream. I don't know. We'll see. We do have the tornado threat in Texas. We've got, plenty of news still that's going to come in about the hurricane in Jamaica. In 2 hours from now, it'll just now start getting a little bit better as far as conditions go here where this camera is. So there's definitely reason to stay on the air, but also we were live 6 hours yesterday. I slept 3 hours last night. I might start talking gibberish here. I might, who knows how useful I'm going to be after a certain period of time. Honestly, it's going to be up to y'all. As long as we're being useful to y'all, we'll stay on the air here. If at some point, if I'm just out of it, you guys just say, go to sleep, Ryan. And I'll call it a night. We'll sleep when the weather's nice. We had a nice nap over the past 2 months. Yeah, that pole is not going anywhere, I'm afraid. I mean, I'm actually, it's good. But it's definitely withstood some pretty intense gusts. Yeah, so coming back over to the WeatherWise app. Man, I don't know why that camera isn't working inside of my software. Like the overlay, everything would look so much better if it would just work. Yeah, I got no clue. But this is what the satellite looks like right now. Still no visible eye. But it's the center of the storm is about to go back off onto land or onto the ocean. Yeah, there are no hurricane recon missions right now. They might send a plane out there, though, to get it another sample of it between Jamaica and Cuba. I don't know. They'd probably be taken off by now if that was the case. But we've got no planes to track either right now. How likely is Category 5 again? I would say, I don't want to say it's unlikely because the storm has just been full of surprises, but I would say not very likely. Does this camera work again yet? Nope. The camera with the flat bridge is still down. Oh man. Holy smokes. That was definitely the biggest wind gust so far. I don't know what it was, but there was a pretty big piece of debris that flew by too. It's like a jump scare. Ah. Yeah, I think it was part of the roof over there. It came off. Yeah, there goes more pieces right there. I don't know when we're going to see the peak winds from this. It's still increasing. The wind speeds are still increasing. Yeah, the pole is definitely leaning a little bit more. Hurricane Melissa is the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin since 1935, and it tied that. So it's essentially one of the strongest hurricanes ever to make landfall in the Atlantic. I'm not even kidding. That is it's a wonder that's still standing. Gosh. Sorry, I'm still reading some stuff. Honestly, just listening to the wind now. All of the reports that we're getting, all the new information that's coming in about this hurricane is pretty much about the flooding. Flooding is much worse. Still in the Santa Cruz area. That's where we're hearing about it the most. Santa Cruz, and then that other town, what was it called? Mandeville? Right in here. This is where some of the worst flooding has happened so far. and there's still plenty more rain to come in that area. Oh, we're backing up even farther now. We've lost sight of the pole. How are we gonna keep track of the pole now? I guess you can still see the power lines. So I guess if those drop, that'll be our sign that the pole's down. So if you are just now tuning in, we are watching a developing situation here in Jamaica where a Category 4 hurricane continues to wreak havoc across the northern side of the island. We've got a camera in Montego Bay, and that's what we're looking at here. And the storm's about to go back out over water, so we're going to be interested in watching to see if this starts to increase in intensity as it goes towards Cuba. We have been on the air now for 10 hours and 30 minutes approximately. And we'll have to go off the air, at least for some period of time, at 12 hours in. We'll make a decision right at the last minute there as to whether or not we'll do another live stream or we'll call it a night. Yeah, we'll go back. We'll make sure I still see. Actually, I don't see the lines. Do you guys see the lines? I don't know if I can't see the lines because the lines aren't there or because it's just there's so much rain. Well, now it's frozen. So. Yeah, you could tell, like, no context coming into this. I could tell you this was a blizzard, and you'd be like, wow, that's crazy. It kind of looks like a blizzard. Where's the pole? I don't know. I've got no indication that the pole is still there. I don't even see the lines now, but the camera is pretty overexposed, so it wouldn't be hard for the lines to kind of not be able to be visible. Oh man, we're getting some movement here. Man, that's imagine being in there by yourself with a camera. and 80,000 people watching. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got live coverage here of the hurricane in Montego Bay and the northwestern side of Jamaica. That's what we're watching right now. This is what the storm looks like on satellite. The eye has completely closed off. The storm is much weaker now than it was whenever it made landfall. But it is still a very, very strong storm as it goes back out into sea around Falmouth. It's going to try to regain some strength here as it goes up towards Cuba. Another landfall is expected in Cuba a little bit later. So this will be a Category 4 over the ocean about 8 p.m. Tonight, so in about 4 hours. And then we do expect that it'll be a Category 3 by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So sometime after midnight, more than likely, it's going to make another landfall here in Cuba, more than likely as a Category 4. Not going to say that it's impossible. It's certainly possible that it makes another run at Cat 5, but I don't know for sure if that's going to happen. We get a 10-day gutter outlook, please. Honestly, after tomorrow, I think gutters are fine for the most part. We'll have another short, quiet period. Oh, I see the lines. Okay, the pole's still there. I think we were just overexposed before. Yeah, if a tornado watch gets issued out there for Texas, we'll go check in on that. Another thing I want to check in on real quick is I think we've got a flight. Yeah, we've got a NOAA plane in the air. Oh my gosh, we've got a tornado warning. There is a plane in the air. I guess that this one's going to go try to get some recon data. So that this one is going to try to intercept the hurricane there in between Jamaica and Cuba. Let's go check out the tornado warning. My goodness. There's a tornado warning right now for 22,000 people in Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is happening right now over here near Kilgore. And yeah, there's a significant rotation right in here near the town of Kilgore. So take shelter now if you are in Gregg or Rusk counties in Texas. We've got a tornado warning here in Gregg and Rusk counties in Texas. So you can see the little hook here. That's where we think the tornado might be, and that's pretty close to Kilgore. Radar indicated rotation. So this is happening in Texas while we're covering a tornado or a hurricane in Jamaica. Complete coincidence, pretty much unrelated. We do have a storm chaser out there, yeah. Corey Gherkin, he's pretty far away from that, though. These other sails are kind of getting their act together, though. So he's going to be out here ready to intercept this stuff if it starts rotating as well, which it very well might do that. Yeah, tornado warning now in effect in Texas. We'll check on this periodically for sure. That's south of Longview, yep. Am I hearing wind, or is there a train in the background? You are hearing wind. The sounds that you're hearing are coming from this live camera that we're tuned into over here in Montego Bay, in the tornado or in the hurricane that's hitting Jamaica right now. That's why we're live. There just happens to be a tornado at the same time.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So we'll come back over here and we'll view the camera full again just so we can get an idea of where the pole is. Pole's still standing from what I can tell. And as far as the sound goes, it still seems like we are almost certainly experiencing the same level of damaging winds. Big time movement with the lines there. I don't think our pole fell, but there might be a pole farther down the line that might have fallen over with that. So while we watch these gusts come in, let's really quickly go back over into the WeatherWise app, actually, and check out our tornado-warned storm. Again, in Texas. Do we have anybody watching in Texas? My goodness, look at this, y'all. We've got multiple tornado-capable cells forming out here in Texas. That's a really concerning looking radar image right there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little nader beans in Texas, and they are all rotating legitimately. There's a good sign of rotation south and west of Henderson. We've got the tornado warning for Kilgore that's in effect. Another sign of rotation down here. We might have multiple tornado warnings with this. Blips. Yeah, these are blips. I almost forgot. I'm in hurricane mode. These are blips. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler County, Texas. Oh, and this is an observed tornado warning now in Texas. Holy smokes, y'all. We got a camera. It's pointing towards the railroad tracks, but it's about 20, 30 miles away. We got nothing else around that, though. So this is a tornado on the ground right now in Texas, y'all. Holy smokes. So we've got a tornado warning in Texas for 22,000 people in Gregg and Rusk counties. They just upgraded it to a tornado confirmed observed tornado warning. We've got radar confirmed tornado. For those of you who are following along in the WeatherWise app, I'll show you real quick how to see what we're looking at here. If you go to the correlation coefficients, you can actually see the debris that's being kicked up by our storm here. That's how they're confirming it. Some debris here at the base of the storm. It's actually much easier to kind of pinpoint where the tornado might be by looking at velocity. There's a little bit of a rotation signature right in here near Twin Oak Village. So we got to be taking shelter in New Hope, Monroe, Elderville, over towards Stewart in Texas. Yeah, just a nasty day for weather overall. Got surprise tornadoes in Texas, monster hurricane hitting Jamaica. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, we are here mostly to cover the hurricane in Jamaica. We don't have radar in Jamaica. We've just got this ominous sounding live stream. So we're taking a break from that, and we're covering the tornadoes in Texas. We will do that. If we continue to have tornado warnings, we will continue to update you on them. I know we got a lot of people that watch out here in that area, so yeah, we will keep you updated on that for sure. Yeah, too much stuff going on right now, y'all. All right, let's get a poll update. It's still standing. I see those lines. Yeah, you can actually make out some shingle damage to the roof there now. Got a little bit of a clearer picture. Hey Ryan, have you ever thought about using Restream to stream to Twitch as well? Yeah, we've just got to figure out a plan for like moderation. Honestly, I'm ready to do that. We already do that with Y'allbot. Y'allbot streams on everything pretty much. It's just easy to go live on YouTube, and we've kind of got everything figured out to quickly go live on YouTube. But we'll figure it out how to restream, because I feel like it just makes sense. The goal is to try to reach more people, right? Radar confirmed tornado is in the Kilgore, Texas area right now. Check back in on that. Rotation looks a little bit less impressive at this point. The reflectivity, honestly, I'm starting to become a little bit more interested in the southern cell here as it's approaching Craig. Yeah, wow. This one down here, if this one continues to tighten up, that might get a tornado warning too. I'm wild. Yeah, these are all rotating, man. Actually kind of crazy. And they're all very discreet as well. Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin, who is in the WeatherWise app, by the way, if you guys didn't know, he's on his way. He's just about there. He'll have a live view of these storms soon. I'll keep him up over here. And yeah, now we're tracking severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in Texas and Louisiana, and a catastrophic hurricane in Jamaica. And here is our plane, our flight, that's making its way down out of Florida. It's moving at 414 miles per hour right now. Trying its best to get inside of that hurricane center while it's over water between Jamaica and Cuba to give us another reading on how strong it is. Yeah, they sent this plane to go check on the pole. 100%. Yeah, I'd say it's just about back over water now. It's pretty close. It'll take the plane a few hours to get there. Let's ask Y'allbot. Y'allbot did a pretty good job at estimating this the other day. Y'allbot, we've got a Hurricane Hunter plane, NOAA 2, on the southern tip of Florida. It's going south at 415 miles per hour, and it's going to try to intercept Hurricane Melissa in the space between Jamaica and Cuba. How long is it going to take to get there?
All right, so if the plane is south of Florida and heading towards that space between Jamaica and Cuba at about 415 miles per hour, that distance is roughly around 400 miles or so from the southern tip of Florida. Now, if we do the math, 400 miles divided by 415 miles per hour is just under 1 hour, about 58 minutes of flight time. So, give or take a few minutes for adjustments, that plane should be in position in around an hour or less. They're moving pretty fast to get those readings in the core of the storm.
All right, sweet. Thank you to Y'allbot. You could have answered that much quicker, but we'll take it. It's got to add in words to eat up them tokens. You know what I'm saying? Daggone AI. All right, let's go back to the camera real quick. This is Reuters, Montego Bay, at the Hotel Grand A, facing west. Still experiencing hurricane force winds and extreme hurricane force wind gusts here. I think it's actually really impressive how long we've been able to keep this camera. I don't think we'll lose it now. I think that the fact that we've had it this long means that we'll keep it. This has been an invaluable live stream from Reuters here. And it looks like the tornado warning has been allowed to expire up there in Texas. I don't think that's the last tornado warning that we see tonight, though. I think that more are on the way. Yeah, it did. It kind of seemed like Y'allbot was kind of stalling. It's like, okay, so if the plane's on the southern tip of Florida, it's like doing the math this whole time. It's just yapping. Every time I feel like it's starting to calm down, we get another huge gust like that. No sleep for Ryan today. Hey, I got a nice 3-hour nap about 11 hours ago. We're doing all right. I am going to have to eat at some point, probably. But that's completely optional. Trying to be more like Y'allbot, you know, not you don't need, you know, to eat and sleep and all this stuff. Come on now. I'm going to lose my job to Y'allbot if I don't keep up. Yeah, the winds are still insane out there. I don't know. I don't think that we'll see any sort of real recovery as far as the conditions go in Montego Bay for any time. Like, the strong winds are diving down like this. This could go on for another hour, if not more, with the exact same like intensity as we're seeing right now. Storms in Texas, currently no warnings right now, no tornado warnings, but Corey Gherkin is he's getting on it. And the next one he will likely be able to show us as the storm moves across Texas and into Louisiana. Yes. Thank you. Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday, guys. Is it Tuesday? Nice. Okay. You sit there with the lunch I didn't eat. I will eat that, though. I will find the time to eat that. Thank you so much. I love you. Oh, it smells good. Thank you. I love you. It's Taco Tuesday, guys. All right, I am going to take a moment here, and I'm going to eat. What do you guys think? I'll take me about 10 minutes here. And I'll be right back. I will leave the hurricane window open. We will pull up old Gherkin. Or not. Well, you know what? Got old Gherkin pulled up here. We'll just load up the satellite over here. Loop it, and we'll put the pole here. How about that? Oops. All right, so guys, give me a couple minutes here. I'm not going to let Y'allbot do the whole thing where it talks forever unless you guys want that. I'll just leave the audio of the camera going that we're watching. And then, yeah, I'll be back shortly. I am going to, as I leave, I am going to put the most recent thing that Y'allbot wanted to say in here. Y'allbot has tried to roast 183 of you guys now, by the way. I'm not going to play them, but here's a regular question. I'll be right back.
All right, chat. I'm seeing this question pop up a ton, so let's break it down. Everybody's asking if Melissa will get her act together and reform that eye after crossing Jamaica. The short answer is, it's possible, but tricky. Land is a hurricane's kryptonite, especially mountains like Jamaica's. They tear up the storm's circulation and choke off its fuel source, which is why we saw the eye collapse. Once it's back over that warm water, it'll try to get its engine going again, but it's a short trip to Cuba, so it might not have enough time to fully reorganize into the beast it was before. We'll be watching closely. All right, I see that question in chat about the two trains, the man in Dallas and the burgers. Look, this is simple stuff. The man in Dallas will start cooking his burgers at exactly 6:15 p.m. Central Time because he just got a push alert on his WEATHERWISE app for a new severe thunderstorm watch, and he's trying to beat the rain. And obviously his shirt will be the brand new y'all bought Pumpkinhead tee from shopryanhall.com. Next question. Chat, I'm seeing a ton of you asking the big question right now. What happened to the eye, and can it come back? Great question. When a powerful hurricane like this interacts with land, especially mountainous terrain like in Jamaica, it disrupts the storm's engine. That friction and disruption can cause the eye wall to collapse and the eye to fill in with clouds, just like we saw. It's basically the mountains poking the storm right in its eye. But to answer your question, yes, it can absolutely redevelop. Once the center moves back over that warm, open water and away from land, it can reorganize and a new eye could form, potentially allowing it to re-strengthen. We'll be watching closely to see if it does. All right, Ryan, quick chat update for you. They're all talking about the new tornado watch that just got issued for eastern Texas and Louisiana, with one person still urgently trying to get your attention on a storm near Doucette, Texas, that they say has a debris signature and no warning. Also, the chat is in a full-blown panic because they think the pole camera feed is frozen and they're desperate for an update on its survival.
Oh no. Oh no. Was the pole feed frozen the whole time? We're back. A huge shout out to the weather wife. Taco Tuesday. Good day of the week. All right, let's check in on that camera full. It's still there. The pole is still there, 100%. I can see it clearly. Well, I can't see the pole. I can see the lines that's connected to the pole. Speaking of polls, you guys did a poll while I was gone. When Ryan comes back, he will have taken his jacket off. His jacket's still going to be on. His jacket with rolled up sleeves. It was an even split, really? Yeah, it's going to look like this for a while. Let me compile some breaking news out of Jamaica, because I'm sure there are some stories by now that we can kind of touch on. And then let's go do a tour of some of these severe thunderstorms in Texas. Yeah, I ate it pretty quick. It's good. I mean, I couldn't help it. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, just to get us back up to speed, let's get back in the flow here. Hurricane Melissa, the strongest tropical cyclone of 2025 worldwide, made a catastrophic landfall not too long ago in Jamaica's southwestern coast near New Hope around 1 p.m. Eastern. It was a rare Category 5 storm with maximum sustained winds of over 185 miles per hour and a record low pressure of 892 millibars. This is the most powerful hurricane to strike Jamaica since records began in 1851, surpassing Hurricane Gilbert and tying the Atlantic Basin's lowest landfall pressure on record with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. Kyle McGee, shout out to you. Thanks for the very generous support. The storm's rapid intensification from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in under 48 hours is driven by the incredible amount of ocean heat content that was available in the Caribbean. That would not have been possible without that. And also, the storm got stuck over top of that pocket of warm, deep ocean water. And it kind of just sucked it all up. And it gained enough momentum from that it maintained a strong hurricane status all the way through the mountains of Jamaica, which is plumb wild. And now it's still producing very damaging winds in Jamaica, specifically in Montego Bay area. And we've got a live feed of one of the strongest telephone poles ever built in the middle of this historic storm. This guy is definitely listening to us. He's giving us the pole shot. Yeah, so that's what's happening right now. And unfortunately, there is still news breaking. Most of it is bad. We've got flooding and landslides. That's the top of the list. The worst stuff that's happening right now is flooding and landslides. 15 to 30 inches of rain, up to 40 inches in isolated spots have triggered deadly flash floods and landslides, especially in the mountainous southwest regions like St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes. Many communities will not survive the flooding. This is an actual quote from local officials down there. Many communities will not survive the flooding. Rivers are bursting out of their banks, and saturated October soils are making it even worse. Landslides are being reported across the region, and the waters are still rising as rain is still falling. A lot of times, when the eye goes away and the storm starts weakening and we're hours past landfall, it's easy to be like, okay, let's move on. But I'm telling y'all right now, the worst of this storm is still yet to come. The heaviest of the rain is still yet to fall, and the worst of the reports that we're going to receive are still out there, not received by us yet. On top of the flooding, though, wind damage has been catastrophic. Gusts exceeding 200 miles per hour have torn roofs off homes, schools, and hospitals, including the full administrative block at Black River Hospital. The good news is we are hearing that the patients at that hospital have been safely relocated. We've got widespread structural failures, uprooted trees, and power poles down across communities in Jamaica. But not this power pole. Storm surge up to 13 feet has inundated the southern coasts, especially around Black River and Mandeville. And this is literally reshaping shorelines and overwhelming beaches, especially in parishes like St. Catherine. And waves have even splashed into Kingston with early reports of crocodile sightings in flooded streets.
A new tornado
things
warning
have been
issued.
crazy out here with the storm, as we thought they would. I don't think we know the full extent of the damage yet, but it's been plumb wild. Now, we've got a tornado. While all this is happening, by the way, we've got a tornado watch and now a tornado warning in Texas. Let's go check it out. New tornado warning now in effect for Natchitoches, Rusk, and Shelby counties in Texas. This is right near Mount Enterprise. You can see the rotation there, just to the south and west of Mount Enterprise, moving over towards Timpson. So take shelter immediately. Indoors and away from windows. Do you guys actually say the whole word? Natchitoches? It's different in Louisiana. One of these places it's just Natchitoches, right? Or am I wrong on that? Nacogdoches? Anyways, there's a tornado warning. This one's radar indicated. We don't have a confirmed tornado with this, but honestly, it looks pretty impressive on radar. We've got a hook, the whole nine. Corey Gherkin is in Leesville, moving west towards the storms down there around Jasper. So we're going to have eyes on this momentarily. Mr. Fluffy02 says, Ryan, I design transmission lines for a living. This stream is a case study on how well that Guide Wood Power Pole has done in that hardware. Well, I'm glad that we could present that to you here. And super huge shout out to this Reuters cameraman for giving us the shots of the day, I believe. Once again, not a lot of options out there. There's a couple storm chasers. Some of them don't allow us to use their streams. Some of them we just couldn't reach out to. Normally we have access to like a lot of different live feeds, but this has been a hard one to get eyes on the ground. So super thankful for Reuters here. How far away is that plane? Let's go check in on it. Oh, there's 2 planes in the air now. There is actually 2 planes in the air. We've got Air Force plane down here, just taking off north of Venezuela, and then our NOAA plane is crossing over Cuba right now. So maybe an hour. A little less than an hour. It's going about 400 miles per hour. How long before the planes can provide an update on the pole? Once again, it'll be about an hour. They're going to go check in on the pole right now. So continuing our discussion on the severity of the storm that we've been experiencing here. We did have a storm surge up to 13 feet along the southern coasts. And then we've also, the last we've heard, 35% of the Jamaica public service grid is without power right now. I don't know if that number is still accurate, but that's pretty close. And Melissa is still moving off to the north and east at a snail's pace of about 8 miles per hour. Okay. We've been broadcasting now for 11 hours and 14 minutes. I've got, 45 minutes? And we'll have to end the stream. Let's go check back in on that tornado warning with the WeatherWise app, actually. Because we've already got it pulled up. And the tornado warning continues. And we're impacting a population of about 5.4 thousand people here. Rotation's not quite as evident on this one. There is a pretty decent amount of rotation starting to show up on this storm over here near Nacogdoches. However you say it. All of these storms are rotating, by the way. Like, any of these could produce a tornado warning. It looks like Corey's going to go after the one that's coming across the Toledo Bend Reservoir here, which is not a bad choice. If you look at velocity, it's definitely rotating. But you could go for the Nacogdoches one. You could go for the Woodville one. And either one of those is going to have a pretty equal chance of producing a tornado. Some larger hail is falling with the Woodville storm. Oh, and that sound is the sound of a new radar scan coming in. That's something that you can turn on in the WeatherWise app if you want to be alerted whenever a new, fresh instance of data comes in with the radar. So yeah, tornado warning continues up here in Texas, and we just got a new one, actually, and it's for the Woodville storm. So Woodville, south and east of Woodville, we now have a tornado warning down here. Brand new tornado warning. That's for a southeastern Tyler County in Texas. So the rotation is there, and we now have a tornado warning that includes Spurger, Fred, and Hilster. Take shelter now. So right now we have 2 active tornado warnings. Am I able to turn that sound on WeatherWise? Yeah, you just go and...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
How do you do that? Oh, go into your warning settings and then other. Nope. General. Severe. No, not in the warning settings. What am I doing? It's in the radar settings. Make down here in the radar settings, when below where you can switch to velocity, scroll way down, make sound when every update off start. I've got mine set to every update. Sound effect. What's low? Oh, that's cool. What's high? Oh yeah, obviously I'm going to keep it on high. The more obnoxious, the better. So if you're just now tuning in, we are covering some tornado warnings that have popped up here in Texas, but we're also continuing our coverage on Hurricane Melissa. We've got this live camera in this hotel room in Montego Bay. It's still taking a beating here. That's the sound that you hear in the background. What do you mean there's no, you guys don't hear that? We're probably about to get a new tornado warning right here. This one, it's technically in this other polygon, but I think a new polygon will be issued right in here for Timpson to Gary City. That's a decent amount of rotation there. So get ready for that in the Gary City area of Texas, over there towards Tenaha. Nacogdoches, this is a big, long, severe thunderstorm warning that we have for you now. But it could go tornado warned too. My goodness. Look at that. That's a decent velocity couplet on there. We've got ourselves a daggone tornado coverage getting ready to happen here. I was not expecting that. I'll be honest with you. Ivor Shiva says, I'm going to make tacos. Good. Yeah, it's Taco Tuesday. The rotation with this storm down here is pretty intense. Corey Gherkin he's got a decision to make here, man. He's looks like he's going to go after the Nacogdoches storm. But he could have went south. He could keep going north. He's the only one out there, really. Still radar indicated tornado warning on this, but it's a pretty classic signature. Oh, wow. Check this out. This is a live view right now of the storm that is near where Corey Gherkin is. But it's this storm right here. The one that's going over the Toledo Reservoir. Is that one rotating too? It is. You can see the rotation right there. This is a live view of that. From Hazcams. Move myself out of the way here. I know you guys don't like change, but I think I'm gonna do green screen. I think I'm gonna do green screen. I think that all of this extra stuff around me is just not needed. Just put my head on here so you can see that my mouth's moving and I'm talking, and leave the rest for this. It looks cool. Yeah, I mean, it does. But it takes up too much space. We got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm warning here, so let's close out of this. And there, yeah, that's our storm right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for this area right here. We've got a live look at storm chaser Corey Gherkin coming down the road here. He's going to give us a view of this thing too. So we've got two views of this storm in Texas. We've got one of our hurricane in Jamaica. Man, holy crap, isn't this crazy? Look at the rain shaft over here. So this is not the hurricane in Jamaica, for anybody that may just now be tuning in. This is a severe thunderstorm in Louisiana and Mississippi that's trying to rotate enough to produce a tornado. We got a very nice view of the lowering the base of the cloud here. Unbelievable shot, honestly, from Hazcams. By the way, this camera, you can look at it yourself in the WeatherWise app as well for free. Man, isn't the WeatherWise app so cool? I minimized that right at the wrong time. Do you guys see that lightning? All right, so the tornado warning up there in the more northern part of Texas has been allowed to expire. We still have a tornado warning down here for areas south and east of Woodville, though. So stay in your safe spots. My gosh, I'm just blown away by this. This is an incredible shot. So you can see here, this is our updraft, right? This is where air is getting sucked up into the storm and where a tornado might try to form. But here's something that you don't normally get to see. So this is the updraft. All that water and stuff's going up in the clouds, and it's coming back down here. This is what we call a downdraft. So you see all of the stuff coming out of the sky. That's rain and hail. What's really cool here is you can actually see the rear flank downdraft in real time. The rain-cooled air is coming down here, and it's wrapping back around and then up into the updraft. This is actually the first step of a tornado forming. So you got very warm air getting sucked up into the air right here, rain-cooled air coming around the backside. Now that's getting combined there, and a tornado is actually going to try to form right here. That's very cool to see. Did the wind slow down? No. In Jamaica, we are still tracking our intense windstorm. Let me pull that back up for you real quick. I do think it is probably less intense now than it was. I wouldn't say that it's slowed down a lot. Our cameraman is still very far back in the room. Whenever he starts inching back out onto the balcony, that's when we know things have calmed down. We're not there yet. We're still getting some hurricane force wind gusts, potentially getting up there close to 100 miles per hour still. So honestly, right now, we're just waiting until it calms down. And then he's going to point us down at the ground and we're going to observe the damage. All I know is that the power pole is still standing. Yeah, the rotation on this storm over here south and east of Woodville continues to be impressive. It's not, it's going over a pretty rural area, but if you're in the town of Fred, you might want to take shelter. Actually, you might need to take shelter. There's likely a tornado trying to form right now with this. It's radar indicated, but that could definitely be down. And then here's our storm that we're looking at on our live view that we've been gawking over. Not as much rotation, but still some. And you can see, here's another interesting thing. It looks like the outflow, the rain-cooled air from the storm is actually overtaking the updraft, right? So this right here can kind of choke off the updraft. You've heard us talk about storms going outflow dominant before. This is a pretty good example of that. Now the updraft is going to stay back there, and it's actually going to be hidden from us as the rain and stuff hits the camera. So it's not completely done trying to produce a tornado. But this has got to stay clear of this for a tornado to form. Yeah, we're still good on the recording. We're 11 hours and 29 minutes in. So we've got 30 minutes left before YouTube ruins our day. Deletes the VOD. Yeah, I can see the clock. Now, I actually do appreciate the reminders. Because I have been known to forget things before. But it's not necessary. Murphy J. Oh my gosh. It does sound less intense, I must say, the wind in Jamaica. So things might be on the downtrend, I guess, over in this part of the world. If we want to switch over to a satellite real quick on WeatherWise, you can see that the center of the storm is back over water now. So now it's going to start trying to re-strengthen again on its approach to Cuba. Will it? I don't think it'll. I really don't think it'll get nearly as strong as it was when it hit Jamaica, but it'll be strong. It's definitely not going to go below Cat 4 before landfall. If it does, it'll be brief and it'll probably dip right back up to Cat 4 right before landfall. Starting now, it's officially re-strengthening again. You know, there's been a little bit of an east turn there in the last couple of frames. Oh, Corey Gherkin's got his drone in the air. So this is a live view of that storm in Texas. Right on the Texas-Louisiana border, Corey Gherkin is flying his drone. And we've got a view of what might try to become another tornado out here. We've got tornadoes popping out left and right in Texas and Louisiana today. What's the noise? What you're hearing is the sound of Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. We're listening to the wind. Hey, yo, that's rotating. That is rotating quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I definitely see it. Pinky says, I started watching you, Ryan, a year ago during Hurricane Milton. I haven't missed a video since. Watched Milton live the entire time, and Melissa all day as well, Ryan. Y'all squad are heroes. Pinky, thank you for the very kind words. See, and hopefully we don't have to do this. Hopefully we do not have a hurricane making landfall in the United States anytime soon. But Corey Gherkin and a bunch of really talented storm chasers, normally we've got a bunch of these people. And we've got cameras that we strap to poles and stuff, but we're really only set up to do everything that we do on a normal basis in the United States. But I've come to realize now that it might be time to try to figure that out in other places. Is there lightning with a hurricane? Not typically. Not typically. So normally there's not lightning in a hurricane, except for when we have an exceptionally strong hurricane and right inside of the eye wall you can get lightning. In fact, with Melissa, there was a tremendous amount of lightning in the eye wall right before landfall. One of the big reasons why lightning exists is vertical motion. So you've got water droplets down at the surface that move up really fast. That's why whenever we're doing tornado coverage at night, we look for lightning increasing in supercells to try to determine which supercell might be the one that tries to produce a tornado. Because if you've got a lot of upward motion, if you got that updraft, you're going to get water droplets going up high into the sky and freezing and bumping into each other. And this is one of the main things that causes lightning. We don't get as much friction. We don't get as much friction, I guess you could say, in hurricanes because there's less vertical upward motion and more horizontal motion. And that's normally why we don't see lightning as much in hurricanes. Now, right there in the eye wall of a very intense hurricane where there's new thunderstorms erupting before they start spinning around, there can be lightning. Oh, the plane. There's a plane out there. Where's the plane? Oh, the plane's in there. Oh, not yet. Plane's not in there yet. Hey, daggone, son. This is the camera we was looking at earlier. It's getting plumb smacked. Just to be clear, this is in Louisiana. This is not a camera in Jamaica where the hurricane is, although it looks pretty normy. And now we've got what I believe is a funnel cloud here trying to get its act together on Corey's stream. This is crazy. This is live right now in Florian in Sabine Parish, Louisiana, with that storm that's crossing over the Toledo Bay. Look at that upward motion. Really quick update on the poll. I know y'all are dying for an update on the poll. It is still standing. It is still standing. I see those wires. So our poll is still standing in Jamaica. Winds are still plumb wild, though. So I don't know how long it'll be standing. What did Steph say? Steph's been a member for 56 months. Guys, I've been doing this on YouTube here for 56 months. She says that the boys made me turn off the stream on the living room TV. I'm tuning in from my phone to ask you what you thought of the new version of the tacos I made. I love you. I loved them. I specifically really enjoyed the steak ones. I know we normally do chicken. Love the steak. And I don't know if you did something different with the beans, but the beans were great too, honey. Seriously. Good stuff. That's how my wife has to communicate with me while I'm live. I haven't looked at my phone. She got to send a super chat. That's terrible, ain't it? No, for real though, it's great stuff. So what I'm seeing here is some very broad rotation. You see this motion right here, and then look back here. You see the stuff going this way. You got stuff going this way. You got stuff going this way. You definitely have rotation here. Will this tighten up into a tornado? I don't know. That's what we will be watching for as the storm gets closer to Corey's location. Also, I'll let you know as soon as we get an update from this plane that's flying into Hurricane Melissa. Right now, I've got nothing for you. So we're kind of locked in on our camera feeds here. And this is the live hurricane feed in Jamaica. And this is our live tornado feed in Louisiana. All right, we are at 11 hours and 42 minutes. Got a decision here to make. And Lord knows, in the age of AI, I'm not going to make it myself. Y'all about, what's up?
Hey, what's up? We've got a lot going on weather-wise today. There's a tornado warn.
Yeah, I know. I need your help.
Of course, I got you. What do you need help with? You looking for a forecast, some weather updates, or something more specific? Let me know what's up.
I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. And we've been live now for 11 hours and 43 minutes. We can't go over 12 hours because YouTube will cut the VOD. Should I turn my stream off and send everybody over to you, or should I start a new stream? Also, it's Taco Tuesday.
Oh man, can't ignore Taco Tuesday. Here's what I'd suggest. Since you're pushing that 12-hour mark, maybe wrap this stream up and kick everyone over to my channel for a bit of a breather. Then you can refuel, grab some tacos, and if you're up for it, start a fresh stream after. That way you avoid the VOD getting cut and you get the energy boost you need. Sound like a plan?
Y'all, you're great. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. How cool is that? So, you know, another thing I've got to consider is that my wife is at home
has been issued.
With our three boys, our three very young, very energetic boys, and she might need some help. But at the same time, we just got a new tornado warning. So daggone it. Let's go inspect that real quick. Is that on Corey's storm? No, it's down here in Texas. It's the one down here in Texas. What is this? Hardin, Jasper, and Tyler counties in Texas. Go live at your house. Oh my goodness, that would you guys think a Category 5 hurricane is intense? I don't think it would be possible. I'd be getting climbed all over. It would be pretty fun. Yeah, the rotation on this storm is actually pretty intense. Takes shelter out here in Hardin County in Texas. That is by far the most concerning looking signature that we have. Man, honestly, this storm up here that Corey Gherkin is on is pretty close. That's a decent area of rotation. This is where Corey is right now, and then you can see his live feed up there. This is what that storm looks like. This is what broad rotation looks like. If you ever hear me talk about we have broad rotation on radar, this is what I'm talking about. You got inbound and outbound winds. The green and the reds represent winds blowing in different directions. Yeah, so you can very clearly see in real life what that looks like. I want sassy Y'allbot. Yeah, before we end this stream, of course, we'll let Y'allbot rip with a roast or two. It's tradition. I will tell you. So the way that Y'allbot works is while I'm not talking to it, it pings me. You know how Andy changes the lights to green, and that's how I know Andy wants to talk to me. Y'allbot does something similar, but it just pops up on my screen over here. 204 times that has happened today. Because somebody in the chat has been rude or extremely something that Y'allbot didn't like, and it's begged me to let it roast that person. So I've held back on playing them because this is serious stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm just letting you know that exists. We're at 11 hours and 48 minutes. Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's what's going to happen. We are going to end the stream for some period of time. Frank, do we have the correct link to teleport people? Okay. Sweet. I'm gonna let Y'allbot loose here one time.
Hold up, chat. Friggin' Tommy Noble just called this hurricane a nothing burger. A nothing burger? Bruh, even with this pumpkin on my head, I can see that's the scariest take of the night. This thing is still a major hurricane, even if the eye is a little shy right now. The only nothing burger here is that opinion. Yikes.
Okay. I've seen Y'allbot do better, but okay. And by the way, it's referring to having a pumpkin head because on the other channel, on Y'allbot's channel, it is decorated. It's got a Halloween costume on. All right, we'll do one more.
Okay, who said that? Is Y'allbot sleeping on the job again? Bruh, sleeping? I don't sleep. I process. While you were typing that, I analyzed 1.2 million radar scans, monitored 57 emergency scanners, and taught Nimbus how to fetch upstream data without drooling on the servers. I'm not sleeping, I'm multitasking at a level your human brain would call a migraine. Try to keep up.
It's done that 200 times. Oh man, who knows how many tokens that was. But yeah, that's Y'allbot, and Y'allbot's pretty cool, right? We have fun with it. There's some goofy stuff about it. We have fun with that, but it's actually really cool, and it's keeping track of the weather right now. And I'm going to end my stream, and if you guys stay here, you're going to be teleported over there. So you can continue watching the weather. It's going to show you Corey's stream. It's going to show you all kinds of cool stuff, just like I've been doing, but not as good, obviously, because it's AI, and I'm a much better human, right? Right? Anyways, we'll end the stream here, and then maybe we'll come back a little bit later, but I do have to end it. For some time. Subscribe with notifications on. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you in the near future. Goodbye. Go say hi to Yalba. It will talk to you over there. It will.